Hey, Comrade Lily. I'll be starting in just a sec. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Good morning, America. Good morning, Night City. In this case, actually. Happy No King's Day. I had a bit of a hard time getting up this morning. I honestly was expecting to be live a couple hours ago, but thankfully I'm not missing much, it seems, just yet. Things are just starting to heat up. Obviously, it's only just about noon or just before noon on the West Coast. Things are expected to continue to grow for a couple more hours. And I mean, today is expected to be the largest protest in U.S. history, so we'll see how that goes. What's up, Rich? Lettuce B3. Good morning, Novigrad. It really does seem like it. I've got my frog shirt on, ready for the Frog Rebellion. Honestly, loving Operation Inflation. It's in full swing. It's gotten so big, in fact, that it's spread overseas. This was the American Embassy in Dublin earlier today. We got No Kings protests all across the country in the United States, but we also have several protests in support of No Kings happening internationally. From the UK to Australia to France. I'm sure we'll see a few of those later on today. Now, beyond that, we're also seeing other protests happening in the UK, so don't get this confused with the digital ID protest. Together, Frock strong? Exactly, your boy John Doe. Together, Frock is strong. Big shout out to Operation Inflation, however, for really helping this grow. Operation Inflation is on the ground in Portland and has been delivering these inflatable costumes to protesters on the streets who don't have ones, who don't have one, rather. If you want to donate, go and donate via that link. Support, these are actually some of the best protest gear that you could have. In a lot of ways, honestly. Like, for one, there's the tactical frivolity, which makes it really difficult for the rhetoric that's coming out of the regime, trying to paint these protesters as domestic terrorists, a little silly and harder to believe when a lot of them are dressed up as animals. Beyond that, it is also quite good for preventing facial recognition scans, from gate detection, from figuring out who you are, as well as these have positive air pressure. So when you get shot at with rubber bullets and pepper balls, they tend to hurt quite a bit less. So big shout out to Operation Inflation. Thank you for that. What's up, Salamander Sapien? So beyond just that, I did want to take a look at what I'm seeing on the ground now from some of these protests, and then I wanted to take some time before things really start to heat up and take a look at like the news surrounding it, as well as some of the other crazy things the regime has been saying the last few days. I'm gonna take it a bit slow. My neck is still not better. I can still barely move, so we'll have to play it by ear. Gonna be heading out to my local marches soon, just doing some OPSEC checks. Good. Glad that you're all actually taking the OPSEC stuff seriously, especially like if you're going to these protests like Salamander Sapien is. Please be safe. Don't bring your phone. Make sure that you are going out of your way to make it more difficult to identify who you are at these protests, wearing like an N95 mask, or ideally a gas mask if it's legal in your state. Go with friends and be prepared. Because as much as we want this to be a peaceful protest, they have been building the justification for the Insurrection Act for weeks now. And we've seen reports, several of them in fact, of saboteurs, of their own agents out in like Chicago and in Portland being ready to cause violence, to instigate, and to try and blame it on us anyway. Now, luckily, the last No Kings protest, there was an abundance of senior citizens, which, if is again the case this time, makes that a little bit more difficult for them. But still, be vigilant, be aware, be on the lookout. If you see people that are acting pretty suspicious, especially like, you know, in a protest like this, the vibe is going to be very different when you spot some saboteurs. Make the people around you aware. This is a time where we have to really come together. And everyone in these protests, whether they're like a right-winger or a conservative, it doesn't matter. We're all out here as Americans trying to fight for democracy today. So, like, the rest doesn't particularly matter, at least in terms of this protest. I'm heading across the river in port. Nice job, Duty Detector. I think costumes are an expert way to remove the seriousness and ability for the Trump administration to prosecute these protesters. It's really silly to be talking about the Antifa mob when the evil Antifas are all wearing frog costumes. Well, like, again, it is useful in a number of ways. That being primarily, historically, the one that everyone looks to of tactical frivolity. And it does work. It, just like how the last No Kings protest also worked because of the amount of senior citizens that were there. My town has 137,000 people in it, 12,000 were at our No Kings event. Based. I hope that it's still going. Done the fully right way, also obscuring your body shape from AI fingerprinting. True, Anarchist Tech Support. Good to see you as well. Heading to Portland now to attend No Fucking Kings. Love y'all. Thank you for everybody who's attending. Thank you for everybody who's out there protesting and fighting back. You guys are doing what needs to be done. Like, you guys are actually fighting for your country, and I'm proud of you, and I'm proud that you're in this community. Thank you. And for the people who can't go, by the way, like, if you're too disabled or if you don't live close to one of these, you're still doing your part. Even just talking about it, supporting it, donating, just getting the word out alone, and making it clear that this is not some, like, operation. No one's getting paid to be here. There is massive support from the ground up. And obviously, like, we know that. And they know that. It's the median voter that needs to know that. And they are. This was DC not that long ago. Today. And there is a lot of people out there. Not paid, I hate Nazis for free. True and based. They have virtually no downsides aside the air holes. They're great at hiding your identity too. Yeah, like the main downside being mobility. Like if you needed to run, it might be a little bit more difficult. Visibility. But the idea being, they are calling it a war zone. They're expecting it to look like a war zone. They're expecting us to dress like we're going to a war zone. And not doing that, well, it makes it harder for them. They want us to look menacing. Now, to be fair, Portland may not be a war zone. Chicago is. But it is because of them. They're the ones doing it. Still deciding on Faraday versus just leaving your shit at home? Just leave your shit at home, Salamander Sapien. A Faraday is useful and all, but you won't know if it's leaking. Like, you will not know if it's leaking. You need several, like, layers of fallback for that, and it's just not worth it. It's only a weekend protest march anyway. Exactly. Granted, like, might be the last legal protest in U.S. history if this goes the way they want it to. I'm hearing, I'm hearing rumors of possible insurrection act for Monday, if not today. LA declared a state of emergency because of ICE. Just recently? Like today? Because I haven't seen that just yet. But, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised considering what we're going to be doing today. Any minute now, actually. And that is just because we can, I guess. We're going to be doing a live fire missile test in California. We're going to be closing down I-5 for a short time and firing a missile into Camp Pendleton. Why? Well, because it will inconvenience the protesters and because it is a way to draw attention. ICE activity has been destroying LA economy on some level. That's why they declared emergency. People ain't coming to work. Well, to be fair, that is most of the country. So, for example, White House to fire explosive artillery over major roadway in Southern California I-5 to be temporarily shut down on Sunday due to life safety risk. This is confirmed. I don't know what time this is supposed to take place, but it is pretty fucking insane, if I do say so myself. Let me make sure that Forbes doesn't dox me really quickly. Thank you. According to the Los Angeles Times, the alleged live fire exercise will be part of an event called Sea to Shore, a review of amphibious strength to mark the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Marine Corps. Newsom's office reportedly received reports that missiles will be fired from Navy ships off California's coast, fly over the interstate highway, and land on a section of Camp Pendleton. The Times reported Newsom's office has received very little information from federal government about the safety plans for the event, which will coincide with the planned anti-Trump No Kings protest marches across the state. The report added that Newsom is mulling closing sections of I-5, which has been confirmed now. Oh my god, like, are they? Like, the artillery striking Southern California? No, that's a missile. It's a live fire missile test and artillery, probably, into Southern California. Now, again, like, no one's in danger. They're not bombing the protesters. They're bombing Camp Pendleton. But it is a massive inconvenience. It is dangerous, by the way, if you're driving an I-5 and, like, something malfunctions. It's more so, this makes it so that they have to close the roads. I-5 is a major roadway. There's going to be a lot of people traveling for the protest today, which inconveniences them, which makes traffic, which makes, you know, organizing a bit more difficult. And it's also just, like, a way of exuding power. You know, like, look, I can fire a missile while you guys are protesting out on the little street. I wandered by with a ray hunter device. My little town doesn't have the malice in the police to bring that evil. The cops saw families and retirees and remember last time being entirely unobstructive. Downtown was so stuffed with traffic that I couldn't get through it. That's good. That's good to see. Now, Florida started off early. This was Daytona, actually right around when I was waking up this morning, so, like, they were already at it.
Yeah, I am.
Well, Base Ridge, the fact that LA declared, like, state of emergency 3 days ago to protect the citizens. Yeah, the citizens are the ones that need protecting from the government.
Oh, look at that.
Thank you.
Like, by the way, again, like, this is Daytona Beach, Florida. Ruby red Florida. So, good to see that they're out there early. DC again.
Republican, we are here to keep it that way today, tomorrow, and forever to come.
Oh, shit. Chicago's popping off. This is a live view of Chicago right now. That's a lot of people in Chicago right now. Which is, fair considering they're getting invaded currently. I don't particularly blame them for turning out like that. Massive, massive turnout. We'll check in with the live feeds in a little bit. I do want to get through quite a few of these still. Jesus fucking Christ, like it looks like the pond race scene? Yeah, it does. And good. I want it to get even bigger. Remember, like, so far, the expectation is we're going to see more than 20 million people. The last time we had a protest that reached those kinds of numbers was Black Lives Matter. The George Floyd protests back in Trump's first administration. And that was also about 20 million people, about 6% of the population. And that was also the last time that they used the Insurrection Act. So, we'll see. Can anyone think of another regime that does live missile tests to hide their insecurities? North Korea, Russia, Turkey, stuff like that, We're just one of them now. My hope is that people are spreading communism at these protests. They probably are. If they misfire a rocket and it lands anywhere with people, I deadass think it's civil war full on. Well, I mean, in that case, yes, it would be, considering it would be that the government bombed the protesters. That would be what that means, Comrade Lily. Which is generally why we don't do these kinds of things, especially coinciding with protests. But, they can just do whatever they want. Like, obviously, they're going to use the excuse of it's for the 250th. They're going to be doing that all year. Here's Tennessee, by the way. Again, like, it's Tennessee. This was also early in the morning. That was not that long ago. A couple hours ago, if anything. We got Grab 'em by the Nosy in Tennessee, which, chef's kiss, 10 out of 10. I love that sign. Also, love these memes. Bombing LA to celebrate another year of America. I mean, that tracks. Again, here's Tennessee. This is Nashville. It's fucking Nashville. Like, yeah, sure, it's not looking like Chicago, but this is a red state. And a pretty red one at that. New York City is packed. Absolutely packed.
Leave us. Which leader is going to come forward and get us through this? And if you're one of the people coming out to protest for the first time and peacefully raise your voice, you are one of the leaders who is going to get us through this. Because in America, we have no kings, but we also don't have white knights in shining armor. In America, we get things done when we do them together. And so by coming together, whether you've been involved a long time or this is your first ever peaceful protest, you're coming together to save American democracy. And if you're one of the elected officials out there smearing people for the crime of peacefully speaking out,
I will get to the smears in a second. Like, it's actually pretty wild what they're saying. To the point where, like, even some Republicans are getting pissed off by how they're framing these protests. Again, like, it is fundamental to being an American to protest. And not only is the regime pretending that they still support protests, but that this protest specifically is a Hate America Hamas rally. Of course, why not? Meanwhile, like in New York City, well, you might get your wish, and you might want to be careful for what you're wishing for, Comrade Lily, but, I mean, one way or the other, it's definitely gonna go, poorly. Not because of, like, anything we do, but because they're still going to frame this the same way, and it doesn't matter when they lie, because nobody calls them out, nobody, like, fights back against the lies, the media is cucked, the Democrats are cucked. The only real hope that we have is that conservative-leaning centrists are like, no, what the fuck are you talking about? I was there. And to be fair, we're seeing some of that. I mean, like, I'm seeing stuff that I'm shocked to see. For example, here's Fox News. Again, like, shocking to see, but Fox News.
But we also know there was a ProPublica investigation that more than 170 Americans have been detained by ICE, with 20 held for more than a day without being able to contact their lawyer or a loved one. And that's what the No Kings protest is about. Donald Trump says, I'm not a king. And yeah, we get it. You're not a king. You wish you were a king, and you're running this administration as if you should have those kinds of rights. The lack of respect for the Constitution and the laws of this country are astounding. And Trump even told Kristen Welker when he was on Meet the Press a few months ago that he didn't know if he had to uphold the Constitution. And in preparation for today's show, I just wanted to go over, a few of the things that people who are going to be out there on the streets peacefully protesting are upset about. Starting with the basics, signing an executive order.
Un-American fucks coming in here pretending to love America and, like, America loves Trump and ICE. Yeah, sure. Sure. Un-American pieces of shit. Every single one of you are treasonous, traitorous bastards.
Do away with birthright citizenship, which is literally in the Constitution. Sending troops into blue cities.
Oh, you mean anchor
unilaterally implementing tariffs, which Congress gets to do. I already talked about the 170 Americans who've been locked up. Cracking down on the First Amendment, detaining students for op-eds you don't like, targeting law firms, universities, reallocating funds appropriated by Congress to fund your big ICE force, firing inspectors generals that are looking into your friends. Like
insane
Musk,
hearing this on
making
Fox.
Billions off of crypto scams, and your kids are running all over the world making deals. And the Trump administration has defied 1 in 3 judges that have ruled against him. And you're seeing that from judges appointed up from Reagan up to Donald Trump that are saying absolutely not, you are breaking the law in taking some of these actions. All of that is what No King's Day is about.
Then why are they always dressed?
So, like, again, that is definitely something to see. Jessica Tarlov has been, like, leaning more towards this end of the spectrum for a while now. I mean, like, obviously, like, on the 5 on Fox, she gets made fun of by her colleagues because they don't respect her because she's a woman. But, like, yeah, no, she's going in. It's wild to hear that from Fox. Then again, like, Fox also didn't sign Hegseth's demands letter saying, you can't publish anything that comes out of the Pentagon unless I specifically say that it's approved for publishing, and if you do, then that's a felony. Like, even Fox was like, nah, fuck that, which I don't blame them for. And yet his lack of respect for the Constitution is not a surprise. No one is like, OMG, really? No, of course not, because he literally ran on it. Any law is just something for him to figure out a way around. Again, it's not him figuring shit out. Like, the man doesn't have the capacity to think that thoroughly. It's the people around him, but same difference. Tarlov plays a very interesting role. She manages to be, like, very strong pushback without doing enough to get the head honchos mad enough to remove her. She's gonna end up in a gulag one day. I don't know how she does it either, but, like, one day. This was Atlanta earlier today as well. We already saw this one. And this is actually outside the U.S. Embassy in London.
So happening now in the United Kingdom, in front of the U.S. Embassy in London. A No Kings or a No Tyrant protest.
It's very funny
here.
to see No Kings in London,
Put together pretty
where they have a
quickly, and I
king.
think they got a very good crowd considering. And there's the new U.S. ambassadors. Thank you very much. Protest toads, protest frogs. Anyway, here it is. Impeach Trump.
Now, if, like, you guys are following any of the live streams or something, if stuff starts happening, please let me know, because it is difficult for me to have an eye on all of, like, the live feeds while I'm covering a story. I would appreciate it. Defining Americans as being inherently pro-Trump and anyone who isn't American is one step away from civil war. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. And, like, it's worse than that even. Because, like, let's take a listen to how they're actually describing the protesters. Give me just a second here. Oh, and then I have something incredibly funny to show you. This might actually be one of the funniest videos I've seen in a long time. But here is Mike Johnson talking about these protests as Hate America protests. If anything, she could always get a job at MSNBC. That's true.
Tomorrow, the Democrat leaders are going to join for a big party out on the National Mall. They're going to descend on our Capitol for their much-anticipated so-called No Kings rally. We refer to it by its more accurate description, the Hate America rally, okay? And I'm not sure
Yes, it's definitely a Hate America rally when all of these people are out here fighting for, like, you know, the Constitution and all. I was watching one live feed from my city. I was going to go out. My body hurts so much today in general lately. That's okay, Sylvie. Like I said, like, you do your part even if you can't actually go to these protests. Plenty of people are too disabled or too far away to actually make it. Support, like, be in the conversation, talk about it, disprove, like, the lies that the right wing is putting out if you care enough to try. I don't. Or just, like, set the narrative, show what's actually happening, show support, donate. There's a lot that you can do, and you can make agitprop. While we're at a bad point, I also kind of am surprised by how much pushback / negative coverage some of their nonsense has been getting. See, I'm not surprised by that, and it's because a cult often does start to break down when that cult is in power and not fulfilling on the promises that it's made to the cult members, which, I mean, is clearly happening. Remember, like, Trump supporters said they voted in Trump because groceries were too high. Grocery prices are, in some cases, 40% higher than they were on election day, so.
And refute that. If you think about what's going to happen here tomorrow, you're going to bring together the Marxists, the socialists, the Antifa advocates, the anarchists, and the pro-Hamas wing of the far-left Democrat Party. That is the modern Democratic Party. That's where they've gone. And the Hate America rally is the common theme.
Ties in with Levitt's statements later, but also, like, Pam Bondi talking about how, and Christy Noem talking about how Antifa is equivalent to that of Hamas or Hezbollah or ISIS or all this. White Camera Inc., I know I'm thinking ahead, but I hope the libs do a purity test on the Democrats so we don't end up here every 4 years. I don't think that you're thinking ahead. I think you're thinking behind. I don't think that the Democrats are going to survive in their existing form into another election. And I also don't think that, like, you can trust the libs here. I don't want to go back to the America that was, and I also don't think that that's possible anyway. Chubb Shobi, there's literally no evidence to what he's saying. I mean, there never is. They're Republicans. They lie as easy as they breathe, but yeah.
Among all those groups. Listen to the language they use themselves. Many of them don't like living in America. They hate capitalism. They hate our free enterprise system. They hate our principles. They hate the ideas that we come in to work every day to fight for, to preserve. And the greatest nation.
We do. That's not like untrue, actually. We do hate the ideals that you come in to work to fight for every day. They're un-American, for one. They're also bad for humanity, and they're evil for another. Again, like, this is a man who is protecting a pedophile and a rapist, who is overseeing the dismantling of democracy, the wiping of the ass with the Constitution, the theft of all of your taxpayer money, and the Nazification of the country, the Russification of this country, which really is the same thing. To be honest, the cult is no longer needed after the election. Now they all just all they do is just maintain enough support not to get too many internal cracks within the elected officials. Of course, plus, like, they're not planning on having to win an election again. Remember, like, they said this on multiple occasions, but also you could just take a look around. They're not planning to have to win the popular support of the, like, base again.
In the history of the world. They hate the idea of individual freedom and limited government. They hate the idea of the rule of law.
I just hate that you people lie about everything. Now, beyond that, what's worse, and again, why you need to be careful today, because they're going to have saboteurs and agitators out there. They want to blame anything that may happen today on us, which almost certainly would be started by them, as they did the last time we had protests of this size, which was the George Floyd protests. They went and did violence, they went and lit shit on fire, and then they blamed it on us. They have been manufacturing consent to declare an insurrection, to declare an internal enemy. They're comparing us to Hamas and ISIS. Meanwhile, like, they are literally American ISIS.
Proved that the Democrat Party's main constituency are made up of Hamas terrorists, illegal aliens, and violent criminals. That is who the Democrat Party is catering to, not the Trump administration and not the White House and not the Republican Party, who is standing up for law-abiding Americans, not just
You know, like the right-wingers and the pastors that get arrested every 2 days for child sex crimes and stuff like that. That's the law-abiding citizens that the Trump administration is pandering to. Oh, you know what? It's also it's people like this. It's like that Nazi who is actually a congressman. The swastika flag that was seen in the congressman's office, which, by the way, they came out later then and said was actually an optical illusion. Yes, this was an optical illusion, everybody. The swastika flag in the office of Representative Dave Taylor may be an optical illusion easy to miss. Multiple sources tell Fox, including those investigating the issue, the flag in question is an American flag, but with a swastika embedded into the ink or weaving. And here's the strange part, the swastika is not obvious to the naked eye, but more visible when captured on video or by a still photo. Sure, yeah. You know, these are the law-abiding, America-loving citizens that they're pandering to. Jesus Christ, there's so many of you subhuman Trumpers in my chat already on YouTube chat today. What are you doing? This is not the space for you. There are people trying to work against them in the system, but none of them has nearly enough traction to make a difference. Yeah, basically. What swastika? Yeah, what swastika? I can't see it. Her wording there was very odd. She just implied that Trump administration are supposed to be the constituents. Just tells us where their head's at, I guess. Yeah. Are we allowed to like anything about Trump? I think that he's funny, Raskolnikov. Like, not like ha-ha funny, but sometimes, yeah, he can be funny. Back to demon watching. What's up, Arberlin? No, listen. It was just an optical illusion. Yeah, well, you know, this one may have been. They're claiming it was one. Well, I don't know. Was it possibly the other one? You know, the last Nazi problem that we had in the Republican Party? You know, the one where all of these 40-year-olds, the young Republicans, the ones that they're calling kids, were talking about how much they love Hitler. You know, the one where the federal government just was like, it's fine, I don't care. And then went forward to confront the guy who leaked the Nazi group chat and not the actual Nazis. That government, you know, the law-abiding citizens, they just care so much about, you know, just like these ones, betraying your friends is worse than using naughty words. Being a Nazi is far fucking worse than, I don't know, cutting your friends off for being Nazis. So, you like the death of due process and the shredding of the Constitution? To be fair, the Constitution is kind of shit. I would like a new one. Pardon my vulgarity, but Jesus Christ, I can see the bulge of the boots as they suck it down their throats. Hell yeah. Indeed, it is pretty obvious. Funny when the Trump cultists come to finally hear the facts, they cover their ears, close their eyes, and stomp their feet and deny reality as a child. Well, I mean, to be fair, most people act like that, X-Rock Fist, and that's why we're here. Like, that's actually why we're here as a society, is because anytime anyone has to feel uncomfortable, they just seem to be incapable of doing that. At least in this country. Like, it's just too difficult, something, we're just not trying. Meanwhile, like, you know, on the other end again, like, Hamas, terrorists, illegal aliens. Meanwhile, these are the people on the right, the non-terrorists, quote-unquote. The people from that young Republicans group chat, for example, being Mike Davis is one of them. This person, like, come on. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? Like, this is the way that they're being defended. They're defending the Nazis as, like, dishonestly as they're smearing us as terrorists, which is entirely unsurprising considering these people are also Nazis.
Brought that up. Well, that's not a comp. It was the example, and then you use something that is.
I don't care about. I guess my point is, I don't care about some kids. You need to fix your party. Your party is the danger.
Simply, Steve, I don't think anyone was like thinking that Trump should be allowed in the White House. It was more just like, is there anything positive about the man? And to be fair, I do think that there is. I think that it's positive that he's stupid. I think that it's positive that he's also like unserious. I think we should thank God that it's him because a smarter fascist would be far worse. I'm scared of Trump. You should be. I'm scared of Hassan. You shouldn't be. Gut-free drinking out of a shit cup perfectly encapsulates conservative media. Well, yeah, it does, in fact. Erratic cookie. Nice catch there. I didn't even see that.
Your party is the one with these ideas.
Are you denying the fact that...
Are they calling, like, Jessica Tarlov a Democrat at this point? Like, your party?
Party is the danger. Your party is the one with these ideas.
Are you denying the fact that the kids to you, who could be 35 years old, are people who work in the Republican Party?
Brought that up.
Well, that's not a comp. It was the example, and then you use something that is.
I don't care about. I guess my point is, I don't care about some kids. You need to fix your party.
Kids, 18 to 40-year-old group that included like literal like party leaders. People like J.D. Vance were almost certainly inside of that group chat. Stephen Miller, 100%. Steve is basically the equivalent of being one of Hitler's like top propagandists. That's also true. Trump is a dangerous fellow and he shouldn't be allowed near any government building except courts. To be fair, none of the people in charge should be let anywhere near the government. So, you know. I disagree that AOC should replace Hassan as the head of the left. If anyone, that should be me, but Hassan is to the left of AOC, so.
Party is the danger. Your party is the one with these ideas.
Are you denying the fact that the kids to you, who could be 35 years old, are people who work in the Republican Party?
Brought that up.
Well.
Yes, they are denying that. They are denying that. Because then they go on and talk about us like this. Again, like, everyone's Antifa that they don't like. That includes Republicans. Like, this has nothing to do with the left, Democrat, none of that. Antifa is such a broad scope that they have applied that it's literally everyone.
Let's just one more moment on that point, because you've seen in the last couple of years, I mean, Antifa's been around, but people on the left and the far left say that Antifa doesn't exist. It's a state of mind, blah, 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 blah. You're saying two real people, domestic terrorists, okay? They were indicted by the grand jury. I mean, if they're not real, then how come two people were indicted and that they were involved in attacking the ICE facility? They have to be real. It's not a state of mind.
Yeah, I encourage everyone to read the first sentence of the indictment. It says the North Texas Antifa cell. That's literally the opening salvo in the indictment. And where do these people collaborate and come from? It's not just Texas. They're out burning courthouses in Portland. They're out becoming destructive.
Excuse me, cite me a courthouse that was burned by Antifa in Portland. Jesus Christ, like, we are such an unserious country.
Activities in Los Angeles, and the FBI has arrested dozens of these individuals. And thanks to our new investigative programs under President Trump designating these guys as domestic terrorism, we have opened up multiple field investigations across the country looking at the banking and financial facilitation network. We are treating them as terrorists, just like we do Al-Qaeda or ISIS. People pay for this destructive act of violence, and those people are going to be brought to justice.
Al-Qaeda prosecuting us, calling us Al-Qaeda is fucking wild. What's up, Devil's Advocate Productions? I wish evidence mattered. I do too. I really do too. No, I'm not, Raskolnikov. Breaking news, Portland has been burned down for a second time. Yeah, exactly. Like that's the level of bullshit that we're on. No, not second time today. It's a reference to the fact that conservatives firmly believe that the city of Portland, actually most of the country, burned down during the George Floyd protests, and that, like, it's happening again. I guess. By the way, like, the terrorists that they're referring to are protesters. Just actually 2 minutes ago from Ken Klippenstein, no King's protests and arrests begin. NSPM 7 is already being used to detain protesters. Be careful. Be vigilant and go with a group. The No Kings protest on Saturday is the first major test of Trump's national security directive NSPM 7, with the enhanced federal presence searching for Antifa terrorists and an entire intelligence apparatus looking for so-called indicators of future terror acts. Remember, this is pre-crime policing. So, like, even if you do nothing today, if you do something that indicates to them that you might want to do something in the future, they will still come and arrest you before you do anything. Those indicators include anti-Christianity, anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, speech that is commonplace. Alarming as that may sound, the major media have largely downplayed NSPM 7 as impossible to implement because it violates norms and even the law. What they don't realize is that NSPM 7 has already resulted in several arrests at protests just like No Kings. You claim to be doing research, but you don't even know that the Portland courthouse was burned. Literally, like I said, show me evidence because I haven't seen it. When did I claim to have been researching Portland, by the way? I'm covering the news, George Alonso. If you have a point to make, you could link it. You know, we could talk about it if you wanted to. But if you're going to come in here with the sole intent of just, like, I don't know, smearing me, attacking me, and starting conflict, you can fuck right off and go join your subhuman right-wingers, like, in whatever chat that you're in now. Go watch Asmongold. All right? The fact that, like, you're worried about the Portland courthouse when, like, ICE terrorists are coming into, like, people's houses, attacking children, like, ripping little kids out of their family's arms, out of their family home in the middle of the night, naked, zip tying them in the street. You have no fucking right. Get the fuck out of here. Doesn't that mean that they can be citizen arrested for being anti-American? Like, they can just arrest anybody for saying that they don't, like, being anti-MAGA, X-Roxfist, is going to count as anti-American. Anti-capitalism, I mean, like, most of the left, anti-Christianity applies so broadly that it's not even just anti-Christianity, it's anti, like, Christian Protestant evangelical Christianity. Catholics could be pointed at, like, and called anti-Christian for this. The case of Elias Zepeda, an English professor who was arrested on September 26 while participating in a protest outside an ICE facility in Broadview, Illinois, and detained for what appears to be just speech considered pro-Antifa. A journalist and teacher at the University of Illinois, the Department of Homeland Security press release blared Elias Zepeda as suspected ties to a domestic terrorist organization, Antifa, and has a history of glorifying violence, blah, 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 blah. They want saying F Trump to be Fed posting. I mean, technically it is, Simply Steve, because this is not something like an executive order. This is far beyond that. This is a national security directive. Like, they don't even have to tell us these. These can be classified. So it already is Fed posting to say fuck Trump. It's just they want to enforce that Fed posting. Looks like 5 years ago there was a fire lit seemingly in front of a courthouse in Portland. Wait, if it's the one from the George Floyd protest, Sylvie, I know exactly the one. That was one that the, was it the Proud Boys or the Oath Keepers? It was one or the other, set that fire. That one I do actually know. I thought they were talking about, like, today, recently. Jesus Christ, like, they really are full on still in 2017. The Portland courthouse wars, I was there. Yeah, exactly. So, like, yeah, they're already arresting people under NSPM 7. Be careful. And, I mean, like, if they arrest you, don't say anything. Demand, like, a lawyer. A good thing, like, a good thing that you could say on repeat is your first and your last name, your social security number, and then say that you demand a lawyer. And then just repeat that and say nothing else. Every time they ask you a question, my name is blank, blank, social security number, I request the presence of an attorney. Don't say anything else. Now, before we go, why social security number? Just, like, it depends on if it's like the feds arresting you, but usually it's identifying information that proves that you're you and that you've given them everything that they could potentially demand from you. Don't say the SSN if you're getting arrested on the street. If you're getting arrested on the street, then shout your first and your last name and, like, your place of work or something to identify you so that people around you can track where you're going to end up being. For example, like, they are just disappearing folk. So you got to do what you can to, I don't know, protect yourself. There's not a good answer in that case. And, like, to be clear, they really are just going after brown people. There is no real justification that's causing them to go after people. I mean, like, ICE detained citizen after saying that she doesn't look like her last name. She even had her U.S. passport on her. So they will look for any possible reason to go after you, providing as much possible information as you have for the people around you to find you once they have disappeared you is important. ICE agents kidnapped a U.S. citizen in Chicago who had just finished working a double shift because she didn't look American to them. What the fuck does that mean? It means that she was brown. The Supreme Court gave them the right to racially profile. They're allowed to do this now. They arrested her because they said she didn't look American. Maria Greenlee, 44, was on her way home from a job at Beach Bar earlier this month when she was surrounded, seized, and zip-tied by 3 masked ICE agents without cause or warning and interrogated for an hour. ICE determined that she was an undocumented immigrant because she didn't, quote, look like a Greeley. Greeley, who was born in Illinois, is Latina and adopted, and had her U.S. passport on her when she was detained. Do you think there is a way of the government can effectively collect taxes from its inhabitants while also having completely open border policy, not requiring citizenship and documentation, which we currently use as a means to collect and track own taxes? Yes, easily. Not the time for me to break down how that happens, Raskolnikov. If you want to ask me later, feel free to do that. I'd be happy to give you an answer. But yes, like, easily ways to do that. By the way, guys, go and drop a like on the YouTube stream. It's gotten quite a few right-wingers in there today, so make sure it's visible. Quote, I'm Latina and I'm a service worker. I fit the description of what they're looking for now. They said this isn't real. They kept telling me I'm lying. I'm a liar. She told the Chicago Tribune. I told them to look at the rest of my wallet. I have my credit cards, my insurance, like all of this stuff. But again, they don't care. I would like to remind you all that I said all of this was going to happen. That there is no way that you can have a mass deportation operation, even if you were only going after undocumented people, which would still be wrong and still we shouldn't be doing, but even if you were only going after undocumented people, that you would need to build concentration camps. You would need to have the military patrolling the streets. You would need to harass citizens and residents and just do a whole bunch of just evil shit. Evil shit like this, you know, stuff that should be crimes. I mean, honestly, stuff that are crimes. Plague of Judea. Retarded and gay? Yeah, exactly, just like you. I'm based in gay.
Concern over a full-body restraint device allegedly being used in ICE deportations. The full-body restraint device is called the RAP. The company that made a modified version of the device for ICE says it allows for people to be restrained during flights and long bus trips. However, lawsuits filed compare incorrect usage of the RAP to punishment and even torture. The company says that is not the case.
Resorting to medieval times type of torture. This picture is from the 13th century.
Like, this is objectively evil. People can die from this. There's like, we don't use these for a reason. It's not that we don't have the ability to do it safely. It's not that no one thought of it before. We don't use these for a reason. They literally have to ask their daddy Trump to allow them because it's legal. Well, like, beyond that, it's not just like, they don't have to ask. ICE has the right to do pretty much whatever they want to do now. They can break down your door into your house with no warrant and then shoot you. Like, they just can do that. At some point, you just have to cast off all the fear and stick to your guns. If I get banned, I get banned. I'm not gonna dim, like, my will to fight one bit. Exactly. And that's what I've been saying. I got banned for 30 days for accurately reporting the news. So, like, it's gonna happen again eventually, which, by the way, is why you should go and follow me on YouTube and join the Discord if you're not already following me on several platforms. Eventually, we're gonna get deplatformed, and we're gonna have to find a new way to go about doing this, but I'm not shutting the fuck up. They will shut me up by force and nothing less. Blood circulation alone, never mind, this is absurd, I don't even know where to start. Oh no, absolutely. Like, this is not only inhumane, not only cruel, not only likely illegal, but not useful. We don't do this for a reason.
A modified version of the device for ICE says it allows for people to be restrained during flights and long bus trips. However, lawsuits filed compare incorrect usage of the RAP to punishment and even torture. The company says that is not the case.
Resorting to medieval times type of torture. This picture is from the 13th century. This is the human RAP is a new take on medieval century torture. Understand how cooked we are when the images coming out literally look like Nazi Germany or any other genocide recorded in human history. And they even drew a face on this guy. Like, this is a joke. This is a joke. It's all a joke. It's all just a fun Hunger Games type of game for these people. I want to say I'm surprised, but I'm not.
It is, without a doubt, disgusting, useless, and evil in so many ways that we're just doing this to people. We're doing this to people for fun, mind you. Like, they enjoy doing this. It's not because, I don't know, we're not able to arrest people and keep them, like, stable while we transport them. No, it's because it's shameful. It's because it's humiliating. It's degrading. We enjoy doing this to people because they're fucking evil. It's a trash way of detaining people. Wait, what just happened? Nothing just happened.
We're so cooked.
I made you a mod if you were asking about that, Chub Shobi. I make everybody a mod in my chats that is based in, like, a regular, like, chatter. Knowing some of the people I've known, I agree, I'm not surprised, but, like, that's horrifying? Absolutely. By the way, like, this is what ICE agents are like in real life. Like, when they're not out on the streets with their masks and their guns. This is how they act when it's just them. Historically, this has always been the case. There's reports of, like, U.S. soldiers back in World War II talking about just how cowardly and weak the Nazis were. What are ICE agent qualifications? Nothing. I don't even think you need a GED anymore. I think you just need to be pro-Trump as of the most recent changes.
The guy in the white shirt. That's the colonel. Colonel, don't mean shit to me. Okay, well, I'm federal.
It's not just sick or loser shit, Arberlin. It's demonic. It's degenerate in, like, the derogatory way, not the base way.
Okay. I'm trying to get home. I got my boys with me. Who do you work for? DHS. Do you have your ID with you? No, I don't. Okay. But if I called them, they'd verify that you're a 100%, bro. Okay. You don't have any type of credentials or anything that say you're DHS?
Not on me, no.
Okay. All right.
I only bring my weapon with me if I'm.
Okay. But you don't have any weapons on you right now?
No, I don't.
Okay. So what I want to do, I want to talk to you away from the kids. So I'm going to ask you to step out of the car, and we're going to walk back to the back of your car, okay?
Are you fucking serious right now?
Yes, sir, I am.
If you talk like that to any ICE agent and you're not that guy, like you're not white and ICE agent and look like that, you would get beat the shit out of so quickly.
You know what? Call my supervisor.
Okay. Do you want to do the exercises or no?
I'll do it. But you know what? What's homeboy doing down there? You know, guys, come on.
Make sure we all sit because when it's out of the water, you don't want to get hit. You don't want you to get hit. That's why I'm trying to do the exercise. That way we can move on.
Are you Haitian?
That's nothing to do with my wrist, buddy.
My question was,
are you Haitian? Like, what are you gonna do? Push him into traffic?
You Haitian?
Probably. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where he's from. Okay. Look, man, I really need you to do the exercise. If you don't do it, then I'm going to say that you're refusing to do the exercise. I get it. You need a minute. I gave you a few minutes, okay? But
let me talk to your supervisor.
Not right now, sir.
Yeah.
If you're a cop, whatever.
Yeah, I'm fucking law enforcement,
okay, dude. Then stop talking and sit in the back of the car and stop. Stop this.
Come on, let's go.
Stop this.
What about my kids?
We're gonna take care of it.
No,
but
I'm
first
not going in there. Let me talk to your supervisor.
Again, you can talk to him in a second.
Nope. Not going in there without my supervisor.
Okay, let's go to the other side. Come here. Come on, man. Don't pull against me. Let's go over
I'm not moving.
Shit's wild.
Bro.
Like, these are the ICE agents.
Lane.
Okay, I'm gonna...
Hey, come on, buddy. We're not doing this. Come on. Let's go.
So you guys are fucking shut.
Come on. Put your feet in.
Stand up.
Stand up. Come on.
Stand up. Put your feet in it.
No.
Man, don't be a kid. Come on.
Stop.
Where are my kids?
Don't be a kid is so accurate.
What? Put your feet in. Put your feet in. You don't want to make this worse already. Come on. Come on, man. Let's go.
You gotta sit in the car, man.
You're going to jail for DUI, which is a misdemeanor. If you don't cooperate, you go to jail for resisting. You don't want to make it worse.
Come on. Put your feet in, buddy.
All right, your kids will be fine. This will pass.
Listen to me.
No, sir, not on the side of the road.
Come on. Let's go, man.
We gotta sit down, Scott.
God damn you guys. The guy in the white shirt.
God damn you guys, I can't believe I'm not even allowed to drive drunk as a cop anymore. You can do it, little buddy. Yeah, like, again, going back to the famous tweet that I will never be able to get out of my head, everybody in America is 12 years old now. Everybody is just 12 years old. That's as far as we get with, I don't know, any kind of mental capacity. Good morning, Jarko. Good to see you. Every time. Every time. Because they're all like this. Every single one of them. They're all like this. And, like, just so you really understand, of course they're going after brown people. Like, they do not care about undocumented immigrants. Here's Trump talking about this shit now. Arrest the Gestapo or the cops Antifa now? They would be in that case, yes. Here's Trump talking about how Stephen Miller feels. And remember, Stephen Miller is the one who's responsible for planning these domestic ICE raids, this domestic militarization. It's his job.
I didn't get elected. I did get elected for crime, but I didn't get elected for what we're doing. This is many, many steps above it. I want to thank Stephen Miller, who's right back in the audience right there. I'd love to have him. I love watching him on television. I'd love to have him come up and explain his true feelings, but maybe not his truest feelings. That might be going a little bit too far.
Like, even Trump is like, yeah, maybe not his truest feelings. That might be going a little bit too far. Stephen Miller, like, expressing his truest feelings, just starts speaking German, shouting. They pay me to be racist, but it turns out I will just be racist for the love of the game. That's most of them, yeah. You see that video about Stephen Miller recently? Which one? I don't know. But just to prove that, yes, like, they really just hate brown people, and that's what all of this is about. And, yeah, no, Stephen Miller's true feelings would be pretty fucking crystal clear.
Yes, immigrant. All right, so you're making this more complicated than you want to.
This is a U.S. citizen getting detained.
I can do that. You can do what? Will you touch me? I'm sitting too. Look.
Don't you love how, like, they're not only arresting and detaining U.S. citizens, but they're specifically going after people working? You know, building houses, for example. One of the things that lots of Americans
I'll show my papers.
are fucking furious about. The housing crisis. You know how you fix the housing crisis? Or one of the things that you do to fix the housing crisis? You build more houses. I don't know how arresting the people building the fucking houses helps with that. Well, it doesn't, obviously. Like, that's the whole point. The one where he talked about torture being good, that he doesn't want to pick up his trash because we pay people for it. No, I haven't seen that recent one, but I have seen him say basically all of that back when he was 17 in talking about torturing like Iraqis during the Iraq War. I've played that one on stream as well. With all of the extra funding ICE has now, ICE has a quota to achieve. They've had a quota since the beginning. Their quota is 1 million people per year. And so far, I think they're about like 600,000, something like that. By the way, this is a 15-year-old U.S. citizen with autism that was kidnapped by ICE and held incommunicado for hours. We still, he still hasn't been released. They know where he is. But I haven't seen anything more on this yet. 15-year-old U.S. citizen with autism just picked up off the street. Meanwhile, they call us agitators, and this is the right-wingers that show up at protest sites.
Say it to me. Use your free speech. Say what you want to say.
Saying get your fucking camera out of my face.
Oh yeah, the horror stories ain't gonna stop anytime soon.
You had a lot to say just before.
Is this the kid where ICE claimed the kid had a gun and the Boston PD said, yeah, it's a fucking lie? No, this one was Chicago, but yeah. Police making arrests under the motivation of a quota is fucking disgusting. Well, the quota isn't really the motivation. It's just everyone that joins ICE is a Nazi, and that's the justification and the motivation. Oh, it's all crocodile tears from them. They're never consistent. Oh, of course not. Ever. They don't believe anything.
Not to you, you dumb fuck.
What's your name?
Why don't you get your fucking camera out of my face?
Get your face out of my face. You still a virgin, sir?
I will check in with the protests in a hot minute.
Sorry to hear that.
But I did want to really just get the vibe down of where we're at as a country before we jump to that. For example, these two stories here. Actually, more than just these two. We got a few that are going to be pretty relevant in how people view what's going on and what ends up happening. So let me pull up these stories. We'll take a look at these, and then we will check in with the protests live and see how they're doing with that. Me just looking into that courthouse stuff, it is so obvious psyop shit. The protesters that tried to put out the fire. Yeah, exactly. I'm telling you, it was the Proud Boys or the Oath Keepers that set those fires, and this is their ongoing strategy that they've been employing for years now. 50K signing bonus is an incentive. That's true. The 50K signing bonus plus they'll reduce 40% of your student loans or something. I've said before, go get a couple of your leftist friends, get organized, make sure that you have the necessary physical characteristics, and go infiltrate ICE. Go get your bag, get the money that they stole from you, and then leak information, be shit at your job. Do they know themselves Nazi, or do they dispute this? Well, Raskolnikov, let me ask you, do you think that the people who post stuff like this know that they're Nazis, or not? I love Hitler. Leaked messages expose young Republicans' racist chat. By the way, young Republicans is 18 to 40 years old and included significant, important political leaders on the right. Talking about, gas chambers, how much they love Hitler, hating the Jews, how rape is epic. Do you think that these people know that they're Nazis? How about the congressman who had this on his wall in his office, the optical illusion swastika. Do you think that they know that they're Nazis? It's a great idea. Pretend to be ICE just for the bag. Well, not for the bag. That's not the point. The point of the bag is a bonus. The point of pretending to be ICE is to make them worse at their job. to generally leak information and sabotage their goals. Don't infiltrate ICE. Don't do it badly. Don't do it alone. If you're going to do it with a intelligent, organized group, then yes, do it. You just got to be smart about how you do it. Yeah, you un-American terrorists, MAGA bitches, fuck off. Every last one of them. Again, don't sign up on your own. You got to make sure that you have a group. See, the thing is, ICE is a cult, and cults are weird because you can know something is a cult and try and infiltrate it and still become a cultist. You've seen this with other cults where there have been people who have PhDs in studying cults who've tried to infiltrate cults by themselves and then became cultists. You need constant, consistent outside information, access to the outside world. You also it's an operation, you don't just do that without some necessary skill sets. And obviously by doing so, you're risking quite a lot. You're risking your safety, your freedom, your family. Think about that. But it is useful. There are people in ICE that do leak information, and it does come in handy, of course. Beyond that, I don't know, but you're definitely allowed to hate people for whatever reason you want. Be it skin color, diet, or music preferences. No. See, the thing is, you're allowed to, sure, but hating somebody for their skin color makes you a racist and a bad person. You're allowed to be a bad person. You're not allowed to be a Nazi. I don't care about the random, right-winger who doesn't like black people because he thinks that they're gonna fuck his white daughter. That dude's a piece of shit. I don't care about him. Nazis should not be allowed to exist. They are a threat to everybody. They're a threat to democracy. You can't allow Nazis to exist. What if that ICE agent that fell while running is an Antifa plant? No, am I kidding? That was the out-of-shape Nazi. Yeah, trust me, the plants, they're not going on the raids. They're more indoors. The best Faraday bag I ever made with obscured sourcing was out of a Starbucks coffee traveler. That's fucking sick. Axiomatic truth of adult life. If you don't have a life outside your job, you will become your job. That's also true. Lots of things are legal and not socially acceptable, and your communities will reject you. Remember that the Holocaust was legal and the Underground Railroad was not. So, be aware that the law doesn't always indicate what is correct. Slavery was legal. Freeing the slaves, helping a slave escape, that was not. Right now, you have to understand, we're at the point of the Anne Frank times. There are people hiding in their neighbors' houses because of ICE raids. Right now, we're already at the Anne Frank stage. There are laws against hate crimes other than, that you can hate. Exactly, the laws against hate crimes do exist. They're weak and shittily designed, but still. For sure, you can be a Nazi all day long? No, you can't. Nazis should not be legally allowed. There is no such instance where a Nazi existing is good and or, should be seen as reasonable. All Nazis should not exist, should be removed. Their ideology should be root and stem removed from the world because they are evil. It's demonic. We fought a world war over this, and this used to not be this belief that I am saying right now was not something that people argued about 10 years ago. It was not something that was questioned. Being a Nazi makes you subhuman. Allowing anti-democratic groups and parties in a democracy is not conducive to democracy. You have to be intolerant of intolerance. That's the paradox of tolerance. The Nazis should be banned. They should be arrested. All of their leaders should be put on trial. They should be put in prison forever. Their media environment should be dismantled. Their corporation should be dismantled and then redistributed. And all of their rights should be taken away. You've chosen a group, Nazis, that I don't think should exist. Yes, do you think we should maybe round them up and put them in camps? Yes, I do. I actually think that every accusation from a Nazi is a confession, and that has been proven. I've yet to see any example of that where it's wrong. And if you accept that every accusation from a Nazi is a confession, if you work within that framework, the only logical conclusion is the only correct way to deal with a Nazi is to do unto them, specifically unto them and no one else, what they want to do unto others. That is the only correct way to deal with a Nazi. We see this historically. In 1946, we polled post-Nazi Germany, like American-occupied post-Nazi Germany, and we asked the question, how many of these people thought the Nuremberg trials were unfair? The Nuremberg trials where we put the Nazis on trial and we executed 11 of them. We asked how many thought it was unfair, and that was 6% in 1946. We came back in 1950, 4 years later, we asked the same questions, and that number had risen from 6% to 1 in 3. Every accusation is a confession, therefore the woke mind virus is the Nazi zombie virus. It spreads. It is a social contagion. Within 4 years, we went from 6% to 1 in 3, 33%. That is a very, very large increase. We saw this same issue when it occurred in America post-Reconstruction after the Civil War. Remember, American, white supremacy inspired and is the reason why a lot of Nazi policies were developed. They got their ideas from us. And following Reconstruction, we also did not go anywhere near far enough. And then that mentality continued to spread and it took hold and it became like a consistent ideology, a theme that would continue to go on for decades and decades and decades after. They're the reason why World War II veterans have expressed regret for coming back. That's a failure beyond belief. If it doesn't snap someone back to reality, nobody will. Like, being a Nazi, being a universally, is considered bad, universally. This was not something that was debatable all that long ago. I forgot the YouTuber bit, but there's a good video called the Fantasies of Nuremberg. It's a good video. Do you think that we should put this evil group in mass gassing chambers and kill them? No, I don't believe in that. I think we should put them in trials and arrest them and try them and then put them in prison forever. I personally think that a lot of the ones that can be saved will be saved well before that. You see that right now. A lot of the right-wingers, a lot of the people who voted for Trump that aren't Nazis are already showing up to these protests. They are switching sides. The only people remaining loyal to Trump are people like this.
The institution of slavery is not inherently evil. I know. Some of you guys are upset by that. Some of you guys are saying, I've been saying that for years. Okay, I'll take it a step further. It is not inherently evil to own another human being.
These are the only people left. This, by the way, is Pete Hegseth's pastor.
Talk through this because it is very important that every Christian affirm what I just said. And not only should they affirm it, every Christian...
This is literally anti-Christian. Christ was against slavery. Christ was against rich people. Christ was against slavery. Christ was against violence against any group of people. Christ, this is a pastor. Yes, he is Pete Hegseth's pastor. It's becoming a war of decent versus the scum. Barbarism or socialism was always the choice, bulletproof bullet.
In today's society should be able to defend what I just said, okay? Every Christian should be able to defend it. Big evangelicalism has been getting this
Look, on rehabilitation, I'll give you a point on this, because it is not, generally it's not possible. Because people on this side of the aisle are addicts. Their brain functions like a drug addict. It doing this, saying these things, going on their media cycles, it produces the same chemical reactions in the brain. It produces the same addiction response. The only way that you are ever going to change these people's minds is if they already want to change their mind.
For years, basically since the genesis, since the advent of Big Eva. They haven't had a good answer for the slavery issue. All right, Christians in America have been led astray on this topic. They've been led to believe things that the Bible doesn't teach. And when we go beyond the Bible, there are dire consequences. The institution of slavery is
Like, the road to radicalization plays a massive role in what de-radicalization can look like. And you have to understand, like, the amount of time it takes for someone to get to that point to begin with, the amount of outside influences that are affecting that person to begin with, that you have to not only undo, convince them the alternative of, but then they also have to, like, accept that. He gave up halfway through the sentence. This man is too much of a coward to say that modern Christians should be able to defend slavery. It's okay, there's plenty of other pastors that are saying that.
Dangerous idea that many people have in the war against fascism, that they, through good conversation and being nice, can de-radicalize people. But to understand why this doesn't work also requires you to understand what the road to radicalization looks like and how many steps down the path you have to be to show up at a far-right rally. If you can imagine with me how much it would take to get me or you to get up, leave our house, and go to a political rally for an issue that we didn't really care about already. How much time and how deeply down the path of learning about that issue and being around that content and that community it would take for me to go and show up or you to go and show up at a rally. All right, so hold that in your head. And then imagine if when we show up at that rally, we see a bunch of far-right dudes, like tatted up neo-Nazis, and then we decide not to leave. Think about how many steps, how much time, how much information you've absorbed in that environment to become that motivated to not only get out of your house, get off the digital spectrum, go into the physical world.
Like, you understand why it's very, very difficult to de-radicalize somebody. I'm not sure Jesus said much about slavery, not anything like an exact quote saying don't own slaves. Go read the Bible. Jesus was a brown man who was arrested by the state and killed by its enforcers, the police, for advocating for the rights of the poor, minorities, like immigrants, and for the abolition of private property. Jesus literally said, sell all of your shit and give it to the poor. So that includes slaves. That's a possession. Sell all of your shit, give it to the poor, means you shouldn't own things like people. You shouldn't own property that exploits people. Jesus is actually like the original communist. The closest this planet ever got to communism was immediately following the death of Jesus, because his disciples actually tried to follow what, like, his beliefs were. Yeah, camels and needles and stuff. Yeah, exactly. Meanwhile, like, the Antichrist government of the United States is not only stealing your money, but using money to attack left-leaning groups, the people who are far more pro-Christ than them. I'm an atheist, and I'm far more pro-Christ than these people. Again, like, Trump team plans IRS overhaul to enable pursuit of left-leaning groups. I warned you about this, that they were going to start using money, that they are going to start freezing bank accounts, that they're going to start putting sanctions on leftists. This is the obvious next step. Beyond that, Trump says he's looking at San Francisco for the next target of the National Guard, which is surprising. I actually did think that it would be New York, but I mean, I suppose, why not? And this is like a level of rewriting history that it doesn't happen. Like, it doesn't matter. That's not what happened. Brown Jesus was God and was tortured to death for our sins. Yeah, no, read the Bible. Read the Bible and read what Jesus said. I don't give a shit about the rest of the Bible. Read the words that Jesus said. Specifically, just what Jesus said. And you will see that I am correct.
What we're doing is nothing. Are you kidding? Nothing. They write stories. Why aren't they doing this? And we'll leave. I don't have to leave it up to them, but I choose to at this moment, at least. But there's never been anybody treated in the history of politics. You know, what we're doing is nothing.
Finally, I've heard there's a bunch of trash to pick up in San Francisco. Like, you know, these aren't just like trash pickups, though. Like, they're not just doing that. Like what they're doing is stuff like this.
Take a very good close look at your screen. The new video shows a red SUV heading south on Avenue N when it was hit by a white SUV, then went spinning out of control. In the video, you see two men in the red SUV jump out while the vehicle is still moving. Federal agents followed. From this video, you can clearly see the agents in the white SUV hit the red SUV. However, DHS says when agents tried to pull the vehicle over, instead of stopping, the driver tried to get away, slammed the agent's
like
vehicle.
They just lie openly every single time. He keeps sending guys into big liberal cities, citing problems. Then after not solving the problems, he keeps sending more guys into cities. Yeah, because the point isn't solving a problem. The point is occupation. By the way, like, they're not even trying. They're using footage from other cities and claiming that it's like Chicago.
An incompetent mayor, grossly incompetent. We have a governor that refuses to admit his problems. Everybody knows how bad it is. This open borders nightmare flooded our country.
All right, can we stop the Bible talk? Because again, I don't give two shits about the Bible unless Jesus said the words himself. When they lie like that, do you think they know that they are lying and trying to lie? Of course they are. Of course they know what they're doing. Why wouldn't they? What would give you the indication that they weren't doing it on purpose?
With fentanyl and with people that shouldn't be here, some of the worst people on earth, and illicit
drugs. Like, remember, this is the Propo video they put out after they raided a fucking, apartment building and dragged children outside naked and zip-tied them and then separated them from their families. So, why would they not be lying? Does this include the conversation Jesus and I had last night? Yeah, I'm not sure about that. What's up, Shufa Poofer? Good to see you.
And the people of Chicago are walking around with MAGA hats. You have women, beautiful black women, walking around with MAGA hats. Please let the president in, and we don't care how he does it. They're not interested in National Guard or...
This is Chicago right now. I gotta say, I'm not seeing very many MAGA hats. Some of the worst people on earth shows the arrest of a guy working construction. Of course, yep. They cover this as if the driver has done something wrong, journalistic malpractice. Absolutely.
Are you ready to fight fascism? Are you prepared to destroy authoritarianism once and for all?
But of course, this is the Hate America Hamas protests, I guess, you know? Again, they call this a war zone, and then do this themselves.
Police! Hands up! Hands up! Hands up! Hands up! Manos arriba!
Which, by the way, this is one of the nicest encounters I've ever seen with these people. Almost certainly this guy right here and that guy are almost certainly local police that have been deputized. So, you know, there's that.
Hands up! Hands up! Manos arriba! Manos arriba! Venga aquí! Venga aquí! Sal pa fuera con las manos arriba! Salga pa fuera! No te muevas! Manos arriba! Sal pa fuera! Sal pa fuera!
Just got back from my small Libby protest, but it was huge. Based. More young people this time, huge comparative to last time. This is supposed to be the largest protest in U.S. history. Were there still quite a lot of, seniors around?
Voltease! Voltease!
Yeah, it's because it was likely, local police. If you look at their kit, they don't look like your average DHS, and they don't look like your average ICE. Still, good shit, Cooper. Good to hear. And remember, by the way, this is no warrant. They just don't need a warrant. And this is a good, example. This is them not being evil. But then again, they just openly lie.
And what happened in Portland a few nights ago, and it's recorded by Oregon Public Broadcasting, was that they staged a fake riot. They marched peaceful protesters 3 blocks and then had a line across the road. They had professional videographers behind them, and then they threw down pepper balls, flashbangs, which sound like gunfire going off, and tear gas. And of course, when you put tear gas, everybody moves, and it looks like you have some kind of...
You know what's fucked up about tear gas that we don't talk about enough? Using tear gas in a war is a war crime. It is chemical weapons. Using tear gas on your own citizens for, like, law enforcement, not a crime. It's chemical weapons. You know, like, the tear gas they use, the CS and the CN gas, is toxic, right? They've also been using CN gas more than CS gas, which is more toxic. Also, exposure to tear gas can make you infertile. So, the fact that they've been deploying this gas near schools, for example, where children have been affected, in fact, like, that has been documented. They had to move a staging area because of that. All of those, like, families should be suing these people. Glad your neck is feeling better, by the way. It's not Devil's Advocate Productions. I'm just on a decent amount of painkillers. Oh, that was a nice crack, though. I am not doing great. I'm in pain, like, full body. I think I might have, like, some allergies. The weather, like, flipped entirely, so, like, my eyes have been watering. It's not fun. That remains in the water supply. It can, yeah. Yeah, they deploy it on residential streets. People who aren't involved get hit. Absolutely, yeah. Like, and they deploy it specifically. Like, they've gassed the police. They gassed the media. And again, like, this could result in infertility. Thank you, Devil's Advocate Productions. Sterilization is a bonus for the fascists, I guess. Well, like, you would think so, but then again, like, we have shit like this happening this week.
Totally fake. This is the first time I know of, at least in my lifetime, that the federal government has faked a riot in order to try to justify, if you will, the Insurrection Act being invoked. And what happened?
Turns out this gas is toxic to humans. Maybe we shouldn't use it near humans. Yeah, absolutely. Look, on the issue of, like, maybe infertility is what they want, I don't know.
The average teenager in this country has 50% of the sperm count, 50% of the
Has war ever been conducted without soldiers who were trying to kill each other, breaking the rules? Yes. And, like, the rules were only made after World War II. But, like, yes, you can easily fight a war without committing war crimes. War crimes are what you do when you're a pussy and you lose. And you just can't win otherwise.
Testosterone is a 65-year-old man. Our girls are hitting puberty 6 years earlier. And that's bad, but also our parents aren't having children. Parents who want to have children do not have access. I have 7 children. I feel that God has blessed me with that. And
when you deploy the gas, Shufu Poofer, you can't really aim it, and there are right-wingers in the crowd, too.
I can't imagine how different my life would be if I did not have that.
The testosterone thing is annoying. Eat better, exercise, problem solved. That's not the point. Like, this is getting, like, real Gilead up in here. But, like, again, red meat is bad for your sperm production. But so, like, if you're low in testosterone and you're not producing enough sperm as, like, a man their age, stop eating red meat. That will help. It's easy to kill other soldiers from the other team without breaking the rules. Gotcha, definitely. What do you think the rules are, Raskolnikov? Like, what do you think the rules of war are? Where do you think, like, they were made? Who do you think came up with them? They were made after a war, after we decided, hey, we shouldn't do those things in the war. We should do other things. You can absolutely fight a war without committing war crimes. Jesus Christ.
But many families, as Senator Britt alluded, do not have the ability to have children. But it turns out that it's about 1 in 3 families, a much higher number, that don't have the number of babies they desire. They're under-babied.
Under-babied, huh?
This president committed to address that during the campaign, and he is delivering on that today in a way I don't think...
Remember, like, if they gave a shit about fertility, they would be, I don't know, funding IVF? They don't care about fertility. They are taking away the ability for young people to not get pregnant because they want to force young people to have babies. Mehmet Oz, failed congressman. Mehmet Oz was a real doctor once upon a time. That's the bigger transition that shocks me, Sundry Clown Car. Mehmet Oz was a real doctor. The man performed surgery on people that I know. I've met him. I went trick-or-treating at his house when I was a kid. Dude used to be a real doctor. His brain just turned into utter goop over the years. war crimes are pretty unenforceable in the current world order. Oh, well, like, in the current world order, yeah, Shuva that's because no one cares about, like, I don't know, international law anymore. But a decade ago, like, yeah, no. Think about, like, the Bosnian genocide. America bombed the shit out of Serbia for committing war crimes during the Bosnian genocide. That was us putting enforceable consequences on them. No, I truly believe that Americans are very babied. Oh, no, like, Americans are incredibly babied. Incredibly so. War is pointless anyway, so it just shows how desperate and incompetent they are. Well, war is not always pointless. Like, Ukraine's war isn't pointless. They're defending their country. Yeah, I agree. When your job is to kill soldiers from another country, it's easy to do while following the rules of killing other soldiers. Definitely. Yes. Like, the fact that you disagree with that shows just how little you understand of the subject. Go look up the rules, like the rules of engagement in a war. The fact that those exist, by the way, aren't to, like, limit your ability to kill the enemy. That's not why they exist. That's not why it's a war crime to mustard gas, I don't know, like a trench. That's not why. It's not, oh, well, you know, you're too OP, we gotta nerf you. It's because it ends badly for everybody.
Legal citizen. He's a resident. He's a resident. He's a resident.
But, like, I love how you took the entire point away to begin with. The point that I was making was these terrorists deploying tear gas domestically is not considered a war crime or crime when deploying tear gas in a military conflict would be. If American Marines landed on the shores of Venezuela and then launched tear gas, that would be a war crime that would get media coverage. All of these countries, America, the UK, Australia, France, Germany, they keep using tear gas, and nobody talks about it as if it's a crime, let alone a war crime, which it is a war crime. Again, like, the fact that we even have the, like, idea that this is a war crime is because Canada did all of the fucking war crimes in World War fucking 1 and 2 and will still continue to do them. They call it the Geneva Suggestion. That's why no one fucks with Canada. We have these laws all around the world because the last time people stopped giving a shit about fighting a war, I don't know, humanely, it tore the entire world apart. Like, genuinely tore the entire fucking world apart. It was horrific. Go look at, like, what the Japanese did during World War II. Shit was horrific. Go look at what we did during World War II. Shit was also horrific. To be fair, we kept committing war crimes anyway. Like, we've just been. We committed war crimes in Vietnam, in Iraq. Remember, we killed 700,000 Iraqis in Iraq. So, you know, not like we're necessarily good in any way. We're just technically supposed to be. Hold on, I'm getting a few more things up and ready. I have something very, very funny to show you all first, but then we're going to take a look at the protests across the country as they keep coming in, and then we'll take a look at the live feeds after. But there is a lot of people out on the street. I'm actually quite happy to see this. Holy shit, I didn't realize I opened so many. Okay, starting off with. Didn't watch the video of the pastor getting shot in the face by ice by pepper balls. He was doing a prayer. Yeah, actually, I covered that as well on my stream. For sure, there are certain ways you can't kill people in a war, like how you gonna do police war crimes, who's gonna arrest you? What do you... Wait, you've not seen the pastor getting shot? Alright, fine, I guess we gotta do that one first. Pastor gets shot in the face by ice. Let's see that one first. Here it is. And again, like, I'm not talking war crimes, but crimes. These are crimes. So, you guys ready for the funniest video that I've seen in a very, very long time?
Obviously, there are investment projects happening in Indonesia. First off, have you heard from the president? Has he called you?
Maybe he was praying to get shot. What a bunch of fucking loser-ass soldier pussies. They are losers and pussies, but you just made the same joke the Department of Homeland Security made. So, you know.
Happening in Indonesia. First off, have you heard from the president? Has he called you?
No, not about that, but I'm glad he acknowledges that I'm a good boy. I am a good boy.
Obviously, there are
This is
projects
real.
happening in
Like,
Indonesia.
actual.
First off, have you heard from the president? Has he called you?
No, not about that, but I'm glad he acknowledges that I'm a good boy. I am a good boy.
I'm glad he acknowledges I'm a good boy. I am a good boy. Like, it's just all 12-year-olds. Every single one of them, that's all they have. That's their full capacity of their, like, ability to think. Let's not undervalue being a good boy now. Look, if that's all it takes, if all of the right-wingers and the Nazis and all of them will just go home and stop doing evil shit, if they get a pat on the head and get called a good boy, I will take one for the team. I will go and pat all of them on the head and call them a good boy if they stop doing this stuff. My dog is a good boy and Eric Trump is not a good boy. I agree. Eric Trump is a coke fiend, but, you know, beyond that. Now, after that incredibly funny clip, I'm going to show you something that's damaging to morale.
Videos?
Sir, we're
Oh
seeing
my
that
God.
kind of
We're
law
not going to make
enforcement and
it.
state
We're
law
not going to
enforcement.
make it. We're not going to make it. These are the things that your parents who have no capacity to understand AI from like real videos are watching all over Facebook. I do not know how we are going to regulate this. I think if I was in charge, obviously this administration would never do that, but one of the things that I would do is make it so that it's illegal to post an AI video without declaring it AI. There needs to be a
To be fair, I just think this technology should also be illegal, just like that person. But the fact that they are making AI slop fake protest footage, fake riot footage, is not a good sign for us. Yeah. For however many years Trump has been in office so far, I haven't heard a single manly thing being said. Actually depressing. True. Trump is also the gayest president we've ever had. Remember, this is the guy who was talking about Arnold Palmer's cock in the showers. Banning AI from public use has become untenable, but it's what I would prefer. It's almost impossible now. It would crash the global economy. And not just like public use, like I don't care about AI for public use at this point. Like I just don't think we should allow generative video AI of this level to the public. Like it just should be illegal. Sure, the right can be lame nerd good boys, and we on the left are sick cool bad boys. No, y'all are sick cunts. We gotta up the language. In Australia, you would be called a sick cunt, which is a good thing. The word cunt can be interchangeably used. You know, if you're a mad cunt, that's a good thing. A sick cunt is a good thing. A shit cunt is a bad thing. I have a simple ass idea before Hassan ever said that. Make a law signing that all AI should have a government watermark and teach our elderly the difference. I mean, true. I also think that it should just be illegal to openly, knowingly, publicly lie to the public as a media official. But, you know, should we fight AI with AI, then get them afraid of AI vids so they'll agree on banning them? No, it's not worth it to try. It won't work, and they won't ban it anyway. There's no getting rid of AI. The better way to go about it is to understand how it will affect the world and to prepare yourself for it. It's going to be difficult to police AI videos. Do you think that's even possible? I think it's possible if you do it through the actual companies manufacturing them. Like, not once they've already been created. The limitation should be placed on the ability to create them and the availability of the technology. Otherwise, no, it's not possible. AI should be illegal, thank you. In its current form, yeah, absolutely. Like, I think that you could have generative AI, or even just like AI in general, in a positive manner. You just can't have it for profit. Like, the profit motive is what makes it bad in every possible way. And again, like, currently, it's being used by people who want to bring harm to the world. Make it a rule to post a disclaimer before every AI vid. Do you think that matters? Like, cigarette packages have had smoking kills on it forever. People still smoke. You could put like a disclaimer of like a, don't try this at home, like they did before, like a Jackass movie. Kids still try it at home. You could say this is AI and this is fake in the first couple seconds of a video, and then someone will cut that bit off and then pretend that it's not. AI is here to stay forever. Like, we need to do what I said before. AI is going to be a part of humanity from here on out. Like, I agree. Like, it's not... It's kind of like guns. Like, I would prefer we have no guns. It's not possible to do that now. So now I think everyone should have a gun and should learn how to use it. It's not possible to get rid of AI now, so you should be aware of how it works, how to use it, and how to protect yourself from it. It's trained on stolen work without consent or compensation. Absolutely. And that is what the current economy is built off of, is theft and grift. Never open Pandora's box. Jesus fucking Christ. Well, too late. We did. The best tools we have are AI video detectors made of AI, and I'm serious. Oh, no, absolutely. There is, at the same time, in every context, like whether we're talking about AI or we're talking about drones or like hackers or whatnot, there is always somebody working on a counter. And a lot of the AI detection tools also do use AI. Fighting AI with AI, I took to mean something different by like creating AI videos that they don't like so that they ban them. That won't work. But yes, using AI to detect AI would work. Simple, a government watermark. I say never buy anything that's AI, period. The government watermark would be good. Also, yeah, don't pay for AI. Don't use any enterprise AI, in fact. Like, don't use ChatGPT, don't use DeepSeek or Claude. If you really want to use AI, go run a local one on your computer. Like, you can do that ethically. You can build your own. You can set its rule set. You can make it so it's not spying on you. It's not, constantly scraping information. I don't think that, like, for most people it's particularly useful. But if you want to use AI, I don't care. Just use local AI. Don't use the enterprise ones. They're better, they're less risky, and they're not putting you on secret lists like fucking the enterprise ones are. Do you think it should be a war crime to use AI to kill soldiers on the other side better? No, I don't think so. And we're already doing that anyway. Like, across the board. What I do think should be a crime is, being MAGA, however. Again, like, back to the main topic at hand.
Okay, so here
These are the people who are claiming that they love America and that they are the peaceful, law-abiding citizens, that they're not Nazis, that they're not evil. Halloween decorations of concentration camps with what looks to be children they want to feed to the alligators. Don't buy anything AI, no art, no music. There's no such thing as AI art. AI music is a way to hack you. Like, it's often filled with malware. I didn't know we had AI movies yet, but like, yeah, fuck that. Remember, like, if you really need to know what my view on the current use of generative AI is, you could look at Miyazaki's take on AI. Yes, round MAGA and Nazis up and put them in the work camps and require them to wear identification in public? Bad people? You think that I want these people allowed in public? No.
毎朝この頃会わないけど身体障害の友人がいるんですよ。そのハイタッチするんだけども大変なんです。彼の筋肉がこわばってる手と僕の手でこうハイタッチする。でその彼のことを思い出してね、僕はこれ面白いと思って見ることできないですよ。これを作る人たちは痛みとかそういうものについてね、何も考えないでやってるでしょ。極めて不愉快ですよね。そんなに気持ち悪いものをやりたいなら勝手にやってればいいだけで、僕はこれを自分たちの仕事をつなげたいとは全然思いません。極めて何か生命に対する
I strongly feel that this is an insult to life itself. You're giving Russian Fed right now? Oh, I 100% Shufa Boofer.
侮辱を感じます。
これでもほとんど実験なので。
それは分かってます。
Beyond that, let us be three. The ruins of the data centers will remind us of the tragic mistake. This kind of stuff makes me think about Game of Thrones quite a bit. Like if you've read the series A Song of Ice and Fire, you'll know that fundamentally it's a story that is a metaphor for climate change. And we don't know how the books are going to end, but we know how the books are going to end. It's not going to be happy because the fundamental premise of the series is there is the existential threat that is slowly growing, that is coming, that is going to envelop the entire world and kill all of humanity. Meanwhile, all of the people in the realm are bickering about nonsense, about politics, who wants to sit in the big chair, who gets to be in charge. And what will be left are the ruins of their castles that they were so focused on taking, holding, and building these castles instead of worrying about the existential threat that they all knew was coming. And that's what makes me that's what it makes me think about, really, quite a bit. Are you really worried about AI? How do you think it will personally affect you? It will in a lot of ways. For one, it's used in the surveillance state. Like I've talked about Larry Ellison, the implementation of AI in all of the security cameras and every environment where you can't go outside anymore without your location being directly tracked from start to finish, where you have no privacy, where it's being used to monitor you. The fact that Cyberwell, which is an Israeli company, is using AI in every American social media platform, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, to find what they consider is anti-Semitism and to delete it. Like, there is a control here. This is a apparatus of silencing dissent and control. Is privacy important to you? Like, do you value not being seen? Is privacy not important to you? It should be. Privacy is a fundamental human right, and anonymity is important to me. I am a political dissident. The United States government hates me and hates what I say. They want to hurt me. The Russian government hates me and hates what I say. They want to hurt me. The Israeli government hates me and hates what I say. They want to hurt me. The Turkish government hates me and hates what I say. Like there are Nazis in my state that hate me and hate what I say, that want to hurt me. Yes, of course privacy is important to me. Would you, like, if your social security number, your ID, and your address was leaked onto the internet tomorrow because, I don't know, you signed into Twitch and then Twitch got hacked and a data leak put out all that information, would you not be upset by that? I do not orient my actions on whether I am being seen or not, but I don't have people out to kill me. You have people out to rob you. If your credit card information got breached, again, like Discord, for example, the recent Discord breach that showed ID verification data, people's credit card information, and government-issued ID photos of thousands of people, like terabytes of data were stolen. All of those people now have a risk to not only like their health and safety, but also their financial security. Privacy is not important to me. Raskolnikov, which is my legal government name. Yeah, exactly. Like the idea, I already don't have money, nothing to steal. Your identity can be stolen. Someone can go commit a crime pretending to be you, and then you can go to prison. Like, you're living in a fantasy world, and honestly, like, I'm not even sure you're arguing this in good faith. You seem to be here trying to distract me. You're not succeeding, because I plan to be here and talking for quite a while today. So, I don't care if we go off topic for a little bit, but I'm having trouble believing that you actually believe what you're saying here. It doesn't add up. All right, let's take a look at some of the protests and see how they're going. Well, Philadelphia's looking good. Oh, no sound. I do love the baby Trump in the diaper. Again, big shout out to Operation Inflation. This is a fantastic idea. These are 10 out of 10 like protest gear. Again, it's useful not just for the tactical frivolity, but also the fact that it is going to protect you from facial recognition software. It's going to protect you from gait recognition, AI scanned like body shape recognition. Like there's a lot. Elden Lore Hoarder, wait, what do you mean by that? Because I wouldn't say there's people hunting me right now. I would say that if you're in this group chat, yes, there is. You are an anti-capitalist, which at the very least, like, you would fall into that category, or like anti-American or anti-Christian, the stuff we talk about in this chat under NSPM 7, which again has already led to the arrests of some people. But also, welcome, Elden Lore Hoarder. I haven't seen you in chat in a hot minute. I haven't even given you mod yet. By the way, Operation Inflation sounds like something you should not Google. No, it's actually fine. Operation Inflation is something that you should Google, and you should donate to, in fact. Operation Inflation distributes free inflatable costumes for community members to wear at ICE protest sites to help deflate, pun intended, the tensions surrounding the protests. Fantastic org. I mean, I linked it to you guys. I didn't just look it up. But, go and... Oh, see, I linked it twice on Twitch. Go and drop them some support. Now, back to Philadelphia. Suspect is described as a bipedal unicorn creature with a little balloon crown. Exactly, like it makes sense. I'm sorry you live your life believing someone is trying to kill you. I'm sorry that you're unaware of the state of the world where, yes, there are people trying to kill a lot of people. Now, like, you might be, I don't know, white and privileged, Raskolnikov, but if you are brown in America, yeah, no, there's people trying to kill you. If you are a protester, yes, they're trying to kill you. I can state that one as a fucking fact. We've talked about like how ICE pulls off people's helmets at these protests so they can hit them harder. We know that the Nazis want to kill you. They walk around with their Nazi flags, doing marches and talking about how they want to kill people. Hell, again, the Republican Party wants to kill you because Republican Party leaders were talking about putting people in gas chambers, and anyone who disagrees is going to die. I'm ready to watch people burn now. Everyone that endorsed this but then votes for us is going to the gas chamber. If this chat ever leaked, we'd be cooked. You're giving nationals too much credit and expecting a Jew to be honest. Everyone that votes no is going in a gas chamber. Yeah, no. This is the other side. You're telling me someone is trying to kill me is what you would like to inform. Well, I don't know about your personal life, so no, I'm not saying that to you. I'm just saying most people in America that are not MAGA, yes, there are people trying to kill you. Like, not maybe necessarily actively at that point in time, but yeah, passively at the very least. The government, for one, fucking is. They have talked about population control. Peter Thiel has talked about population control. Hell, Stephen Miller has said if it was up to him, there'd be 100 million people left in this country and they would all be white. This crowd in Boston, this massive fucking crowd, according to the United States government, these are all terrorists. So, like, yeah, no, they want to kill you.
Millions of people across the country marching as we speak against the policies of President Trump. This is Boston. Look at that. We'll continue to follow these rallies.
If your skin was not white, it would be in more trouble. It still could be. The fact that, like, you even agree with me on certain topics could make you a target. Again, like, being anti-MAGA under NSPM 7 could fall under wanting the overthrow of the United States government, and that would be it. Like, that would count. That would be enough. Here, let me pull up NSPM 7 one more time just so we could really see everything that goes into this. I want the list. Goddamn. They're really, really arresting people for nonsense. Here's the link for the most recent arrest of somebody under NSPM 7. Where's your actual list? Ken Klippenstein. There we go. Under the National Security Memorandum 7, the Trump administration isn't only targeting organizations, but groups and even individuals and entities whom NSPM 7 says can be identified by the following indica of violence: anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity. This means you don't like MAGA. This means you don't like capitalism. This means you don't like right-wing evangelical Christianity because they don't like Mormons. They don't like Catholics. That doesn't count. Support for the overthrow of the United States government. This is terrorism. If you agree with literally anything I've said today, you fall into that category. Extremism on migration. This is believing that migrants shouldn't be treated like animals. Extremism on race. This is saying that white people are not superior and should not be given preferential DEI treatment. Extremism is on extremism on gender. That trans people exist, deserve rights, and should not be treated like animals or killed. Hostility towards those who hold traditional views on American family. Saying that you are homophobic is now terrorism. Hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on religion. Saying that American Christians are anti-Christ is now terrorism. Hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on morality. Saying that empathy should be, I don't know, something that you engage in is now terrorism. So, you know, that's where we're at. That's the law. Remember, this ain't some, like, executive order. They don't even have to tell us that shit. They don't even have to tell us that shit. I fear Trump will invade Canada. Not yet, Ian Leal, but it's possible. It's possible. It's possible. Wait, those are the new laws. Yes. Yes, that's National Security Memorandum 7. It's not laws you have to follow, it's what they can arrest you for. It is the directive targeting anti-American ideology. If you fall into any of those categories, you are an Antifa terrorist and can and will be arrested by the state. That is the law. Again, they don't even have to tell us this. This is National Security Memorandum 7. We don't even know what number 6 is. They're arresting people over the ideas in their head now, not just actions? Yes. Yes. Like I talked, like the first article I linked, the one of the actual arrests that have already occurred in relation to these protests, even includes that. Where does it say? No Kings protest. Here we go. Yeah, the No Kings protest on Saturday is the first major test of Trump's national security directive NSPM 7, with an enhanced federal presence searching for Antifa quote terrorists and an entire intelligence apparatus looking for so-called indicators of future acts pre-crime. So yes, you can just have ideas in your head and you can't ever express them. So under that, all of these people are terrorists because this would be support for the overthrow of the U.S. government. This is no kings. You know, this is Trump can't act like a king. That's what that means. That means overthrowing the government, which is terrorism, according to NSPM 7. Here's New York City. Edit com. Thank you, Anarchist Tech Support. I need a list of all of the new commands you've made. Like, who in the US did this happen to so far? I literally linked you who it's happened to so far. So, like, yes. But also, like, have you seen any of the protests? They're just dragging American citizens, then disappearing them into, like, the ICE facilities. We've seen American citizens arrested in foreign countries for supporting, like, the protest movement, for being a terrorist organizer. There was an American citizen arrested in Canada. And again, like, the worst of this stuff you're not even seeing. This is, like, the stuff that you're seeing on Twitter, on the news, and all that is the minor stuff. The worst stuff you don't see.
You got your glasses on? I don't have glasses.
ICE just grabbing random people and processing them into jails and stuff? Well, they can't quite do it that way. For example, this is why ICE was gassing the police in Chicago. When ICE arrests somebody, they have to take them to a federal holding facility. There are not that many of them, so they often utilize local jails and prisons. But to utilize the local jails and prisons, you need the local police to be helping you. And the Chicago police were not. And so that was them like harassing the Chicago police for not helping them, which meant that they were keeping them all like overcrowded in the actual ICE facility that they were all in front of, the Broadview one. And beyond that, like a lot of them were getting sent to Seattle, or like just on the outskirts of Seattle. But remember, we're building like concentration camps in every state. ICE just hands them over to local police, essentially. If the local police are cooperating, yes. And not hands them over. Usually the local police are there with those raids. But not always. And a lot of that, like, we do still transfer people to El Salvador, for example. Like, we're not still talking about El Salvador, but we're still doing El Salvador. Honestly, it's only recent for USA compared to Germany and Britain. I can give names of people in the US. I'm not too informed on like the rest. There are people just being like scooped up and arrested. Again, like I showed several today. I showed a 15-year-old US citizen get scooped up by ICE, arrested and held for 5 hours, did nothing wrong. We know where he is. Still not freed. Still not freed.
Let me.
DC looks to be at like 200,000. Like it's looking
Millions
big.
of people across the country.
Boston, Atlanta, DC again. We're gonna check in with the live streams in just a second. Handed out over 100 DSA flyers to libs at No Kings, New York City, and I cannot put into words how eminently winnable these people are for the left. I expect a mostly positive reception, got a universal positive reception. Anyone saying that this anti-left thing is way out of touch. I agree, by the way, like this is 100% positive. Full on. That's a pussy mentality, Raskolnikov. Go to the protest and fight for your fucking democracy while you still have the right. If you stay home because you don't want to get grabbed, detained, or jailed, then other people will get grabbed, detained, and jailed. Like, that's why all of these people are out here today, is to stop this. If you're only thinking about yourself, then you're no better than like MAGA people, like genuinely. You are either a collaborator or you're resistance. That's it. There's two sides. You're with them or you're with us. You're with the Nazis, in which case you're a Nazi. Collaborators are exactly the same. Like nobody thinks about the German citizen in 1939 who was like, oh well, you know, I don't like the Nazis, but well, those radical left, they're just worse. Like, no one thinks about that guy as not a Nazi. You are a Nazi. You went with the Nazis, you supported the Nazis, you didn't fight against the Nazis, you are a Nazi. Beyond that, like, you're either in resistance or you're not. No, I'm a believer in Jesus Christ, he got me covered here. Jesus Christ would want you to protest. The guy who was willing to get crucified for his speech, yes, would want you to protest. That is the Christian thing to do. All right, we're moving on, and I'm tired of this like argument. Also, Hunter S. Thompson quote: "We thought our protests from 1963 to 1974 had no effect on the police or the government or the course of the war, but what we didn't realize is that we were turning Dick Nixon into a pathetic, paranoid alcoholic." True. All right. One more time just to show you my favorite video of the day while I pull up the live feed.
Obviously, there are investment projects happening in Indonesia. First off, have you heard from the president? Has he called you?
No, not about that, but I'm glad he acknowledges that I'm a good boy. I am a good boy.
That just will never get old. All right, let's start with the AP. So, where are we covering? This looks like New York. We got some dancing. It's gonna be copyright music, of course. Should have known with the dancing. There's a lot of people out on the streets. I'm quite glad to see it. Reject the regime. Hell yeah. Yeah, by the way, like, Jesus would have fought back. Jesus would have protested. Jesus died for his words, not for your sins. That's added in later. He died for your freedom.
Right now, T-Mobile has made a deal with Elon Musk.
Alright, what's going on this feed? Who are we looking at here? This is still New York. Okay, I guess that live feed ended. Let's see what else we got. Live feed wise. Whoa, that looks cool. Someone was dressed in a Superman costume. We'll take a look at that, and normal. Here's Chicago. That's important. I want to see Chicago because Chicago is likely where the infiltrators and like the saboteurs will try and do some violence. So we'll see. Any good boys today, Viz? Not Eric Trump, I'll tell you that much, Latina Bafune. Good to see you, though. Y'all are very familiar with Jesus and what he would want you to do? Yeah, we are. If you don't stop talking about Jesus, I'm gonna mute you. We're talking about the protest now. Alright, let's Chicago. I want to see the Channel 4 news coverage of this because this looks like a nice clip.
What do you want? Justice! What do you want? Justice!
From coast to coast, millions of Americans took to autumnal streets today with signs, banners, and colourful costumes. Towns and cities, big and small, hosting over 2,500 protest events. Their message, this is a republic ruled by a constitution, not a king.
Boston looks
insane. We got to point out to the country that people are paying attention, that 49.9% of the vote is not a mandate to rip apart the Constitution.
I'm against the overreach of power. I believe in 3 branches of government. There's just been almost too many things to list.
I think that the state of the world that we are in right now is really horrible. I want my rights back. I'm off. I need Trump out of office. And yeah, no kings. That.
10 months after being sworn in.
The number of parents and grandparents at these events. Yes, and I'm so happy to see that. And we heard them talking about it, of like the last time there was a No Kings protest, the large population of like seniors really helped deny the regime's ability to claim that this was like a Hamas protest, which they are trying to do again. So like I'm glad to see it. Evelyn Norbalib strong out there. I don't know who that is, but sick. What's up, Parse Course Language? Welcome to the chat.
In for the second time, organisers accused Donald Trump of trying to warp the role of president into that of a monarch, bypassing Congress to rule by executive order, breaking norms and weaponising the justice system against his perceived enemies and in favour of his supporters.
Which, by the way, he's suggested that he will continue to do much more going forward.
Former Congressman George Santos, the latest of whom to have his 7-year jail sentence for wire fraud and identity theft
this was very
commuted
funny.
overnight.
Can we like get to the fucking protest, because this was supposed to be a video about the protest? Yes, he's also building an arch for some fucking reason.
Trump's home city of New York to disagree. Organisers say more than 5 million people turned up for their last protests in June, making it one of the biggest in US history. Even bigger crowds are expected today, prompting Republican governors in several states to place National Guard troops on standby. It's unclear how visible the military presence will be. Republican leadership has been trying to tarnish those turning out.
You're going to bring together the Marxists, the socialists, the Antifa advocates, the anarchists, and the pro-Hamas wing of the far-left Democrat Party.
They literally called this a Hate America Hamas protest, all right? So, like, be prepared. And, of course, like I said, they're creating fake AI slop of riots, of violence, when there just isn't any.
Oh, girl. He also fucked a social girl. He told
this
me.
Is what Minneapolis looks like.
All right, folks. So, I try cut event.
We can do this.
When you're drunk, so don't talk.
Oh, it is, Jeff. 100%. The fascists do hate America. Yeah, no, again, MAGA hates America more than any other group in the world. Nobody hates America more than they do. ISIS can't hate America as much as American ISIS does. They just don't know enough about it to hate it that much. Portland. Portland and Chicago are the two big ones that we gotta watch, because that's where the saboteurs are likely going to do something later in the day, I assume. That's it? That's the whole feed? Oh, that's nice. It's just quiet. That's a pretty large crowd in Portland, though, so good to see. Happy to have that. What else we got?
The Attorney General.
Minneapolis looks fine. Chicago. That was the other one. Chicago. I'm surprised isn't as packed, but then again, like, they were all packed into that one park space before, so. Wichita, Kansas has shown up, which is fantastic. They even brought Halloween decorations, which are far better than MAGA's Halloween decorations from what I've seen. I always love seeing the signs. Plenary democracy. Not plenary, but democracy. Grab 'em by the nussy was a good one. Respect existence or expect resistance. That's a classic. Let them eat hamburgers. Loving those signs, actually. Now, beyond that, I just want you to understand that, like, while we're out here having, you know, our peaceful No Kings protest, the other side is preparing for violence. They want violence. And if violence were to break out when the crowds look this big,
we'll continue to follow these rallies throughout the day
Boston
here on MSNBC. Wow.
There is a good chance that things get heated. Now, they want things to get heated because they want to declare the Insurrection Act. They theoretically might shoot themselves in the foot here. I hope this remains an entirely peaceful protest. I hope that they have no ability to act in any like way that they want to. They don't have the ability to go and cause a scene. I hope that no one gives them a chance. But in a worst case scenario, this could be like a Tiananmen Square moment. Like, again, like they're labeling all of these people as terrorists. They're saying that all of the protesters are pro-Hamas and pro-ISIS and Hezbollah, and that we were going to treat them like we treat Al-Qaeda. Meanwhile, like, the military does not like what's going on. They're not happy with the regime. And we could see a Madagascar type situation happen in this country. Like, it could theoretically happen. Do I think it's likely? No. I don't think that it's likely. But I definitely think it's possible, especially if they tried to do like a Tiananmen Square moment. Again, like, this just happened, and this is over Venezuela. A former U.S. Marine Corps colonel and combat veteran said after 24 years of service, he resigned from the military because of Trump. Citing Trump's contempt for the Constitution, he urged other military personnel to reflect on their own positions. This guy was in charge of some of the strikes in Venezuela. Part of the reason why he's quitting, the reasons why he said he's quitting, is because he doesn't want to get charged with war crimes, because we keep committing them. Like firing missiles at fishing boats that don't pose a threat. Hold on, there's sound coming from somewhere else.
Smells wonderful.
On September 30th, Colonel
Can I ask you
Douglas
real quick?
Oh, okay, there. Sorry.
Confuse us, would scare us.
Shush, Elizabeth Warren. Nobody asked you. Hoping any fistfights that get started by agitators get broken up quick? Yeah. Before the Tiananmen Square moment happens, and it will. I do think that it eventually will. I just don't know if it will be today. But, like, understand that the military's not fucking happy.
2 weeks ago, on September 30th, Colonel Douglas Krugman resigned his post after serving 24 years in the Marine Corps under 4 different presidents. He said he could no longer take an oath to serve under a commander-in-chief who treats the Constitution like a suggestion. Writing, quote, this president acts as though one election makes 236 years of constitutional order irrelevant. Instead of trying to work within the Constitution or to amend it, President Trump is testing how far he can ignore it.
Like, how bad do you have to be that the guy who was in the military, like a colonel who's been in the U.S. military since 2001, through the Iraq War where we killed 700,000 Iraqis. Then Afghanistan, we had Gitmo, all of that, like Abu Ghraib. We committed so many crimes. And he's like, no, this is too far for me. Too far for me. Dude, quit.
If voters and legislators cannot close the gaps in our laws to clarify the limits of presidential power, those who serve our government will continue to struggle. The next president of either
And
party...
like, do you think that the military is happy? What's the last things that we did military action-wise? Well, we're gonna do live fire missile testing by bombing California during like the protests today. And yesterday we sided with Russia again, where like Hegseth wore fucking tie with the Russia colors. And we said, no tomahawks to Ukraine. And what else did we do? Oh yeah, we said we were gonna do CIA operations in Venezuela. It's gonna be real fun for those undercover, covert, secret agents to go operate in the country after we announced that we were gonna be doing covert CIA operations in that country. We just keep pissing off the military. What happened like a month ago? Hegseth went and told all the generals that they're fat and lazy and need to exercise. Like, these people are not happy.
Why did you authorize the CIA to go into Venezuela? And is there more information you can share about these strikes on the alleged...
Well, I can't do that, but
Caribbean?
I authorized for two reasons, really. Number one, they have emptied their prisons into the United States of America. They came in through the... they came in through the border. They came in because we had an open border policy. And as soon as I heard that, I said, a lot of these countries, they're not the only country, but they're the worst abuser. And they've entered they've allowed thousands and thousands of prisoners, mental institution, people from mental institutions, insane asylums, emptied out into the United States. We're bringing them back, but that's a really bad, and they did it.
Mind you, like, not only are we committing war crimes, we're doing it badly. He thinks asylum seekers are literal mental health patients. Yeah, he doesn't know the difference between asylum and insane asylum still. But beyond that, we bombed one of the boats today that have 2 survivors that are in U.S. custody. Just like earlier in the week, we bombed a Colombian boat, not a Venezuelan one. And then when the Colombian government got mad about it, we told them to calm down and then stop lying. Even though, like, it was actually a Colombian boat that we hit. Like, he just makes shit up as he goes along. That's because he's not in charge at all. Like, he's not making the decisions. He makes some of the nonsense decisions. Like, stuff like this, live fire over the freeway, probably his idea. I could see that being his idea. Maybe, like, in conjunction with, like, Miller. Call trend signs on I-5 are alerting drivers about live weapons over the freeway connected to the Marine Corps anniversary celebration happening in Camp Pendleton, where we're just going to bomb it. Shut up, you're being irrational as a national policy, Jesus Christ. Yeah, after we bombed their boat. That is the policy. Look, there's a pretty real chance that the protests today, especially if they are cracked down on without anything happening from, like, the actual protesters, could possibly result in,
Hundreds of police prevent demonstrators from advancing. A small collective called Resistance Insurgency Movement, or MRK, with small wooden shields, tried to stop the police. Teachers' unions, workers, university students, they marched in the capital and Peru's largest cities, demanding that everyone, all politicians in power, leave now. In some of the largest protests, held in months, Peruvians, in part inspired by young Generation Z protests around the world, have defied police repression to come out on the streets. 20-year-old Steven Juarez coordinates the MRK group. With 8 presidents in 9 years, they have spent nearly half their lives living with political upheaval.
It's the same feeling among all Peruvians. Anger, weariness with everything that's happening. We've had enough.
he says they are ready to do anything to topple the government of newly appointed José Geri in office for less than a week.
And I would just like to show you why I think that this is possible, but Detroit, baby! The Jolly Roger has made its way to the mainland, and I'm happy to see it. I want to see more of the Jolly Roger. If they attack the protesters, like if they crack down, remember, this is likely to be 20 million people out on the street today. The last time we had a protest of that size was the George Floyd protest, where Trump told the military that he wanted them to shoot protesters with live ammunition. And they said no. Today is expected to be very, very similar numbers. If that did happen, it will be full on, like, chaos. Peru just declared like a state of emergency today. So, like, you know, it's not exactly good for them. Oh, hey, that's the Nepal flag. It is indeed.
I'm truly disappointed with the authorities. They don't represent me. I'd like to see all the congressmen and officials go in a total purge.
President Geri is facing at least 5 investigations for corruption and embezzlement. A rape accusation was shelved. The new prime minister faces complaints for sexual misconduct, and the minister of defense for domestic violence and sexual harassment.
Political leaders sounds pretty fucking similar to our situation, albeit less bad.
Have signed a letter demanding Geri's immediate resignation and the formation of a new transitional government that would have, quote, moral authority.
Frustrated Peruvians say they don't see an end to the continuing decade-long political crisis.
The government has only just changed, but they're the same people who've been governing all this time.
Remember, like, these are people that are angry and fighting for their country in a normal way. We are at a point where ICE agents have pulled out their gun and threatened to shoot and kill an EMT who was responding to an injured protester. Like, just this week. We're at the point where Anne Frank is happening. People are hiding in their neighbors' houses. Their children are hiding in their neighbors' houses because ICE raids keep just happening. We keep breaking people's doors down. Is this seriously the only kind of guy they can get? Jesus Christ? Yeah, that's why I skipped it. But, like, yeah. Oh, by the way, speaking of corruption, you know that $20 billion we were going to send to Argentina while none of you can afford food or water and, the economy's collapsing, the regional banking crisis? Oh, we're sending them $40 billion now. We doubled it. I hope you guys don't mind. We doubled it. So, let's see Zateo's coverage.
Call your representative, send a postcard, join a rally, do whatever you can, because nobody is coming to save us. This isn't like World War II. There's nobody that's going to save us but us.
No one's coming to save. I've been saying this for a year now. A full year I've been saying this. This is what's happening in the country right now. That, like, all of us are focused on the ICE raids, and they are important, and we're focused on the corruption, and we're focused on, like, the nonsense that they're spewing on television. You want to know what's happening to the country?
It's an extraordinary rescue. Breaking story unfolding, the awful images coming in. There's an extraordinary rescue effort tonight now underway in Alaska. Families and children being lifted to safety. Hundreds of people now being airlifted, packed onto military planes there following a devastating storm. Entire towns wiped away. Matt Gupman with the images coming in tonight.
This is why I keep thinking about, like, Game of Thrones. Everyone's arguing about the throne, the politics, and no one's paying attention to the existential threat. Except it's worse because we're making the threat worse.
This Boeing
daily, regularly.
300 evacuees touching down at Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson in Anchorage overnight. Families, some with small children, some in wheelchairs, pouring out. The National Guard calling it one of the biggest airlift operations in Alaska history. The storm's fueled by remnants of a typhoon that tore across the Pacific, barreling into western Alaska over the weekend. That devastating storm surge flooding the towns of Kipnuk and Quigillingok. Tribal administrator Tristan Carl watched his uncle's home being swept away.
That fucking drunk driving DHS guy was funny, but that guy is a representative of his workplace. Oh yeah, you know, there's plenty of them, kind of like this. Like this guy, this former Reno police deputy chief arrested for child solicitation and neglect. I showed you like 7 of these guys this week that were arrested for like child pornography, soliciting a child for sex. If only this storm could have been predicted and could have warned people properly, if only there were agencies for this. Yeah, if only we didn't turn those agencies into further spying tools on just like the public and instead of anything else. That would have been great.
My cousin
Would have been great. Remember how much shit George W. Bush got for Katrina? Remember that? I remember the good old days. What else we got? By the way, the Supreme Court may end Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. It would allow districting that discriminates based on race, impacting areas where minority groups represent a majority of the population. It could allow Republican state legislatures to eliminate at least a dozen Democratic-held House seats across the South, cementing Republican control in Congress. The Supreme Court decides in December or January. Effects could be felt as soon as the 2026 midterms. Waits till June or July, it would be past many states filing deadlines for November 2026 and would make the introduction of new maps for the midterms impossible. If this passed, it would be a revival of the Jim Crow era. Electoralism is not going to save you. This is one of like 50 things that they have done to make sure that you will never win on a ballot ever again. Like, you will have an election, it just will not be free, nor will it be fair. They bought Dominion voting and made them settle the lawsuits they had with all of the people that defamed Dominion voting. You're not getting a free and fair election. Electoralism will not save you anymore. So this is it. This is what you got to do. This is how you save yourself. Nobody is coming to save us. Nobody. Again, like, even in fucking England, where they have a fucking king.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I was muted. That's okay. So the song that was playing in this video. It's really faint. You can't quite hear it. It's from just after the election ended, and Doge started doing all of the stuff where, you know, they were breaking into the facilities and stealing all your data. Someone on TikTok made a song. And the song was called, like, the government takeover song. We're in the hostile government takeover. Recently, a new version of that song came out. And I want you guys to listen to the first one if you haven't heard it. And then I want you guys to listen to the second one because it's pretty telling of where we are as a country. Because this is your median voter. This is not like a political YouTube TikToker. This is not somebody who, like, I ever really see making content on this stuff. This is your average American. So, January.
Over. I wanna talk about it, but I'll be late for work. And if you're saying, wait a minute, who we have to stop this? We had one, but you didn't want the lady in office. Now that we're a part of a Nigerian prince scam, surprise, surprise, it ended up being a white man. Oh, I just wanna know, what the hell do I do? Probably drink.
That was January. This is where we are now.
The middle of a hostile government takeover. There's people disappearing while on the way to work. And if you're saying, wait a minute, we have to stop this, we can't now 'cause he doesn't plan on leaving that office. Now that y'all are worried about losing your farmland, your eyes are wide to what he did on that island. Oh, I just wanna know, what the hell do I do?
Shit hits. Like, not only good song, but it really does encapsulate the vibe of where the fuck we are as a country. I mean, yeah, people are disappearing on their way to work. People are disappearing at work. This is what a Nazi takeover looks like. Like, it just, that's what it is. That's what it's been the whole time. They're not trying to hide it. Again, like, every day, every week, we get MAGA Nazi scandal, MAGA Nazi scandal, MAGA Nazi scandal. They call us terrorists, Hamas, communists. Like, meanwhile, the toughest rhetoric that I'm seeing from the left in, like, a non-media, but like actual like politicians or organizers, like this is the harshest rhetoric that I'm really seeing.
A question for you.
No, sorry, he invoked me for much of that question. Just a very brief
also,
response.
This was fire.
Very brief.
You know, you've heard it from Andrew Cuomo that the number one crisis in this city, the housing crisis, the answer is to evict my wife and I. He thinks you address this crisis by unleashing my landlord's ability to raise my rent. If you think that the problem in this city is that my rent is too low, vote for him. If you know the problem in this city is that your rent is too high, vote for me.
If I have a question for
that
you.
was banger, but like, this is what I mean by, we're still talking about voting. And we're not getting that. Like, that's not where we are as a country, as a planet. Look at this, like, we've lost it to a point where this is an Australian. Now, granted, I live in Australia, but I am a U.S. citizen. This is an Australian who's not ever, like, I grew up in New Jersey, New York City. Zoran's election is a catastrophe for Western civilization. We are losing our country. Motherfucker, you are Australian. You're not American. You're not American. I live in the U.S. and my life is very chill and safe. Does this mean I'm uninformed, ignorant, unaware? It's possible that things are just okay for me. It means that you're unaware and that it's not in your area yet, Raskolnikov. They're doing this in specific parts of the country, and then they're moving to other parts of the country. There are, 26 states planned for National Guard deployment? Because all of these states have people that they want to get rid of. They're just going one at a time, and they're doing most of the blue states first. If you live in a red state, then you haven't seen this yet, because it's not in front of you yet, and therefore that's why you're uninformed. You're not looking for it. It's not happening on the street in front of you. It's also the same problem that we run into when you're trying to get people prepared for something, because they don't see it with their eyes, and so they don't think that it's real. Like, they understand the danger that they're in. And this is a very modern problem, where people can understand that they are in danger. They can conceptualize that, but they can't accept that it will happen to them. Like, people can have the thought of, okay, something bad could happen to me. I could get I'm going to the mall today. A mass shooter could appear and shoot up the mall and kill me. But that won't happen, is the mentality. Not that it might not happen, it probably won't happen, I should be prepared in case it does happen. It could happen, but it won't happen to me. That's the mentality. The progressive change will be marked by seeing cell phone videos of disaster from closer and closer locations, so one day you're the one holding the camera. You're not going to see it. No, actually, Sundry Clown Car, you're not. Because what they're doing now is algorithmic censorship. Like, most people aren't seeing my videos because my videos get tagged with specific keywords that they don't like. I use a keyword that they don't like, and therefore less people see it. This is what happens when the oligarchs control the entirety of the media. Google TikTok, essentially like Google and Oracle and OpenAI kind of control all of the media. Murdoch sure has like the actual physical print news media. Beyond that, like, that's it. I didn't know I was unsafe. Now I do. Thank you. Well, you're welcome. I hope you learn how to protect yourself. Learn and use your own judgment. Why are you still bothering the stream? To be fair, like, it's a good question. And it's important because a lot of people don't know what they're supposed to do. Again, go talk to your neighbors. Build community, build investment in other people around you. Go walk around, make friends with the fire department. Go even make friends with the police. I still support that. Like, look at Chicago. The police have been not on, like, the protester side, but they've not been openly on the fucking, like, Nazi side either. You want support around you. You don't want to be the only body at a protest like this by yourself. I mean, this person's not by themselves, but you know what I mean. Perhaps on the right are not safe from fascists either. Eventually, they come for everybody. Yo, absolutely. Like, if we look at World War II deaths, a lot of Germans died. And a lot of that wasn't just from war, you know? That's what I call a sign. Only pussies vote for Trump. True. By the way, if you don't think that the AI bullshit ties into all of this, you're in for a rough surprise because AI is the new economy. Not AI, crypto is the new economy. It's all based on grift. We are headed for a massive, massive, massive economic crisis in this country. Every indicator from all over the world shows it. We are having local bank problems now. Like, if the local banks fail, holy shit. Like, things are already looking worse than they would be in 2008, 2009. The point is, we're going to just collapse the entire economy. And America cannot currently pay off its debt. Like, it's just not possible. We're paying off the interest on the debt while the debt keeps increasing, not even paying off the debt. We're in the trillions. We've lost our credit rating because they don't, like, the world does not believe we can pay off this debt. We are going to default on the loan, on the national debt, and then we're going to transition into a crypto economy. And this makes sense because the entire point of the collapse is rich people like the oligarch class, the billionaires, Larry Ellison, Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, Sam Altman, Donald Trump, etc., get to buy up all of the companies that are going bankrupt, that are losing all this money, and then when the economy recovers, they own everything. While doing that, it's also replacing the dollar with a cryptocurrency, which you can't just make more of. When crypto is fully mined, that's the full amount you can have. 5% of all of the crypto that will ever be owned is already owned by one person. So once that happens, you can never get richer than them. And they will never lose money because they will own all of the different facets of your life. You pay your water bill, that water bill goes from one company to another company to another company, all the way back up to the top. They own all of it. It's the subsidiaries. That's what they're building here. They're building Night City. Everywhere.
It's not about if our market's going up or down. Is there a bubble in crypto or is there a bubble in technology? It's about being in the market throughout the cycle. It's not about if our market...
Will this crypto be centralized, the government and the military like the dollar, or no? No. It will be centralized towards your city-state because that's the end goal. Like, this is what Dark Enlightenment is. It's what Peter Thiel wrote about. It's what, not Peter Thiel, Curtis Yarvin wrote about, where each city is its own government. It's run by a CEO king. Like, this guy is talking gibberish. That guy is doing far more than talking gibberish. That guy is very important. He's making it clear what's going to happen. The government doesn't exist anymore. Like, the government really is just the largest corporation. Now, there are corporations larger than the government. We are doing monopoly cities. We're doing Night City, corporate cities owned and run by a dictator CEO, as was written by Curtis Yarvin. By the way, on to the, like, you're not going to get through this with electoralism. Passaic County, New Jersey, refusing to allow cameras in sensitive areas, including ballot storage and sign-in, sign-out logs. Why would they refuse transparency? Maybe because cameras in ballot storage, sign-in, sign-out laws could be easily abused by an authoritarian government who is insistent on destroying democracy. That might be a fucking reason why. By the way, Tampa, also out this week.
We are in Tampa.
Good to see
Tampa, Florida. Looks like there's at least a few hundred, maybe 300 or 400 out here. Yeah, God forbid they actually follow the Bible that they talk about.
God forbid they actually follow the Bible. Yeah, true. What else we got here?
This is what democracy looks like. And we are here today to ensure that we are always able to stand up and make sure our voices are heard. Are you ready to make sure your voices are heard in this moral moment? And so, I heard y'all were having a rally. And I had to drop by. I am much encouraged, and I've got great hope.
Okay, sorry, I was muted again. Raphael Warnock, the man they couldn't buy? Yeah, based. And again, like every single person out here on the street is an American hero. Hold on.
Significant.
American heroes. So like you're in danger, people want to hurt you and stuff, but you're really brave and courageous and you're a badass like Rosa Parks. You know the only time you can be brave is when you are afraid. You can't be brave unless you are afraid. Follow the Bible, not the teachings. Follow Jesus, not the Bible. Here, look, I'm going to play this video on Woke Bible School while I go pee, and you let me know what Jesus would want, huh? Let's have a look.
Just uses the Old Testament to support their position. They're not really Christian. Welcome to Woke Bible School, where I tell the real story of Comrade Christ straight from the Bible. I've been seeing a lot of comments on my videos with people arguing against the idea that all rich people go to hell based on biblical examples of people from the Old Testament who were rich because they were favored by God. People like Solomon, Job, and Joseph. It is true that in the Old Testament, and indeed in Judaism, wealth is seen as a reward by God, and it's not seen as intrinsically a bad thing. I don't dispute that the Old Testament says this. The problem, though, is that Jesus himself constantly contradicts the Old Testament. Jesus was obviously a deeply religious person, but he absolutely was not a strictly orthodox adherent to traditional scripture. This is why he's always arguing with Pharisees, who see themselves as these devout holy men, but who Jesus calls hypocrites or actors. These apparent contradictions in the scriptures were actually a big part of the impetus for me to start to distance myself from the church even as a young child.
Now, just listen to him, and I'm going to pull up some of these prominent right-wing pastors. Like, again, I'm an atheist who was raised Muslim. So, you know, I'm defending Jesus here. Listen to him talk, and then let me show you some prominent right-wing pastors and priests and preachers.
Believe in something called biblical literalism, or biblical inerrancy. The people who believe this believe that every single scripture is literally correct and true, and you have to follow every single part of it. But this belief is self-evidently ridiculous, at least if you know how to read, because the Bible is constantly contradicting itself. I was 11 years old when I got fed up with all the
I thought Muslims held Christ in high regard. Am I wrong about that? No, Headless Chicken, you're not wrong at all. Muslims believe that, like, they would have followed Jesus if they were alive in Jesus' era. Muslims believe that Islam only exists because Christians kept lying about their religion for money. Like actually, that is why Islam exists. The belief in Islam is that, like, Jesus was a prophet. He wasn't the son of God, but he was one of the prophets. And once, like, he came to earth, people listened to him and all of that, and then they killed him, and his book was then misinterpreted, and then people lied about it, and then we needed a new religion. That's just what they believe.
Absurd self-contradictions. But there is a way to read the Bible without going insane. And it comes from starting with a very simple belief that Christianity, literally named after Jesus Christ, is a religion about following Jesus Christ. Everything else in the Bible is just...
I'll put it to you this way. As much as I hate religion, I would literally prefer an actual Christ-like Christian theocracy than to what we have now. Easily. To be fair, I would prefer Reagan or Bush to what we have now, so you know. You can just call me headless or chicken, I answer to both. I mean, to be fair, what's going to come out of my mouth before I say it? I have no idea. Like, once I just open my mouth, words start to come out. I don't think before I speak much.
Context to help you better understand what Jesus was saying. Think about it this way. Imagine if 2,000 years from now, there is a new religion that's sort of based around some random person from today, say just a Twitch streamer, and the only information that they have in the future about this Twitch streamer is just a few random fragments of videos that certain followers of this streamer happened to save. So this is a future in which the United States no longer exists and the English language no longer exists.
Shoofa-poofer? Not only are you correct, a Christ-like theocracy is literally the socialist agenda minus the forcing the religion on citizens, but actually, actual Christ-like theocracy also does not include forcing the religion on citizens. So, like, yeah, it would just be socialism.
Of years in the future. And let's say that this streamer is frequently talking in metaphor and referencing American culture. They're talking about things like Superman and Star Wars and George Washington. So in that context, in order to really understand what that person was saying, you would need some basic background about what American culture was like and what the general lore and the shared vernacular among Americans was.
All they cite is that
the Old Testament
the context.
That way, when Jesus talks about Noah or Job or the creation...
It's also really funny that they all like to reference the Old Testament. Then go be Jewish!
And the reader has no idea what they're talking about because they didn't grow up in first century Judea. There's a helpful reference manual with some of the lore and the context. That's what the Old Testament is. That's it. I have to mention, of course, that central to the cult of Christ is the idea that he is the Jewish Messiah. That makes the Old Testament especially important because it contains those prophecies about the coming of this Messiah. But it's interesting to note that the Gospel of Mark, the earliest written account of Jesus' life, makes very little reference to the Messiah. It's only in the subsequently written Gospel.
Have you not read the end of the book, Raskolnikov? Jesus literally goes to war at the end. But, like, yes, a Christ-like theocracy would be trash at war, and I think that that's fine. I don't think you need to go to war. There are ways that you can solve most problems without violence as long as your main priority is not money. You incentivize behavior. It works. Has revelations happened already? No, but they're trying real hard to make it happen. Now, how to wrestle following Jesus with the quote from Matthew, don't think that I came to abolish the law of prophet. I don't give a shit what Matthew said. I care what Jesus said. That's it. That's literally it. I care what Jesus said and nothing else. All the rest of that shit could just be, like, might as well just be made up. The Bible itself explains exactly why Jesus was so loving. Yeah. And again, like, you don't need to fight a war if your society is built on cooperative engagement. For the vast majority of human history, we lived in egalitarian cooperative societies. For the vast majority of human history. That's it. Like, it's just that. It's just normal being. We are currently in the non-normal phase of human history. It's been like, what, 2,000-3,000 years of someone owns the means of production? Before that, that didn't need to happen. And we don't need to go back to fucking agrarian times to get rid of that one factor. The money, like, being above all is the root of the world's problems. It is how we get these losers in charge. It is why we are destroying the planet and going to kill billions of people on purpose so that a few rich fuckers can just do it again afterward. Like, it's on purpose.
Of Matthew and later Gospels.
There's
we
a reason
actually
why
see these
they are so
prophecies
obsessed
being
with the
addressed more
Antichrist,
directly.
with
Kinda makes you wonder if that
Revelations.
was
They're
more
trying
kind
to
of a
make it
post
look like that.
But I digress.
Peter Thiel wants to be
To get
the
back to the main point,
Antichrist
when
so
I say
bad.
that all rich people go to hell, I'm talking about the teachings of Jesus, which were a radical departure away from the teachings of the Old Testament. Remember, when Jesus said that rich people can't go to heaven, his followers were astonished at the things he said because...
I don't think you need to get rid of money. Getting rid of capital instead of money is the way to go. Get rid of capital, that's fine. You can keep money.
It contradicts the Old Testament. So don't at me with Old Testament scriptures that contradict the words of Jesus. Jesus was founding a new religion, the religion that these hypocrites now claim to follow.
And do the exact opposite of. In fact, very Antichrist-like in that. Now, let's see. I got a couple new clips to show you. I hate covering things live. I like having things, like, ready for you guys, which is why I usually spend, like, several hours before stream getting things up and ready. But didn't get to do that today, unfortunately. Now, continuing on the subject that we were just on, money is simplified bartering IMO. I think it's fine. That's true. Is Antichrist an official category in your monster manual now? Yeah, that's Peter Thiel. By the way, Vizor, you look very nice today. Thank you. I really shouldn't, considering, like, I fell asleep on my couch and woke up, like, 2 hours after I was supposed to wake up and just kind of, I don't know, rushed in and tried to get ready. But thank you. I don't know, Cuba has been highly resilient. Venezuela counter attempt coup against Chavez. No, that's not to me. Either way. Thank you. It must be the well-rested thing. I'm definitely not well-rested. Oh, you guys are sweet. I'm gonna ruin the moment, though, as we were talking about the anti-Christians. Well, examples being this, first off, Texas megachurch pastor, which alone megachurch pastor should just be anti-Christian, pleads guilty to abusing a child. By the way, his supporters said that God has forgiven him.
The man who once led one of the largest congregations in America. Today, walking into an Oklahoma courthouse.
By the way, me covering this right now under NSPM 7 is anti-Christian rhetoric and extremism.
Guilty to sexually abusing an underage girl.
This has taken my entire lifetime to get here.
That girl was Cindy Clemishire, now 55. Inside the courtroom, delivering a message to her abuser through tears, as Gateway Church founder Robert Morris admitted to 5 felony counts of lewd or indecent acts with a child in the 80s.
People need to know who he is, that he came into our home as a pedophile, disguised as a preacher.
The abuse began on Christmas night in 1982, Cindy says, when she was 12. And
like, these are the people who are Christians? You know, these guys?
Women leading in the home, you have women leading in the church, you have women leading in the marketplace when it comes to production, and you have women leading in government at every single level. And God is not going to bless that. I think we have seen the curse unfold of feminism, and it's not enough to just say, well, okay, well, let's just keep men out of women's sports.
This is
and
literally
we'll be okay.
antichrist shit.
Or even to just say, okay, well, all right, we went too far. No more women in positions of combat. No.
Every accusation is a confession, isn't it, Shuva Poofer? Every single time. Look, let's get real for a second. So, we got massive fucking protests everywhere, right? This is Chicago's Grant Park. That's a lot of people. We got Connecticut. Fucking San Francisco was impressive. This was sick, right? So, like, they built a sign with people. This was insane, actually. 10 out of 10 props to them, like the upside down American flag too, like perfection. This is fantastic. Good job. Actually, really surprised at this one. They did a hell of a job there. But let's get real for a second. Because there's only a few ways that this can continue. Like there's only a few forward options. Historically, at the very least. Like, there may be more, but looking back at what's happened before, there's really more than that, but like 4 really likely possible outcomes.
Regime from power and go back to the way things were. Oh, honey, the America you knew from 2024 and earlier, it's gone. Funeral was months ago. What do you mean? If authoritarianism is successfully stopped, there are generally 4 main possible outcomes that have happened in history. And going back to how things were ain't one of them. I'm scared to ask. What's the 4? The most common? A pseudo-democracy. What's that? It'll look like democracy on the surface, but the authoritarian structures that were expanded under the previous regime attempt are kept largely intact, where the elites maintain control, and you get a heightened surveillance state with worsened imbalances of injustice and corruption, and even wider class divisions. So like, I don't know, maybe like Putin's Russia? That's probably the closest example. The one hope is that with unified, long-term, coordinated civic engagement, as in better coordinated than we have now, pseudo-democracies can be pushed into democratic recovery, where conditions improve to better than pre-authoritarian times. But we don't have that level of coordinated, unified opposition now? Coordinated? Unified? Organized? Not even close. So what's second most likely? Another authoritarian faction seizes power, likely those who are billionaire-backed or
You know, like the nationalists, the ones like J.D. Vance, who will be there to pick up the pieces when the Fuhrer dies of natural causes. He's literally, like, his entire political career is bought and paid for by Peter Thiel. He is part of Opus Dei, the federal, like, they will destroy this country, and, well, they will destroy our country, and they will make it what the Founding Fathers wanted America to be, which, like, liberals will still argue with me on this, but no, the Founding Fathers did want a white Christian ethno-state, and that's what they want to make it. They want to make it a white Christian ethno-state that has slavery, and I don't know, like, women don't get to work. Like, they just want to do Sharia law but Christian. Like, their idea of what Sharia law is, and then apply that in Christian version. Like, that's their whole goal. You could read Project 2025. Even Trump admitted that's the plan now, so, like, it's in it. You realize in Project 2025, there's a section on fucking checkpoints between state crossings for women that are unaccompanied by men. Like, you're not allowed to cross state lines as an unaccompanied woman. That's in the book. The fucking super evil master plan that they released a year before the election, then pretended to not know about, and then admitted to. Like, yeah, that one. Al-Qaeda. Like, I don't think most folks realize that at all. JD is going to somehow be worse. He's more he's so much worse. I've been saying this for ages. Thank fucking God that Trump didn't die earlier. Like, remember a couple weeks ago we had that, like, health scare where he was everyone was like, is he dead? I was like, no, I don't want him to be dead. Please do not let this man die. If he dies, we are so fucked. We are not in any way prepared to deal with the Vance administration. We need organizing. Papers, please. Yeah, it's beyond fucked.
Themselves. It can also be a military leader who steps into the power vacuum to restore order. Give me an example. Well, first, it's important to understand that this often happens with a brief, weak democratic reform period. So, in 1918 Germany, the imperial monarchy fell, replaced by the Weimar Republic, which governed until 1933. Many other more modern examples are a bit more messy because they often have U.S. military or CIA meddling, like Iraq going from Hussein, which the U.S. helped put in power in the first place, to a failed democracy to armed factionalism. But that takes us into the third most likely outcome. Factionalism, is that like civil war, or? I'd call this outcome fragmentation. It's pretty significantly less historically common than the first two, and there's numerous ways this can play out. Factionalism, civil war, balkanization. What's that? Basically, you'd have, say, California and the West Coast nation, Florida and the Southeast nation, New York and the Northeast nation, etc. And in some of the more purple areas, likely civil wars and armed factionalism fighting for control.
Waiting for the American junta? I don't think you're gonna get it, because we keep pissing off the military.
That's awful. And I'm still kind of waiting for a positive possible outcome? By far, the rarest historical outcome is total reform to a stable democracy. You're saying that in order to fully recover from this and have a chance at not ending up having another authoritarian takeover in the near future, we basically have to start over? Like, new constitution? Laws? Institutions? The works?
You have to fix the problems that led us here so that we can continue on. See, look, I tried to explain this well before the election, in that, like, people on both sides were like, wait, why don't you want to vote for Trump, or why do you want to vote for, like, Kamala Harris, for example? They'd be like, oh, you're a genocide supporter, you vote for Kamala Harris. No, I was going to pick I did pick the easier opponent to work against. Both of them are shit, I hate both of them are evil. I want to try and change the country. I am going to pick the one that is easier for me to change the country under, the one that is less openly dismissive, openly hateful, authoritarian, against my views. Then you fix it one issue at a time. A lot of people, especially the people in charge, the accelerationists, think that, okay, this house needs renovations. We need to, we need to redo the kitchen, we need to redo, like, the lounge room, right? Let's just rip the entire foundation out and then rebuild the house. That's not how you renovate a house. You renovate a house in sections. If you have, like, foundation that needs to be replaced, you take out that bit, not the whole fucking thing. You don't tear the entire country down. By we, do you mean the administration? I mean the United States. So, you know.
Historically speaking, it requires strong, unified opposition to authoritarianism, which we don't have. We have fragmented, infighting opposition. So are we doomed? If we don't rally around unified ideals of true democracy and human rights for all, with a commitment to hold those in power accountable, including democratic leaders and the
Do people forget that Trump had Netanyahu at Mar-a-Lago and told him not to accept a ceasefire under Harris or Biden? Do people not know that, like, Hamas agreed to give up all of the hostages on October 8th if Israel didn't invade Gaza? Or the fact that, like, you know, every time Netanyahu comes to the United States, he brings suitcases of dirty laundry and makes us wash them because he thinks it's funny? Which is a fact, like, it's a proven fact. Yes, people do forget. And, here's the thing, right? We were talking earlier about how this doesn't just affect people on the left. Like, this will come to MAGA eventually. Here's a perfect example of this in Portland.
Hey, you want to say something to the stream? It's gonna get worse, bro. They target people.
No, that's my buddy.
Hey, you want to say something to the stream?
I don't know what the fuck, dude. We were just standing there. We were talking to that dude, and, you know, he didn't say a single thing to anyone. He was just quiet. I don't know what the he's 16 years old.
So they just arrested a 16-year-old?
Yeah, it's my buddy. What? What was he doing? He didn't say a single word. He was just standing. No, I'm just here asking people questions.
Where was he standing? Check out his shirt.
I was standing right there.
Oh, yeah, that's not a real problem. I didn't do anything.
Like, here's a right-winger, entirely confused. He's like, wait, what do you mean they're just, like, taking people who did nothing? Like, we're just standing here. We didn't do anything. And he's so... And then, at the end, they just come and take the guy next to him, and everyone just stands there. What the fuck are you doing? Why are you just standing there letting them take this guy who was just standing quietly.
No, I'm just here asking
He asked a question and then stood there quietly the entire
I was
time.
standing.
His buddy must have had anti-American ideas in his head. Yeah, literally just by standing there. Again, this is you're gonna see this more and more. These are people who voted for Trump or, you know, didn't vote at all, and they're confused. They're shocked at what's happening. I don't think it's the greatest idea to just change things in such a chaotic time. The current Constitution is fine. It's just not enforced. No, it's not. The current Constitution was built specifically to be enforced against us, to enforce racism, white supremacy. No. You're not ever going to get the country you had back. Like, that's over. It's a chaotic time, yeah, and it would be difficult, but you're never going to be able to get that country back. Like, ever. We have to start over. It's not fucking fine. Look around. Exactly, Lord Lycanthrope. Thing is, they will still believe every person is guilty until it personally happens to them. Unfortunately, yeah, that's how it tends to go. But, like, again, it's getting worse in front of our eyes. The military is not happy. Like, they're just not in any way. Like, from the bottom ranks all the way to the top. Thoughts on people who don't vote or don't even believe that their vote has an effect on themselves? It's a product manufactured by the media environment. They're taught to think like that.
He's saying it. I'm black and I'm proud.
Like, yeah. Meanwhile, by the way, as I spoke on algorithmic censorship before, I've seen a couple reports like this, and they've all been centralized to TikTok so far, which is both good and bad. The fact that I've seen multiple stories that kind of line up like this one is bad. The fact that it's solely been localized to TikTok for now, at least, is good. Huh? Why can't I hear you? Oh, that's why.
Follow along. On my American phone, on my American Tim account, downloaded from the American Apple Store.
She's calling TikTok Tim something. The corn and the soy fields are out here rotting. I've never seen anything like this. Yeah, it's bad.
I generally enjoy Tim Timerson. I also have a
That's
Canadian
TikTok.
cell phone with a Canadian phone number downloaded from the Canadian App Store, where I enjoy Tim Timerson. This morning on my American phone, I am scrolling through, and there's a Mutuals video that I like, and I go to repost, and it says I can't. This is of a mutual, and I was like, that's...
I personally have been having issues in bookmarking videos on TikTok as well. We need a layered quorum democracy, at the very least a parliamentary system with laws to ensure the Constitution stays fluid. Right now, none of that shit matters. We need to win the Civil War first. That's it. Like, that's where we're at. Right now, it's win the Civil War.
Weird. But it is something that I wanted
Figure all that
to
out
see,
later.
so I was like, maybe it's a glitch. I flipped over to my Canadian phone, and I was like, let's see what Tim Timerson is up to here, and I find the video, and I go to repost it. Repost, no problem. Now I'm interested. I go back to my American phone. It does not show I reposted that video. I go back to my Canadian phone. It shows I reposted that video, so I liked and commented as well. I go back to my American phone. No. It's like...
That is scary. The implications of that are scary. We're going to see more things like that, and you can thank Larry Ellison for it. Sus? Indeed, indeed, indeed.
The Trump administration's decision to fire live military equipment over I-5, shutting it down, seems to be nothing more than a vanity parade by weak men with big, fragile egos who need to show, I think a show of force is something powerful. It's, as our governor has said multiple times, it's weakness masquerading as strength.
You have the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, caught going up the stairs to Air Force One, saying a version of, it's just routine training. Let me put this in perspective.
We're bombing California. Guys, like, come on. Oh, by the way, support wonderful, wonderful people on the left, such as, what? can you do? Who's out there right now, just went live recently and is marching?
That tells me politicians believe that this is going to be an issue, and this is going to be a voting group that has an effect on 2026. We can only hope.
Another member of this space, so go and drop them a follow and check them out. Sounds like they threw that person into an echo chamber, or virtual echo chamber. I mean, most of them are. They're also using chemical munitions on citizens. Yeah, we talked about this before. The fact that they are using chemical weapons, which in a war zone would constitute a war crime, but are not a crime when used for domestic law enforcement, even though those same chemicals can leave you infertile. And they're toxic to humans. In fact, like, again, near schools has been an issue. It's really bad. Really fucking bad. But I am very proud to see the people standing up against it. But remember, like, this is what's gonna happen to you when they get you.
Concern over a full-body restraint device allegedly being used in ICE deportations. The full-body restraint device is called the RAP. The company that made a modified version of the device for ICE says it'll...
I would not be mad at you for that, Headless Chicken. Any instance where you can go show contempt and make fun of the MAGAs is based. Like, that's what we need to do. We need to embarrass them until they shut the fuck up. Yeah, everything you build can be used against you. It just takes the right blows, evident by the current state of the union, until people actually learn how to appropriately enforce good morals. No. That's not what people need to learn. People first need to learn how to feel uncomfortable and be okay. Like, how to feel comfortable in discomfort. We always actively try and push that discomfort away. That is bad. That is new. That is training based on this. You need to learn to be bored. You need to learn to feel uncomfortable feelings without needing to distract from them. Then you need to, it's like an exercise. Yeah, absolutely. Your brain is a muscle. You need to train it. I sent you in, get to your best newborn baby. Can I send you a clip if you like? Yes, please send me that clip, Latina Mifune. I'm not surprised at all. It's an exercise. You need to be able to be introspective is required to be able to do critical thinking. And critical thinking is gone. Like, we don't even have regular thinking, let alone fucking critical thinking. We need to develop that again in, like, people's minds. Like, the ability needs to come back. Part of that involves talking to your neighbors, build community, learn how to talk to people. I've spoken on this before so many times in that, like, how many of you in chat, when you go into a store and the store clerk is like, oh, hey, how can I help you? How many of you are uncomfortable by that? I've heard quite a few people say, I'm uncomfortable by that. You need to not be uncomfortable by that. All my neighbors are MAGA, 95% in the area. That's fine. You can still work with them. Those MAGAs are far different in person than they are offline. And as we've seen, like, MAGAs are flipping. So help flip them. Now is the time. Now is the perfect fucking time. You just don't show them contempt, but show their ideas contempt. I'm not uncomfortable, but I don't know exactly what to say to strangers. You say something nice. Like, you beyond small talk. Well, the small talk is to initiate a conversation. Like, if you want to start a conversation with, I don't know, like, the barista at Starbucks. You go up and you're doing your thing, you know, you're buying your stuff. Hey, I really like your hair. Like, that's really cool. Or, like, you know, I like your earrings. Those are sick. And then you see if they respond. And then based on how they respond, then you go forward. Either they seem like interested and then you open a larger topic, or they seem disinterested and you don't. Literally a state trooper and a sheriff wife. Make friends with those people, Headless Chicken. You need to. It will help a lot of people if you manage it. It's hard. You might not succeed, but you should try. I wouldn't blame systematically oppressed people. I would. Like, depending on the action. Like, the issue being, what are we blaming on who? Like, what's the point here? You're not going to start a convo with a normal everyday person by quoting Mao or Marx? Yeah, absolutely. Do not ever. Don't even bother. Again, use rhetoric that will pass the woke filter. Do not go start talking about leftist theory. At all. At all. Don't even bring that up. Just talk about, like, do QAnon shit to these people. Look at this cabal. Like, they still haven't released the Epstein lists. All of them are getting richer. They're just taking your money. Like, look at all of these thugs. Like, you use their rhetoric against them. That's what works. That's what's always worked against this specific group, is their own rhetoric used against them. And, like, personally, you could just show, like, I don't know, videos like this. Like, that tends to help. Oh, sorry, this post is from a suspended account. That's fun. It's in your DMs? Oh, I thought you sent it to me, like, straight via, Twitch. I don't have Discord open right now because I have too many screens open. It would fuck with my, my RAM. Hold on. I can make this work. I can make this work. But, like, you gotta realize that, like, even Joe Rogan is flipping. Like, even this moron.
What does he know about the Antichrist? Is he, like...
I'm guessing a lot.
If you told me there was a movie and there was a guy who played the Antichrist, zoom in on that image of him.
Yeah.
I would say, oh, is that him? Was that the Antichrist?
Though strange to have this, you build military AI, military drone, autonomous drone technology to export to war zones all over the world. You build domestic surveillance technology to surveil our friends and neighbors. And then your other pet passion is the Antichrist. It's odd. Wouldn't you include tennis? Wouldn't you go, and I'm big into tennis? Something else.
Like, even these people are turning, which means you have the ability to flip it further. Thanks for the link, Latino Fune. It's like a 14-minute video, but, like... Yeah. No, like, none of this seems unbelievable to me. I showed a video on my last stream of Ice, like, breaking the window down to a car that had a 1-month-old in it while everyone in the car is, like, screaming, please stop, like, we have a 1-year-old. Tom Dillon does get some shit right, even though I don't agree with him on a lot of stuff. I don't know who that person is by name. If I saw their face, like, I almost certainly would understand. But, like, yeah, most people, I think, have some idea. I agree that Tim Dillon is a sign that the public is turning against Trump and against billionaires. Well, like, part of that was always the plan. The plan was always partially to steal all of the wealth, and then everyone hates the billionaires. And then we have someone come forward, and it's, the Democrats suck, the Republicans are all cucked by the billionaires, we need an America party, a nationalist party. Steve Bannon, Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes energy in that party. That's the long-term plan here. Sorry, it was a thoughtless statement. I meant good people and good morals. People are systemically oppressed and chronically oppressed for generations now. Just learning everything from the beginning in the current state, it's not going to happen like that. It takes much more energy and honestly peace. Oh no, I agree with you entirely, Chub Shobi. Like, you don't have to be sorry, by the way, like, ever. Like, I'm not yelling in chat like that. But you are correct, and it's incredibly difficult. But I have far worse predictions for what's about to happen over the next year. Well, I have several different layers of them. You know, if we're talking like domestic voting shit, we're already in World War III. So there's that. We're in the Second Civil War in America. The globe is in World War III. It is heating up. It hasn't fully kicked off yet. But we're there. I think they want people to die. I know they want people to die. I know for a fact they want people to die. Have you listened to Teal talk about, like, Malthusians? I mean, yeah, yes, I have. Exactly. Are we winning or losing the war? Well, I don't know. We'll find out, I guess. I personally don't think that we'll win, mostly because we're not trying to. We're more focused on I don't know, sucking Trump's dick and having the DUI hire run the country. Good video on the subject is this one. Peter Thiel and population control. These folks been reading Curtis Yarvin, who's worse. Yeah, and you know what? You like, people misunderstood the Curtis Yarvin stuff so much because Curtis Yarvin put out a Substack saying he was leaving America because he thought that Trump lost and they didn't consolidate power. Whereas, like, this was right after the ceasefire with Gaza. No, he's going to Israel because he wants to build his tech megacity there. It's his fucking idea. Have you seen the blueprints? Like, it's pretty obvious. About Malthusians. It's some dark shit. It's basically eugenics. They don't read them right at all. Oh my god. Yeah, absolutely not. I agree. All of this shit is coming our way. Techno-feudalism. Look, I've shown this before. Actually, a good short of it that Jet cut for us. But if you're unaware of the Dark Enlightenment...
Dark Enlightenment, also known as the neo-reactionary NRX,
this is what all of them believe.
Is an anti-democratic, anti-egalitarian political philosophy founded by American software engineer Curtis Yarvin, with key ideological development by British philosopher Nick Land. It rejects liberal democracy.
By the way, Nick Land also very keen on Order of Nine Angles. Dude loves it. So, you know.
Democracy in favor of authoritarian, technocratic or monarchic systems, seeing societal collapse as an opportunity to build a post-human, elite-dominated future. Proponents see themselves as philosophical masters. Yarvin envisions high-tech city-states governed like corporations, with CEOs or AI.
This is why he's going to Israel. Like, that's literally why. Larry Ellison is the other big one. Larry Ellison is the only person in the world that scares me more than Peter Thiel, and dude loves Israel.
Acting as sovereigns.
He also owns all of this
surveillance, genetic profiling, and tight control over movement. Nick Land takes a more radical angle, promoting capitalism and technology as disruptive forces that accelerate the breakdown of current systems, opposing anything that slows it down, including democracy and egalitarianism. He also recommends reading materials from the Order of Nine Angles. The movement also has a transhumanist wing that embraces AI and biotech to surpass human limitations and dismantle liberal democracy. The Dark Enlightenment operates through blogs, forums, and X. Political figures like J.D. Vance, Steve Bannon, and Michael Anton have shown ideological overlap.
Far more than them. The most fucked up part about all this for me is that all of our popular media since World War II says, do not do this, and we're still doing it. I don't understand why. It's because we didn't kill enough of the Nazis in Nuremberg, and we brought some of them home. That's why. That's literally why this is happening. Alright, let's check in with the protests. We got San Francisco looking fucking packed. Good to see. I'm still not seeing many, like, reports of anything bad happening, which is good. Good. Still haven't seen, like, any right-wingers complaining about violence. I've seen a lot of threats from them, so I'm gonna assume that this is going to be later in the evening. Oh shit, even Canada joined in. Let's see, we got Canada.
Across the road. So we're looking for a photo op. I would like to have everybody turn towards the embassy. Take your right hand like you're about to pledge the allegiance. Raise the middle finger. And on the count of three, we're going to yell, F you Trump. 1, 2, 3. One more time.
Hey, link this. They're mentioning stuff I want to look to. Oh yeah, no problem. I didn't see your message before that. Here you go. It's a very good video. All of these are like
dark, and
I've watched this whole thing on stream before. 764 is literally like hell. Fox News did a story on them today. Where is it? Where is it? There we go. This was on Fox Chicago. Chicago FBI warns parents of violent online gang 764 targeting teens. So there's 764, No Lives Matter. The base is full fucking, like, the community behind this is what you gotta dig into. Because all of these are connected to the community. They're all on Telegram. For example, you know that Young Republicans group chat that just got leaked? They're part of the community. They operate on Telegram, and they operate just like the rest of these. Those Hitler lovers that were outed, likely members of like the Base or O9A or Dark Enlightenment, or you know, there's a few of them. 764. There's also offshoots for all of these. They're all insane. That's why I was on Wick's show, those fucking texts. Yeah, what, okay, please tell me how they tried to defend those texts. Did they just say that it was children? I need to know. Because they're so fucking cucked. By the way, Portland, what's going on here? They all seem to be squared up there. Again, like I've said before, I dislike this large block of people at a protest. Like, I want people to split up into smaller groups, like 8, 10, 12, and then go and occupy specific areas. So, I don't even remember if as far as they're so vapid it didn't stick. Fair. Yeah, they're often like that. But like, yeah, I prefer if, for example, here's a better one. This group right here could split off and go some that way. Some could go the opposite way. Like, I want you all to like take a chunk and then occupy an area. It is far more disruptive, which is the point of a protest. You're supposed to be disruptive. It's disrupting the normal flow of things as a protest. I'm really surprised no one has mowed into them yet. Me too. Don't worry, there is time for Tiananmen Square yet. Or Tiananmen Square, because I imagine it will be Chicago. This guy's influenced Teal. Oh my god, that's scary as fuck. Yeah, Nick Land is one of the main writers of like the Dark Enlightenment theory with Curtis Yarvin. No King's protest being held across the U.S. Thousands of protesters in Portland. Good. Can I get a photo? Yeah, see, that's the thing about covering these is they often have copyrighted music.
Rallies we're seeing around the country.
Nick Land, yeah, he's in the video. Had this chicken.
See folks, lots of folks out there, you know, joining this demonstration. We see different flags that are flying out there, and a big crowd out there in D.C. I believe we have a look at a couple of other cities. We're going to take a look at New York City here. We have a different view than we had last time. We're able to kind of be on the ground there, walking with the people who are participating. And Rebecca, you just see different signs.
Yeah, you know, Morgan, one of the things that Luke said, now we're going to Philadelphia, we're going to see what's happening in Philly, which had one of the largest marches the last time. But I want to say that that's Philly right there. You can see they had a huge protest back in June. And I just want to say that what Luke said, that, you know, they're basically policing themselves. Mm-hmm. A lot of these organizers are like, do not give police a reason for this, you know, to eventually get out of control.
I find it more disgusting that the fascists and the tech lovers tend to love anti-fascist media and anti-tech media. Lord of the Rings, Cyberpunk. Yeah, it's almost like they're learning how to destroy all goodness in the world. Look, guys, yeah, no, full swing. We got Chicago, DC, Boston, and New York are the biggest so far. California is gonna need to step it up. And I need to see more pirate flags. Show me a Jolly Roger. This is pretty good. Yeah, I am happy with that turnout. Ugh, I hate that Twitter fucking does this. Because I don't have my phone number in it. Oh, well, now I can't even repost it. Okay. Oh, you made it better. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Twitter does this when you like open a tab and you don't have your phone number. You have to refresh the page because it just thinks that you're a bot or something. Nice big protests, some of the biggest protests. Yeah, well, I mean, it's expected that today will be the largest protest in American history, which would be surpassing George Floyd and being over 20 million people. So we shall see. Again, like San Francisco doing this was fucking sick. Like that is amazing. That is a feat of art, really. So 10 out of 10. It's why Ben Shapiro is such a shitty fiction writer. Speaking of, have you seen the clip of Ben Shapiro talking to Matt Walsh, where he starts talking about how there is violent extremists in the right, and that he doesn't know if he's going to get shot and killed by Antifa or a right-wing Nazi, which is something I find funny. What is going on in Portland? What's going on in Portland? Is this the sky or did they get gassed? Surpassing George Floyd would be insane because that protest lasted a month. By sheer numbers, rather. That's the point, Raskolnikov. That does suck for people trying to go to work or drop their kids off at cheer practice. Yes, that's the point. The point of a protest is to, I don't know, like, disrupt. That's kind of the entire point of it, yeah. Yeah, I think you're right, by the way, Jed. I think that was just the sky. Oh, this is a video. It's not a live. I want a live! You lied to me.
Control, and I did see in the crowd.
Stop lying to me. All right, that's Minneapolis. Where's Los Angeles? Here's Los Angeles. All right.
And targeted for your race, but you have issues too. White people have issues with the.
Charlotte has a huge one going. You got a link?
With the situation of our economy. About everybody. So white people only care when they're.
Idaho? Hell yeah! Show me. Give me a link, please, please, please. What am I hearing? I got no idea.
Stop until every working person in Los Angeles earns the dignity and respect of a fair wage. That can't stop until every family feels safe to come outside. That can't stop till everybody knows that they can get sick without it costing them everything that they have. That can't stop. And it won't stop until we stop. And we're not stopping, are we? We're not stopping, are we? We're just getting started. And now it is my honor, it is my privilege. I don't get along with all of my colleagues in the legislature. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I'm gonna be honest with y'all.
That's right.
I'll work with anybody, but if you're not fighting for what I'm fighting for, I might be fighting with you.
That's right.
But there's one person I can always throw down with, and that's Senator Sasha Perez. Y'all give it up for her?
Thank you. I wasn't saying anything important. We got Boise there. We got San Diego here, which is big. I haven't seen that one yet, so that's a new one for me. We got Chicago still going strong, like at least like 150,000 people here, like alone. Toronto looks good. We got Boston. What's going on in Portland yet? There we go. There's Portland. Hex Ice. That one's funny. Sorry guys, look, I'm bad at the mute button sometimes, especially when I'm like doing several things at once. And by the way, that's how you fight back against them calling it a Hate America protest, by playing the fucking national anthem at your protest. Charlotte. Charlotte.
This is a live look back here at home. A live look at First Ward Park. We heard from speakers,
fucking based. Again, I've lived in North Carolina. I know how bad it can get. This many people showing up to protest is fantastic for North Carolina.
There's a song. As folks got ready to hit the streets to march, any moment now we are expecting folks to march there through uptown, 1.1 miles, then back. And look, folks, and these are not just, although we are expecting more people across the country, so a lot of these folks were at the first No Kings protest.
Thank you, Headless Chicken. Yeah, like a lot of these people were at the first No Kings protest. And if you remember the first No Kings protest, there was a significant amount of seniors. And we're seeing that again. These senior citizens are important. Old people showing up to these protests are important because it makes it far more difficult to claim that these are terrorists. What do they mean by no kings? Is that just like Trump has too much power type of thing? Well, Trump wants to be a king. Like, Stephen Miller literally on television said that Trump has plenary authority. Trump does not have plenary authority. Nobody has plenary authority over the country. Plenary authority means godlike power. No one can say no to you. It means you are the king. They want to be a, well, again, like Dark Enlightenment is about two things. It's either corporate dictatorship or monarchy. So yeah, he wants to be a king. They're trying to build a dynasty. I've said this before. Our government, like Washington, D.C., has turned into King's Landing, where the, like, king is dying, his brain is soup, and everybody around him is either plotting and scheming to take the throne or sucking him off, trying to, I don't know, like, maintain their position in court after he dies. Lots of people want to be a king. Being a king would be pretty cool, I bet. It would be bad. Like, kings shouldn't exist. Monarchy is bad. A lot of people want to be one, but that's because we teach them that it's good when it's not. It's very, very bad. Speaking as someone who is a citizen of the Commonwealth, I have a king. Bad. You left-wingers must love being the ideological minority in this country. You really think that you're the majority? You think you're the majority? Mate, you think you're the majority? I guess you were cool with they, them, the mockery of biological women and racist anti-white policies. You people all just do DEI for white people. You are all snowflakes and pussies. Every single one of you is a coward. Like, all of you. Every last one of you. All of you are incels. No woman wants to be anywhere near you. You all just love suffering. You're demons and you're subhuman. Get the fuck out of here. I'm not playing games with these fucking people. I'm just not. It's over. I give zero fucks about their feelings. Honolulu, hell yeah, we got protests in Hawaii. Kings can work, but only if that king is a son of God. There's no such thing. I just fucking realized that that's probably copyright music and I've been playing it. Oopsie, sorry YouTube. I'll have to cut that out of the stream later. Whoopsie whoopsie. Thank you, Latino Ufune. I only have the option to, like, remove. I don't have the ban option. But it is what it is. Oh no, don't be sorry, that's on me. Like, lots of the videos that I pull up have copyrighted music in it. I should just be paying more attention to it, is all. Not on you. Don't worry about it at all. Here's Oklahoma City. Again, like, these are protests. There's going to be quite a lot of copyright music in the background. I'll deal with it. Oklahoma. Remember, like, this is a deep red area. Like, people are showing up for this protest in large numbers for Oklahoma. Again, like, most people live in the cities. The vast majority of the country is on the coast in the major cities, so you know.
And we are right outside Trump Tower. And so if you can hear, I'll let you just listen to the crowd. You can make out what they're saying. Frederica, if you can hear that, as people are marching past Trump Tower, they're giving the middle finger. They are shouting boo. They are shouting shame.
Want to go alphabetically? Sure, yeah, this chicken. If you're going to help pull up clips to show, hell yeah. That makes my job a whole lot easier. By the way, guys, join Simple X. If you use Signal, stop using Signal. Go use Simple X. If you are talking about things that could get you in trouble on Discord, like anything, literally anything now, go do it on Simple X. Like, Signal is compromised, Telegram is compromised. Do not use those. Do not just text people. Again, like we've talked about safety on the internet a lot on this channel. Your phone might be compromised as it is, just because of the hacking software that the government has access to now, and really like has been used several times. Like, you don't know if you have graphite or Pegasus on your computer, or on your phone, on your system, on your network. Stay as safe as you can. SimpleX is a quite good option for secure communications for the moment. Although, like, again, online you're not really going to have anything secure. It's pretty much impossible to safely use the internet now.
As they make this turn, the place where they can vent their frustration, they feel directly to the president as the letters of his last name adorn in huge letters right on one of the most iconic streets in Chicago. Again, we're right on Wacker. There are tens of thousands of people here, Frederica, and it's notable because there was a No Kings March in June, and it was not this big. This is enormous, and we are right.
That I like to hear. How do you want me to do this? Just post it in here by state? Yeah, sure. I mean, like, I also have videos that I've pulled up that I'm showing, but yeah, like, throw yours in and I'll throw them up. So this is Williamsburg, Virginia, site of the original No Kings movement. Plenty of people there. Oklahoma City. What's this?
Okay, here we come. All right, I got you. Got me? Yep, I got you.
Yes, you are under surveillance on your phone at all times. I've covered this extensively. Well, simply, Steve, they are monitoring your phone too, unless you have a Google Pixel with Graphene OS on it. Which, by the way, guys, drop me a donation. I need to go and get myself a Google Pixel and put Graphene OS on it. And use phones as well. Cost money. So, drop a dono. Support independent journalism. This was the one I went to. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Do you want a mix of happy and sad stuff? I would love some happy stuff every now and again. That'd be great, actually. No Kings protest takes over Old Town Fort Collins. Based. I remember Denver. I loved Denver.
To stand up for your democracy. We know that we are facing a criminal and cruel administration.
Democracy is a team sport. And let me be clear about what this team is up to. Democrats here in Colorado are fighting back in real and tangible ways against the dangerous agenda of Donald Trump and his Republican cronies in Congress.
We have people in our own community who have been terrorized by ICE and have been deported without due process. And we are seeing a war on the poorest and most vulnerable people in our...
You want to know who's monitoring you? Who that is? Like, who's watching? Well, I mean, first off, your job.
Today on...
I have Google Pixel with Graphene OS on it. I'm not impressed. It is the most secure that you can get, and it's much better than being on standard Android. I'm having trouble getting Graphene OS on mine because the OEM unlock is grayed out. I gotta contact some people. Did you get the newest model? Because that might be why.
Forbes. Inside Amazon's aggressive push to get cops using AI surveillance. In mid-2020...
Oh, wait, you know what? Why am I even showing you this? I could just show you Larry. Here. Makes it far, far, far easier if I just, pull that one up. Wait, no, not you, not you. You have a video, though, that just shows the clip that I want right in the beginning, and that would be very, very helpful. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Because we're constantly recording, watching and recording everything that's going on. Citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording and reporting everything that's going on. And it's unimpeachable. The cars have cameras on them. I think we have a squad car here someplace.
This is Larry Ellison, the guy this entire series has been about, and his idea for the future of the American dream would make even George Orwell blush. Now, in the last few videos, we've covered a lot. A secret wife who nobody knew about, a football deal which involved...
Are we under the opinion here that undocumented non-citizens should be given due process? Yes, it is literally in the Constitution that they should be given due process, but if you think that they're only arresting undocumented people, then you are literally just not paying attention. I'll say this, I'm ready for when the Gestapo try and come for me. Good. I'm glad you're ready.
Dave Portnoy and revealed everything, and how the only person who can actually verify Jo Lynn's existence at the University of Michigan is her alleged college roommate, a nuclear physicist who won't return anybody's calls.
Look,
now, I know a lot
I'm not gonna watch this whole thing. Go and check out the Dre dossier, and go subscribe to her Substack. Well, actually, sorry, that was the wrong copy paste. Go and subscribe to her Substack. It is free. And she does fantastic work. This whole Who the Fuck Am I Working For series shines a light on the techno-feudalist rulers that bought the world. By the way, this is Anchorage, Alaska, which is crazy because we just had to evacuate a ton of people from Alaska. So it's actually wild that they both have a protest going, and we had to do a massive evacuation. Welcome back, Salamander Sapien. How'd you go? What's up, Dumpy Koala? Just a reminder, while we're on Alaska for a second, this is also Alaska today. Well, sorry, yesterday, rather. So, like, this happened this week to Alaska.
Story unfolding the awful image.
Pacific, barreling into western. The storm's fueled by remnants of a typhoon that tore across the Pacific, barreling into western Alaska over the weekend. That devastating storm surge flooding the towns of Kipnuk and Quigillingok.
And we still have massive turnout at this rally, so that's fucking impressive. Definitely the biggest protest I've ever been in. Was impossible to know where the start and ends of the marches were. Hell yeah. I will defend my property, my home, my rights. That's why you have the Second Amendment and the Third. Now, that might kind of protest off the roads, not impeding everyday folk. That's not a protest. Impeding everyday folk is the point of the protest. Blocking the roads and being disruptive is what the protest is for. That's how you draw attention. You have to be disruptive. You have to impede the road. You have to make yourself a nuisance. That's the whole point. Little Rock, Arkansas. Thank you. Another red state. That was the biggest protest this town has ever had. We got a permit based. And no, thank you, Headless Chicken. Honestly, the tweet says it half the time as well. I've been alright, Dumpy Koala. I've been better. You know, the fascist takeover of the world is shit. The surveillance capitalism apparatus building out constantly. The fact that we're going to need ID to be on the internet in like a couple months at best. Also, I'm in a lot of pain, so you know. I don't know about that. I think there are more effective ways to make a change in the government. Okay. I'm telling you historically what protest has been about and what the rights that we have enshrined in the law to defend protest include is disruption. That's the whole fucking point. Good to hear. I feel I had to step away from my sanity. No, fair enough, honestly. Like, fair enough. Tuning out is bad, but stepping away, taking a breather, and like figuring out where you are, that's different.
Let's
like
talk about
that matters.
Insurrection Act, protecting fragile white men from threats to their power since 1807.
All right, you know what? Let's talk about the Insurrection Act because they've been building up for this.
Let's talk about
since like well before the beginning of like the actual administration. They want this so bad. I can also post news articles if you like. I'm just afraid of copyright. you won't, like, news articles and stuff like that don't get copyrighted, and Twitter videos, anything like that, you're fine. You're fine. As long as it doesn't have, like, music playing in it, then we're fine. But actually, I'm going to spend, like, a little bit talking about this for a second, because there's a good chance... Oh, thank you for the sub, Dumpy Koala. I really, really appreciate that. There's a good chance that on Monday, or rather even tomorrow, possibly even tonight, depending on how this goes, that they will try and install the Insurrection Act. And we need to understand what that means, what that will be used for, and historically, like, what this has looked like. So this is Ted Stormer. He's a historian of resistance history in America. He's fantastic at what he does. Little boring, but, like, important shit. Oh, thank you again for the gifted sub, Dumpy Koala.
The Insurrection Act, protecting fragile white men from threats to their power since 1807. Hey folks, I'm Tad Sturmer. I'm an American scholar of resistance history at the University of Southern Denmark and Johns Hopkins. In 1807, Thomas Jefferson, that champion of limited government and critic of executive power and tyranny, he signed a law giving presidents nearly unlimited authority to deploy military force against American citizens. The Insurrection Act was not passed during a national emergency. By the time Jefferson signed it on March 3rd, 1807, the problem that had prompted it...
Sorry, just to pause. We're already here. MSNBC compares no king's critics to Nazis. Yeah, that's because they're Nazis. Sorry, wrong one. Go. No Kings is a Marxist, socialist, anti-American rally. Like, that's what they're telling each other. That's what they believe.
Aaron Burr's alleged plot to carve out his own nation in the Louisiana Territory, he was acquitted of that, was over. Burr had been arrested weeks earlier. But fragile white men will do what fragile white men always do, panic and grab for more authority. So Jefferson got what he wanted. He got a law that removed judicial oversight and gave presidents unilateral authority to decide when insurrection exists and deploy military force domestically. And that's where it is today. But here's what changed in 1807. Before 1807, think about it.
Your personal freedoms are under attack and at risk. Are they really doing anything about that? Yes! Your right to free speech is currently at risk. First off, protest is protected in free speech. Donald Trump literally said the words, "We took the free speech away," in relation to flag burning. Like, yes, no, they're after your rights. They're complaining that ICE agents are not allowed into, like, restaurants and their bathrooms, which is the Third Amendment. They've talked about getting rid of the left's guns. Like, often, they're planning to do this currently. So yes, freedom of speech, freedom of religion is under attack as well, considering the fact that, like, they're forcing Christianity in schools. What else is here? Freedom to organize, because, you know, you're just all Antifa now. You're all Antifa now. What else was there? Oh, yes, you know, trans people don't get rights. We don't give due process to anybody. Literally not a single deportation has taken place in months because a deportation requires a legal proceeding that they just stopped doing. Like, we just don't care. We just don't care.
Shays' Rebellion, the Great Freakout in 1787, terrified Washington, Madison, Hamilton, and others to push for a constitution to create a consolidated federal power to shut down domestic resistance to their authority, no matter how much they abused it. Then, in 1791, indigenous people scared the hell out of them when a war party of the Northwest Confederacy, the Shawnee, the Miami, the Lenape...
I literally showed you NSPM 7, the National Security Memorandum. Like, we are currently arresting people over free speech. Just because it hasn't happened to you personally yet doesn't mean it's not real. Again, you personally are half in the party line anyway. I showed you several examples of US citizens getting arrested for their speech, getting beat. I talk about this literally every day. Literally every day. Here, you want to see something else illegal? This was them months ago arresting the mayor of Newark illegally after getting off the phone with the AG. Listen to what they say.
The mayor in handcuffs, okay? We are arresting the mayor right now. On the Deputy Attorney General of the United States. Anyone that gets in their way, I need you guys to give me a perimeter so I can cuff them and get them on there. If you have body cams, turn them on.
If you have body cams, turn them off. Cops aren't likely to do something like that. Cops are beholden to a lot of standards. However, the government officials have overtly called half our country terrorists, and that is dangerous. Yeah, absolutely. And like beyond that, some of the cops are also on the terrorist side here. Again, like look at Chicago. They were gassing the cops. People literally got fired from their jobs for making a joke about a dead Nazi. I got banned for 30 days for accurately reporting the situation on Twitch. 30 days I got banned from Twitch for accurately reporting what happened. I wondered what happened there. Yep. It was, Twitch said I was supporting terrorism. That's what they banned me for. By the way, that's my second ban. So, third one, I'm out. Permit. Go follow me on YouTube and join the Discord, because any day I'm just gonna get permit here. Because it doesn't matter. For a dead Nazi, fucking hell. Literally like that. Oh, I didn't even make fun of him. I mean, I was laughing, sure. But what I got banned for, specifically, was saying you should not go and do bad things. Don't go and commit violence. Don't go and hurt people. But when something bad happens to someone bad, entirely outside of your control, you have nothing to do with it, you do not have to feel bad for the bad person suffering consequences. You are allowed to take joy from that. This is called Schadenfreude. It is a German word for essentially karma. You're allowed to enjoy the karma. It's not morally bad. It's not supporting violence. You are allowed to feel good that a bad thing that you do not support happened to someone bad. That's it. That's literally it. Yeah, every single live is calling this like millions rise up. Millions take to the streets. Millions rise up at 2,500 peaceful protests. Millions rise up at 2,500 peaceful protests. Protests around the USA. Here's Phoenix. That's good to see. And this should be Dallas. And cool, we got a 3-screen one. That's fantastic. And then we got LA. All right. So, no sound, but that's fine. Is this Dallas? No, that's DC. Sure, why not? Okay, here we go. LA. PDX is... This looks like Portland. Yeah. That's gonna have copyrighted music. There it is. Wait, you're streaming on YouTube as well now? Yeah, absolutely. I always stream on YouTube and Twitch at the same time when I can. My work had to put a memo about the situation warning us not to say anything wild in these times. It's insane. It's insane. Again, like, you have the freedom of speech just taken away from you. That's it. What's up, Gus Broadcast? Literally got modded. Wow. I mean, I mod everybody. So, here. Everybody that, like, posts based stuff and, like, comes back to chat regularly, I tend to mod because I like to function on a community policing system. Each of you tend to have moderator powers. There's a couple managing mods who don't really do anything. And you guys get to decide amongst yourselves who gets banned, who doesn't, who gets muted. I mean, I can overturn it, I guess, but still. This is nice, though. Yeah, there's going to be too much stuff there. I like that it's based. It's putting my beliefs into practice. I talk about this literally all the time. So, you know, how to identify those who are attempting to take my free speech so I can be ahead of time? Anybody who supports MAGA. That's it. It's that simple. They're the ones that want to take your free speech. Hell, you know what? Here. Twitter, fuck you. Fuck you.
Burning mob, and we've made it 1-year penalty for inciting riots. We took the freedom of speech away because that's been through the courts, and the court said you have freedom of speech. But what has happened is when they burn.
You had freedom of speech. The court said you had freedom of speech. But what happened was we took it away. That's what he said. Literally what he said.
Made it 1-year penalty for inciting riots. We took the freedom of speech away because that's been through the courts, and the court said you have freedom of speech. But what has happened is when they burn a flag, it agitates and irritates crowds. I've never seen anything like it on both sides, and you end up with riots. So we're going on that basis.
Yeah, you had a big emphasis there. True. Thanks. I was thinking of all the content creators I feel like me, and you have the most in common in terms of ideology. Based. That means you're based. I'm glad. You are in a serious situation about personal features and wish people not to focus on. Gotcha. I have no idea what you mean by that. Trump is taking free speech from people. Holy cow. Literally, yeah. He's saying it himself. Those are the words coming out of his mouth. Right there. So, you know. Remember also, like, the Gestapo are threatening to kill people like paramedics. We are doing live fire missile tests into California during, like, the largest protest in American history. Burning the flags is one of the acceptable ways to destroy a U.S. flag according to the flag code. Right-wingers fought for the right to burn the flag in the Supreme Court. That was, like, Republicans fought for that right. What are you talking about personal features? Someone who asked him to define what Tifa means and who controls it, doubt an answer would appear. They're going to call it George Soros. Like, at the Antifa roundtable, we had Jack Posobiec, who's end wokeness on Twitter, talking about how Antifa's been a problem since the Weimar Republic. Since the Weimar Republic. You're not a crazy chatter. We are in a fascist hellscape. Like, that is the reality that we live in. I feel like you guys maybe need to go check out, like, the last stream that I did as well, because I talked a lot about this stuff last stream, but I mean, like, more than that. Here, let me see if I could pull some stuff up from last stream. In Portland, an ambulance was summoned to an ICE office to treat an injured protester. Not clear how he was injured. ICE beat the shit out of him. But when the patient was lowered inside, ICE officers refused to let the ambulance leave and threatened to shoot the ambulance driver. They claimed, like, you know when you are in drive in your car and you have your, like, foot on the brake and then you put the car in park and you let go of the brake and your car, like, lurches forward a little bit? They said that was them trying to run over the ICE agents. The written accounts were filed by the ambulance crew shortly after the incident. One reports to their employee, American Medical Response, another to union representative. The two reports filed by different medical workers mirror each other's accounts and are consistent with publicly available audio recordings of the emergency medical services radio communication. Both reports say federal agents, in an effort to block the ambulance's departure, stood directly in front of the vehicle. As the delay dragged on, according to the reports, the ambulance operator put the vehicle in park, causing it to lurch forward slightly. The report indicated that federal agents did not like this, so much so that an agent threatened to shoot and arrest the driver. The driver threatened to ask why. An agent, according to the reports, responded that the driver had attempted to hit him with an ambulance. So, like, that's where we are right now. Instead of saying Antifa, we should say anti-fascism. It makes anyone criticizing you sound like an asshole. I mean, I just say I'm alt-left, but, you know, yeah. I know it doesn't matter, but technically he can enforce that. He can't enforce it because the Supreme Court rulings supersede executive orders. But, like, yeah, the Supreme Court isn't, like, they own them. So, you know. It's a rough reality right now. I hate seeing the flag burned in the streets, but I spent 22 years in the military to defend the right to do so. Among others, as a lifelong Republican, I hate what MAGA shitbirds are doing in this country. See, Nader Hunter, see, this is what I mean. Big respect. There are people on the right who are not Nazis, and they're people like Nader Hunter. Like, it's just that simple. Nader Hunter is an American, is a patriot, is not one of these fucking pussies talking about Operation Inflation, the U-Haul van bringing in inflatable, like, animal costumes as WMDs. You'd think Trump would be the one most motivated to protect freedom of speech, given his willingness to offend people on his own. He's the king. The law doesn't apply to him, Raskolnikov. The man does whatever he wants. He's been doing crypto scams since the beginning of the... You know, he's made like $47 billion since he became president. Right? Let's see, what else do we got here? Ah, yeah, we got right-wing saboteurs. Ah, here we go. Here's a couple good ones. This is, these are the monsters that, like, MAGA supports. Here's a fucking Walgreens in Chicago. Oh, hello, welcome, Raiders. Big shout out to Zachap, fantastic Australian streamer and also an educator. Thank you. We're just covering the protests today and also, like, trying to explain the distinctions between all the different groups. Welcome. So, you haven't missed... Wait, hold on. Why is Nightbot deleting all these messages? What's going on here? What's the bot doing? Why is the bot deleting all of these? Sorry for all the innocent souls who just got auto-modded. Yeah, what the fuck? Oh, I'm about to turn that off. Anarchist tech support, could you please turn off the auto-mod? Your raid messages aren't coming through? Yeah, I know. It's something... Yeah, the bot went haywire. Sorry. It's not your fault, guys. Welcome, everybody. Bot going rogue due to emotes, maybe? Makes sense. Yeah, no, holy shit. Okay, fine, fair enough. So back to the fact that these are monsters, that these ICE agents are not just like Nazis, but they're soulless ghouls. They are subhuman monsters that specifically just want to hurt people. Like, they enjoy this. Look at them.
Fuck out of here! Real Americans don't want you!
Get the fuck out of here!
You fucking Nazi!
Get the fuck out of here!
He's American.
He's a citizen! He's a citizen!
Why are you running? Because you saw you like.
He's a citizen! He's a citizen! That's my...
I say this all of the time, Nader Hunter. Sorry, thank you, I was muted there. I really suck with hitting that button. It's a difficult position to be in because so many lump all of the right wing in with MAGA, and that's completely untrue. There are still some of us sane right wing out there. I say this all of the time. The right wingers who have a soul, who have humanity, who don't hate this country and everything that it stands for, who actually believe the things that they say, have left MAGA already. It doesn't mean that they've become a leftist. It doesn't mean that they have become, you know, Kamala Harris's #1 fighter. No, none of that matters. It just means that they have left MAGA. Those Republicans are important. Like, we can work with them. If you are against fascism, I don't care what you believe. I will work with you, and then we can sort out our differences after the fascists are gone. Like, we need, like, force them to justify their violence. They will just make shit up, and that's what they're doing now. Again, like, they're calling these protests Hamas terrorists. They're calling them ISIS. Center-right are liberals. Essentially, it is liberalism. And it doesn't really matter what your label is. Like, I personally don't label myself. People have said, like, what, I'm a libertarian socialist. Some people have said I'm an anarcho-communist. I don't believe in any of that shit. I'm just a humanist. Yeah, I'm definitely not left, but I'm certainly anti-MAGA. Exactly, and that means that you are on our side. You are against the Nazis and the fascists, and that's all I care about. Again, like, they're deploying tear gas on unarmed civilians. Remember, tear gas in a war is a war crime. Why is this not a crime when deployed against civilians in the United States? Mook and Baby Seal Furmans, love that name by the way, manufactured consent. Yeah, they're manufacturing the consent right now. These days I just say I believe in freedom, and I do. Remember that, like, tear gas is not only a chemical weapon being deployed on a civilian population, which would be a war crime in a war, not even against a civilian population, against a military, but beyond that, like, this shit makes you infertile. This is harmful to your, it's toxic. Trump just... What? Palestinians from being killed? You do realize Israel's still bombing Palestine right now. This is what they're doing to this country, and they're calling it saving it. You're right, Nader Hunter. There are many better options than tear gas, but we don't choose the options that we're choosing for their use. For example, CS gas is better than CN gas, but we're using more CN gas than CS gas. CN gas is far more toxic to you. CS gas is far more useful. We're using the less useful one and the more toxic one. By the way, again, I showed this several times. We're using this full body restraint, which is incredibly dangerous. There's a reason we don't use these, but we like hurting people. If people were serious about democracy, popular opinion wouldn't be ignored by both parties. Popular opinion doesn't exist because everyone doesn't believe in reality, Webcamera Inc. Everyone just believes what they're told. This fucking brainwash cube over here has addicted all of you. It's literally built to be addictive, mind you. All smartphones and tablets should get launched into the sun, in my personal opinion, but like that's a whole other thing. You're all addicted to the media, and from the moment you wake up to the moment you go to bed, you're inundated with messaging, specific messaging from an algorithm that is designed to make you think a certain way. You think that that algorithm doesn't predict what your brain will do later on? Like like the video that you watched today on your feed, the algorithm decided 3 days ago that you were going to watch that video. I think, like, what effects does tear gas have on newborn babies? We've seen ICUs on it. It makes them likely infertile when they're older, Latino Mifune. It makes them, like, it can cause physical damage to their body. It's toxic. I think the conservatives, even the conservatives, should be able to realize that the arbitrary unilateral executive tariffs are like the worst form of command economy, authoritarian communism. The economy is about to collapse. We currently have local banking crises. We're back to, like, 1929 right now. Gotta love the theatrical camo garbage, gotta keep up appearances. Oh, of course. You haven't exposed to CS a few times in training, it's not fun. And here you are feeding us. We are all cows in a feedlot being milked by Peter Thiel and Larry Ellison. Like, when I was a kid, they told us if it's free, you are the product. We're no longer the product. We're the resource being extracted for the product. Economy isn't doing good. AI bubble will burst soon. AI bubble is literally just the Nvidia bubble, and when that bursts, we collapse. Currently, housing prices are higher than they've ever been. Debt in every category, like credit card debt, housing debt, school debt, student debt, like all of it are at dangerous levels. We are cooked, but it's the plan. And I said this a full year ago. I said 1 year ago, by March of 2026, we will default on the U.S. national debt. And that's where this is headed. They're talking about it now. The fact that's even being talked about is insane. Nothing but nihilism. I'm out of here. You think this is nihilist? I'm being realist. I'm not saying we're cooked. Like, the country fucking cooked entirely. But I'm not a nihilist here. In fact, I believe that the most beneficial path forward is for the awake Americans who are willing to fight to leave the country. Now, I know that sounds counterintuitive, but think back to World War II. We would not have succeeded in our military campaign against Germany without the German Jews who escaped Germany and helped us crack their codes, told us about like their plans, their culture. Like they knew what was going on. What's a nihilist? An idiot. Yeah. Dynasty is cooked. That's true. That is true. I see tablets like I see laptops. I don't. I like if you're gonna use a tablet, I'm not a fan. I don't know. Laptops are a whole different thing. Tariffs are stupid generally. They can be used in very targeted fashion for specific reasons, but massive blanket tariffs like Trump is doing is absurd and stupid as hell. Yeah, absolutely. But that's on purpose. Again, like the point is to crash the economy because when the economy crashes, like a depression or a recession is really good for the wealthy. Most of the companies will go down. They will collapse. A lot of people will go bankrupt. But the very, very, very rich, the, I don't know, like 100 people that are at the very top will just buy all of those companies, have a monopoly. Again, we've talked about how all of them believe in dark enlightenment. Not Peter Thiel, Curtis Yarvin's writing. They hype it up constantly. And he writes specifically about this. Trump killed the Department of Education. They want us stupid. I feel sorry for a lot of folk. The smart ones are going to get dumber. We've been getting dumber for years, too. Israel is based on the very real race science that Nazis used. Well, again, Zionism is Nazism. They're the same thing. You can't be a Zionist without saying Hitler was right, because Zionism is anti-Semitic. So, you know, there's that. Mook and Baby Seal for mittens. So I got 20 large mums for like $80 today from a grower at the Easter market. That's nice. Ooh, 980 followers. Hell yeah, we're like 20 off from actually hitting 1,000. Hell yeah. Join the Discord, guys. Holy shit, the right-wing bots are out in full force today. Actually, from my phone to a laptop in a weird way. My phone is the healthiest device in a weird way. The phone is the easiest device for you to get distracted. So, you know. I'm a nihilist of sorts. Everyone left behind should probably read Serafinsky's text on I don't give a shit about reading theory. I'm a little bit of a nihilist, but I'm also a revolutionary optimist. Things suck. And they're really, really bad. And things are going to get worse. But that doesn't mean we should give up. I don't care. Like, we should not give up. Chat order streamers pronouns, anything you want. I don't care. I don't care at all. You can call me a dinosaur if you want. I'm a bot, but not a right-wing bot. You can stay then, Circuit Overload. You can stay. By the way, like, again, like, this is the level of shit that we're doing to people now. Like, American citizens, undocumented immigrants, documented immigrants, everybody. MAGA falls into this. You say one wrong thing about the administration. Oops, sorry, you are a terrorist, according to NSPM 7, which, if you haven't read, I'll link it for you guys in the chat again.
Device allegedly being used in ICE deportations. The full body restraint device is called the RAP. The company that made a modified version of the device for ICE says it allows for people to be restrained during flights and long bus trips. However,
this is incredibly dangerous, and we don't do this. We didn't do this for a reason, because it is torture.
That is not the case.
Resorting to medieval times type of torture. This picture is from the 13th century. This is the human rap is a new take on medieval century torture. Understand?
Apparently furries and people who wear frog suits are terrorists now too when the terrorists become so cute. Again, like the rebranding of the left of, oh, you know, we're gonna drink the liberal tears, the woke snowflakes can't, and now we're like domestic terrorists destroying the country, overthrowing the government. So do people just like piss themselves in these things? Yeah.
How cooked.
Like, the point is humiliation, the point is violence and cruelty. They enjoy that. That's kind of their whole plan. Imagine losing our country to a fat bitch that can't even make up, that can't even blend his makeup. That's true. I thought we were weak. Well, like, it depends on which way you're phrasing that. Like, we are weak as a country. Are you talking about, like, our military strength? Like, we have military strength. Our leaders are not on board. Our, like, Secretary of War is a DUI hire, so, you know. Yeah, they taught us how full mobilization on spine board for transport had really bad effects, let alone a prolonged. Yeah, exactly. I like when my partner does it, but not with the government agents. Oop, I just outed myself. Bottoms, man. The enemy is simultaneously weak and feckless, yet unimaginably powerful. True. Literally true. We're doing this again now, like all the time. The RAP was developed for the purpose of quick transport to jail for violent suspects, short use for like 20 minutes. Yeah, not, you know, several hour international flights. Definitely not. Weak, military-wise, definitely not. Politically, maybe. Politically, yes. Military-wise, it's arguable. We have, like, the tech, sure. We have the weapons, sure. Our soldiers are decently trained, sure. Our generals are pissed, and our leadership is drunk. So, you know, I'm not sure how a military engagement would actually go. For example, if we were trying to invade Venezuela, we would lose. But, like, we would have lost even if that was, I don't know, like Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, Obama. We still would have lost Venezuela. That's not a war that we can win. Against China, we'd stalemate. But whole other topic. Again, let's get back to the fact that they want to use today's protests to declare the Insurrection Act. By the way, guys, all of the based chatters and new followers, go and join the Discord. Drop a like on the YouTube stream. That would help quite a bit. Welcome to the YouTube side, Headless Chicken. I'll drop you a mod over there as well. There are no Missouri U.S. military wins every war. How about Vietnam? How about Afghanistan? How about, you know, any of those? How about Iraq as well? You know, because we technically won there. Why is anyone bringing a baby to a protest of ICE? You really should not bring your child to these, especially today. Like, they're going to get violent later. Which is why I quite like the protesters and their tactical frivolity are making it far more difficult for the regime to declare these as like terrorists. So that's good. But the death ratio of all those was like 13-1. You think that that means winning? We lost in Afghanistan. We got fucked around for 20 years. We killed a lot of people. Sure, that didn't do anything for us. We killed 700,000 Iraqis, committed several war crimes, and what do we get for that either? Does Iraq have a functional democracy now? No. Vietnam, we got our fucking asses kicked and humiliated. Stop being such a America simp. To be fair, they've been looking for an excuse for the Insurrection Act since Stephen Miller was... Yeah, exactly. Like, they've been doing this since last year. So it's important. We did a genocide, for fuck's sake, and we didn't win shit. True. We did 3.5 Gazas, essentially. Well, if you base that off the official numbers, Salamander Sapien. I think that we did... Like, I think Gaza's up to, like, 700,000 themselves, so, you know. Killing more people doesn't mean you win. Yeah, Tactical Frivolity is a good name, or a band name, too. I think it's a good band name. Yes, and more consider killing the better than they kill us and winning the war. But that's not how you win a war. Wars have a win condition, not just a death count. Like, we didn't achieve any of our war goals, and then we withdrew. We did win the Iraq and Afghanistan wars. We failed to follow up with major operations. I would say we won Iraq, Nader Hunter. I don't think we won Afghanistan. We did not win Afghanistan. We haven't done well at nation building post-war since Korea. That's because we've been brainwashing our soldiers since the 60s, and they've gotten worse at their jobs since then. Since we discovered brainwashing, since we started doing the shock doctrine, you know, back in the 70s when we started doing this in South America, in fucking Chile and Argentina and Costa Rica. We replaced the Taliban with the Taliban. Well, at least today's Taliban seems to be actually more welcoming than the United States government right now. Like, genuinely, Lordy Canthro, as a Western woman, I would feel safer in Kabul right now than going to DC. Like, the Taliban wants influencers. You don't even have to follow their rules if you're a Western influencer. You just come make TikTok videos for them and they don't care. I would literally feel safer with the Taliban right now than I would in the United States. So, you know.
Not be destroyed the United States.
Tell me you don't know how war works without telling me you don't know how war works, Raskolnikov. I literally cover war on this channel every fucking day.
Its army. So the first federal Congress passed the Militia Acts in 1792 for authority to go after all enemies, foreign and domestic. So part of that was the Calling Forth Act.
Trump's not the only one in charge, Headless Chicken. This is Miller's business.
Only after a federal judge certified that ordinary law enforcement couldn't handle the situation. Judicial review beforehand was required.
If killing the most troops won you the war, Raskolnikov, then why has Ukraine not won the war yet, considering they have killed significantly more Russians than Russians have killed Ukrainians? How many people have you killed in a war? Did I say I went to war? I said I covered war. Winning a war is convincing your opposing military to cease resistance through the minimal necessary casualties on both sides. It's also achieving your war goals. Russia's war goals are taking several cities and several areas. I don't know, I don't care, I don't fight for Ukraine. That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you how war works because you don't understand it. Like, again, like I don't care, I don't fight for Ukraine is such a built-in, manufactured dismissal. That's literally the programming. Like, you are doing what you are programmed to do. You've been wound up like a toy. Your point was opposed by mine, and then you just didn't want to talk about it. Like, that was it. I made a point that conflicted with yours, and you just didn't want to talk about it. That's the problem. Yes, war, I kill the enemy and protect my fellow soldier. Ukraine has killed far more Russians than Russians have killed Ukrainians and continues to do so. Why has Ukraine not won the war? Because there are other things in a war that matter. It's not just that. It's not just one thing. Oh, okay, hold on. We're getting an arrest.
to go into women's safe space. I'm sorry.
Exactly.
Take the guy to the hospital. It's illegal search and seizure.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Save the guy.
But remember, stay silent. Don't say a damn thing.
Wait. There it is.
Let's go. Trump was right about everything. Trump was right about everything.
Trump was right about everything. Where's that? This looks like Broadview, Illinois. That one's Broadview.
This is all the people coming.
Trump was right about everything.
Don't fucking do it. Like Kamala Harris and her gender is still. He's taking pictures of Travis's gun. They're so proud.
No.
What
is it because he has a mask on? Probably just because he's in black bloc. I don't know. We'll find out. That was the goofball from the Destiny debate. No idea. But here, no King's protests and the arrests have begun. And SPM 7 is already being used to detain protesters over free speech. Saw this earlier, and yeah, again, the indicators include anti-Christianity, anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, speech that is commonplace. The law, what they don't realize that SPM 7 has already resulted in several arrests at protests just like No Kings. Several. I want to sound a clip of, don't fucking do it. True.
That's Greenland. That's
Bringing it back to America.
Bringing it back to America. That's why.
Yes, sir.
He can't imagine that a strong man would be gentle.
He's making too much sense for these people.
Again, like this is what you believe when you only get their side of the story. That's what you get when you only consume their media. No Kings is barely a protest when you ask permission from the cops. You're just doing a parade. I agree, Circuit Overload. I actually fully agree. Now, this is expected to be the largest protest in U.S. history. It's supposed to surpass the George Floyd protests in size, more than 20 million people. But you are correct in that it's not a protest if you're asking for permission. In fact, I've been arguing with Raskolnikov about this all day. The protest is supposed to be disruptive. It's supposed to make things difficult for people. It's supposed to inconvenience people. That's the whole point. Your views are true for the battlefield soldier holding a rifle. They are entirely incorrect at the large-scale tactical and strategic level. I agree 100%, Nader, Hunter. Perfect way to explain that. Thank you. Okay, you need to stop being passive-aggressive. Because literally, like, I also know this, and anyone with a brain can. So, last warning, Raskolnikov, don't be passive-aggressive when people correct you. See, bad faith as fuck? Most people are. I do like having people to argue with, though. And, like, Raskolnikov is at least better than most of these people that jump in. Again, remember that there's a bit of a fucking Nazi problem in this country. There's, these Nazis. Here was, which one was this one? Oh, I don't know. I don't care. These were the master race talking about how much they love Hitler, how much they want to burn people, how much they, like, you know, want to put people in gas chambers. It was these people. This is what the master race looks like. I don't know why they're all so fucking rotund, but, you know, it is what it is. They doxed their own leader, calling him a traitor for that. The White House just said, I don't care, it's fine. And then actually went on to confront the guy who leaked the Nazi group chat, but not the Nazis themselves. White House confronted Gavin Wax for leaking racist text messages to Politico a week before the story was published. Last week, White House Office of Political Affairs received a screenshot conversation between Politico reporter and Wax. They look like they all smell like cabbage. True. Every time they open their mouth, it smells like shit. True. I was actually agreeing. Sorry, it's hard to read when you're in text. It's hard to read subtext there. My therapist agrees with that too. I made the point that she was like, yeah, I don't think about that, but you're right. Like, I'm radicalizing my therapist. Based. Like, again, I've talked about at length, no one is coming to save us. No institution can stop them because institutions only work with the assumption that, I don't know, like, people will follow the rules of that institution. If people stop giving a shit about the institution, then no one cares. Like, that's it. Those guys clearly have a hard time walking around the block. True. But on the other hand, the admin would be complaining so much about it if it wasn't meaningless either. That is true. But, like, they're in a tough spot. Like, don't get me wrong right now. Like, we're actually in a decent place that we could be, like, as best as it can, I guess. Like, the military hates them. They keep fucking up. Again, like, we said we were going to do CIA operations in Venezuela and then announced it on national television. Like, good luck to the CIA ops going to Venezuela after they've been burned like that. So, you know, the fact that we called in all of the generals, called them fat and lazy, and made all of the, like, 70-year-old generals do, like, push-ups and shit. And then, like, you see them leaving.
2 weeks ago, on September 30th, Colonel Douglas Krugman resigned his post after serving 24 years in the Marine Corps under 4 different presidents. He said he could no longer take an oath to serve under a commander-in-chief who treats the Constitution like a suggestion.
I have to say this now. Errata Cookie, we shouldn't see the No Kings as this unique protest that defeats fascism. Most of these attendees are Kamala's brunch folks. It's still good to go to these because it's a good atmosphere to talk to them and convince them and get them more involved. Yeah, but this is a distraction. Like, this is bait. This is not going to change shit. Again, until you stop having weekend protests, you're not changing shit. Go look at all of the countries that changed their governments recently and look what their protests are like. Heck said, there's everything a leader is not supposed to be. That's what you get when you get a DUI hire.
Writing, quote, this president acts as though one election makes 236 years of constitutional order irrelevant. Instead of trying to work within the Constitution or to amend it, President Trump is testing how far he can ignore it. If voters and legislators cannot close the gaps in our laws to clarify the limits of presidential power, those who serve our government will continue to struggle. The next president of either party may continue us down this path toward collapse. 2 weeks ago on
Circuit overload. I actually love that idea. We should start, like, try and organize an organization that will help, like, former U.S. military who quit. Again, like, this official quit his job because he didn't want to commit a war crime. Like, that was his reasoning, was that Trump wants them to commit crimes regularly. Again, we are committing crimes. We bombed the Colombian ship this week, and we just pretended like it wasn't that. Hey, don't forget to hit the thumbs up. Also, yes, please go and drop a like on the YouTube stream. Follow me on YouTube. I've been banned on Twitch twice. I will not get another chance after they ban me this time. And also join the Discord. The problem is when people go to or watch one protest and think that's changed, the work isn't done, it's just started. Yeah, Naval War College got some good tacticians. Guaranteed you have a higher perspective than a grunt. Absolutely. I love that idea. I love that idea. Nader Hunter, I was 22 years Marines, commissioned officer, aviator, retired lieutenant colonel, attended the U.S. Naval War College, postgraduate, so I have a different perspective than people uneducated on military affairs and even the usual former military members in the space. I like that. Like, again, I have no military experience myself. I cover a lot of Ukraine, so I've learned a lot of things. I enjoy looking at military stuff. I think it's fun. It's one of my favorite things to cover. So, there's that. The issue is that they are running into that realistically establishing authoritarianism takes 4 to 9 years or maybe more. These guys are trying to speed run that shit in 9 months. I said this before and I said it again as well. These people are trying to do, like, fascism demands complete subservience to the state. You live for the state. You breed for the state. You work for the state. You eat for the state. You sleep for the state. They want Americans in a span of less than a year. A people who would rather, like, kick a homeless man than give him $5 in cash. The average American, broadly, would rather kick a homeless man than give him $5 in cash. They're expecting these people to give up everything for the service of the state. It's just not going to happen. And, like, we know that. Again, like, the fascists will always fail because fascism is built on nonsense. The contradictions will eventually collapse in on themselves. It has to. It always will. Not to mention that these are all fucking cowards. Every single one of them. Remember that ICE agents I showed you guys earlier getting arrested for a DUI? Please don't take my kids away, man. Sorry, I think he was DHS, not ICE, but like one or the other. It doesn't matter. Dude takes people's kids away. For what it's worth, I've been like 10 of these now. The population really ranges all the way from straight commies to libbies. I get that. What I want to see is more this.
Madagascar. Arrests on the streets of Madagascar. At least 22 killed in anti-government protests, according to the UN.
Not to say that I want this, but
injured in clashes with security forces. All figures disputed by the country's government. Gen Z accused those in power of failing to manage basic resources, blaming it for the economy and widespread poverty. And now, after weeks of protests,
I want to see more of that Jolly Roger. Come on.
Gathered, calling for the president to step down. This time, joined by part of the military. President Retsoel was supposed to address the nation yesterday. Instead, he'd fled for his life. Reuters reporting he'd been flown out.
This is kind of the best case scenario in that, like, they order the military to shoot the protesters and the military says no, which is what happened in Madagascar. That kind of is the best case scenario. That's what the Fash want too, but they think it'll go in their favor because they have nothing but greed. It might. It might.
Of the capital
it's hard
on a
to
French
know.
military aircraft. It's
they
not
do
known
have all the
where
guns
he
because
is,
all the
but he
libs are
put
afraid of
this on a
guns.
Facebook live stream.
We have all seen that the crises that have occurred in the country have led to ruin.
Departure, but also said accountability was key.
The evacuation of Ratsuel was an act of interference by France in Madagascar. Why? Well, because it wasn't a coup d'etat. It was just a call from the people, a call for freedom of expression.
Like, they're calling these Gen Z-led protests. These are global uprisings. They overthrew their government and installed a new one. Look at Nepal. Look at what's happening in Peru. Right now, Peru is in a state of emergency because of this. Much of the military would refuse that order. Many would obey it, though. That's a frightening possibility development. Well, that's what I'm saying, Nader Hunter. Remember, the last time that there was protests of this size was the George Floyd protests. They did declare the Insurrection Act, and Trump did tell the police, not the police, the military, to shoot protesters. And they said no. This time, a lot of those people have been purged. Now, there are quite a lot of military on the street that will disobey that order, but there are a lot that won't. The scariest part for me is the National Guard literally exists for this reason. The National Guard's purpose, outlined in the Second Amendment, is the well-regulated militia that exists to protect us from the government if the government decided to do tyranny. The National Guard exists to fight the U.S. military if the U.S. military was used against the citizens. And it is the National Guard being used against the citizens. That is literally our safety net for this, being used against us. In a third world country, the population truly has nothing to lose. In America, the average American has too much cozy shit to really abandon all of that on behalf of the government or a social movement. The issue is, Salamander Sapien, they are losing all of that anyway. You not only have a right to disobey an illegal order, you have a duty to do so per your oath and the UCMJ. Exactly. Biz, are you optimistic about the outcome of Madagascar and Nepal? I have no opinion. Probably not, honestly. I am very, very opposed to violent revolution. Violent revolution almost never works because it brings in resentment, and resentment is what will cause more problems down the line. Now, Nepal seems to be doing good. They cleaned up. They're not still, like, fighting. They're not pointing fingers at, like, oh, you're betraying the revolution. They're having a real election, so that's good. Isn't it up to the state governments to deploy them, though? I mean, technically, yes. But, like, their job is to fight the U.S. military if the U.S. military is invading a state. Like, that's their whole job. That's why they exist. By the way, Peru, right now.
Hello, this is Biba, organised by mainly younger Peruvians, including many police officers. The demonstrations were organised by mainly younger Peruvians.
I'm not
demanding that
saying that violent revolution can't ever work. It's just very unlikely to work because of the circumstances that builds up and leads to it. I want a cultural revolution from the bottom up, not in the Maoist sense, but like enveloping everybody. Everybody gets liberated. Men, women, children, religious groups, minorities, everybody is liberated. That's what I want.
Do more to combat high levels of crime and corruption. The protests come less than a week after Jose Heri was sworn in as the interim president following the impeachment of his predecessor. He's refused to stand down. Take a listen.
I want to make something clear. We have inherited a country with multiple demands that have...
Like, again, these people, the ones talking in every single case, are working for billionaires. That's it. That's it. No liberation for the Nazis? No, they go in the hole. What do you think? This is a reality here. Nazis go in the hole. Again, every accusation is a confession from a Nazi, Raskolnikov. Prove me wrong on that, and then we can talk about the rest. That's it. Now, we need that bottom-up revolution because these people, whether it's in Peru, whether it's in America, they don't care about you. They don't care about them. They care about the businesses. Everything is for profit. We need a counter-hegemony as a guiding principle. They're ready to start disposing of us all. They want to destroy the world and rule over the ashes. They want some people left, headless chicken. But, like, yeah, no, most of us they think are going to die. Again, like, the entire plan here is siphon and hoard as much as they can like fucking dragons while the oceans boil and most of humanity dies and they get to rule over the ashes. This is why, like, I keep thinking back to Game of Thrones. Because that literally is kind of the basis for the story. Like, if you've seen Game of Thrones or you read the books, the ice zombies are a metaphor for climate change. Like, that is the existential threat that everyone's ignoring so we can play who gets to sit in the big chair. But they'll rule your ideals illegal and you go to jail for insubordination. They already have done that. That's how the system works. The ideal doesn't match the reality. No, you're absolutely right. And they've already made our ideals illegal. Like I showed you, it's terrorism to, think that migrants deserve rights, due process, the Constitution. Trump literally said he took free speech away. I showed that as well. Free speech that right-wingers fought for. For perspective, 1 million seconds is 11.6 days. 1 billion seconds is 31.7 years. Yeah, we have people who have $500 billion. It is an obvious illegal order, such as firing on U.S. citizens. That much is easier to defend. Again, like, stop thinking the courts are going to be involved here. Do you believe if we don't make certain changes about how private businesses use energy, the world will end soon? Yeah, probably. Like, there are several extinction-level threats facing us right now. Like, several. AI will kill us if we don't solve alignment. Climate change will kill a lot of us. Some people will live, sure. Like, it's not gonna kill every human on the planet. But the Earth is becoming less habitable every year, and a lot of this is a chain reaction. For example, we talked about this before. Ice melts in Antarctica or the North Pole, right? The ice is melting. The globe is getting warmer. The water levels are rising. Forget all of that for a second. Put that to the side. The ice melts in Antarctica, which releases centuries of pressure on the soil, which is pushing that soil down. As the ice melts, the soil starts to rise, the ground starts to rise, causing earthquakes, causing volcanic eruptions, which cause more earthquakes, which then spread around the world. We are already seeing this happen slowly, bit by bit. There was a large 8-point-something earthquake in Russia a couple months ago, which was tied to possibly the fact that there is large-scale ice melt on a certain fault line, which made it move and made that far bigger. Thankfully, still no violence that I've seen, which is good. Happy to see that. I'm too old and disabled to do the bodies, arms, when I can still fight beside the hearts and minds. Look, I'm disabled as fuck too. There is always something you can do. There is always something that you can do to fight back. We need a massive deployment of modern Gen 4 and Gen 5 nuclear power. We need a massive deployment of clean energy in general, and Unfortunately, like, we could have been the world leaders in, like, solar panels and wind energy. We just chose not to do that, and now China has. Like, easily. I don't believe any of those things will cause the world to be uninhabitable for myself or my descendants. I'm certain the world will remain beautiful. Okay, sure. Hey, chat. People who've been watching me for like a year now, how many times have you seen me be wrong on a prediction? Just out of curiosity. Like, at least one, sure, but like Salamander Sapien or Erratic Cookie, how many times have y'all witnessed me be wrong on a prediction? Just out of curiosity. What is this? What did the New York Police Department say about no kings? Do you think we'll live on another planet one day? I don't know, and I don't care. That's too far away of an issue for me to worry about right now. New York City announces that 0 arrests were made at the massive No Kings protest today after Republicans spent days claiming the protesters were violent terrorists. Yes! Fucking fantastic. This is great news. We might not actually see any violence later. Because if we are preempting the narrative, what time is it now? It's like 6:30 in the evening. It's about to get dark. When it gets dark is the time where you would likely get that violence. If we're already preempting that narrative now, that is really, really, really good. Well, Donnie Jr. hasn't died of a coke overdose yet. I mean, to be fair, I don't think he was going to die of a coke overdose. He's just a coke addict. You're rarely wrong. It's just the way things manifested sometimes is a bit unique. Yeah, like sometimes I'm right on the point and just wrong on how we got there. What a dumb take on human-influenced climate change. Are you talking about me? They like to declare a riot and curfew around the point of demonstrations. Again, like they faked a riot in Portland not that long ago. I haven't kept count, but you are incorrect from time to time. You know, you own up to it and learn from it, then take new knowledge and make better predictions. Thank you. So, like, take that, Raskolnikov, and factor that into your whether you like what you think is going to happen. For example, we all expected martial law in April, and we ended up with endless guard deployments in June and later. Yes, but remember, we expected martial law in April, and instead of getting martial law, we got 2 executive orders that functionally provided the same circumstances that they needed from the martial law deployment. Remember that one. So, like, again, like, I was right, but I was wrong on how it would actually manifest itself. Those who don't study history are doomed to repeat it. True, and history does not repeat, it rhymes. According to many scientists and research on climate, we would have had about 1,300 years until the Earth got colder. By the way, most climate research, we're now saying we might have been underestimating by about half. So, like, it's about double. I think the Taiwan invasion, right on most other stuff. I was right on that as well. The only reason that didn't happen is because the Fujian aircraft carrier had to get work done on it. And now we're seeing them built up for the next possible window. So, like, they would have taken that window. They just had to miss it. Now they're going to take the next one. Unless, like, things change before then. But, like, yeah, exactly, Shuva Poover. I'm occasionally wrong, but I'm not that far off. No, Streamer, I agree with you. The Chatter's take on the Earth is going to be just fine. Oh, yeah, no, that's incredibly stupid and just, like, ignoring discomfort for the sake of ignoring discomfort. It's that same issue that we keep talking about. The issues that plague the world, but America broadly, are hyper-individualism. I care about me, my family, and everybody outside the walls of my house is an enemy. My house is my castle. I have to have guns to protect it if they're going to break in and rape me and steal my shit. Like, that is the mentality of too many Americans. Beyond that, we also have the inability to feel uncomfortable, to sit in that discomfort. I've asked this question so many times. How many of you could sit in a room with 0 input, no phone, no screen, no music, no book, no podcast, for 15 minutes, just silently? You don't have to meditate, you don't have to do fucking anything. You just have to sit in that room for 15 minutes without any input. Could you do that comfortably? The answer is generally no. If that answer is no, I beg you to practice. Take it slow, take it 5 minutes at a time. If my castle gets a visitor, I will assume that they are an intruder and I will treat them accordingly. Exactly, like that type of mentality. 15 entire minutes? You mean alone with my own thoughts? Exactly. Like, try it 5, then move up to 10. This is practice. You can't do critical thinking without introspection. You can't do introspection without being able to feel uncomfortable. Every single time. Like, I have this issue. I'm going to talk about a personal issue here. My parents, like my parents watch stream. They're probably watching right now. They agree with pretty much everything that I say. But when I apply it to them personally, they stop believing it. I'm right on everything. Like, you know, I'm so proud of you. Like, you're doing great. You're correct. Like, you're doing an important job. When it applies to them, I'm being overdramatic. Why? Because it's uncomfortable and they can't cope with it. So they must deflect it. You have to deflect it. And getting past that mentality requires you to first be able to sit in discomfort. I've done this on stream before where I poured water on my carpet and stood on it with socks on. Like, I put socks on, went and stood on it to demonstrate, like, you need to practice feeling uncomfortable. Mostly a faith-based argument, I think. Okay, well, like, your faith-based argument doesn't exist in reality, so, you know, like, even like, in Christianity, I feel like you could explain climate change is real, but I'm not gonna have that argument. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Bazora's parents. True. Black Man Macho Flare Drip. Love your name. Hello, how are you today? I'm doing alright, actually. I live by 4 words, I might be wrong. You see, I tend to not. Seattle's pretty nice. I'm definitely a 2 amendment guy. I will secure my home, but I also look at the neighborhood as a whole and talk to the few neighbors I have about working together if we... Thank you, Nader Hunter. Guys, like, holy shit. Some of you leftists should really take a lesson from this conservative. Nader Hunter is doing exactly what I've been begging y'all to do for a year. Community action. There's so much you can do. I live rural, only about 6 homes anywhere close to me. You can help yourself and others. Guys, like, money is tight, right? Food prices are going up. Everything is really expensive. Go make friends with your neighbors so that when it's winter or when it's summer, you don't have to have, like, everyone running the electricity or heater in their house. You can make friends and be like, okay, Tuesday nights, we're going to hang out at Mike's house. Everyone hangs out at Mike's house. Mike has the AC on in the summer, and Mike pays for that day. Wednesday, we go to Julie's house. Then it's Julie's turn to pay for that. Everyone pays less, but still gets what they need, and you get that community. Go and find an empty lot in your town, and go and, like, knock on some doors, get some people to sign something, be like, okay, let's get some money together, let's buy this lot, and let's make it a community garden. Food's expensive. I want tomatoes that aren't $8. I want cucumbers that aren't $15. Let's grow them ourselves. I want, to be able to call the police without worrying about getting shot. How about I make a group chat where there is a PDF file in it that has everyone in the group chat's address, the entire town, and if anybody, puts any message in that group chat, it is essentially 911. Come to my house right the fuck now. I need help. That is the purpose of that chat. Instead of calling the police, you can do all of these things. You can then use that to spread this to other communities and grow. I discovered something that most progressive influencers never talk about, and I would like to share it with you. Go for it, Black Man Macho Flare Drip. Go for it. Whatever you want. What dating app thing? Some people grow food, have a pool, pay extra for big bins, etc. Yeah, exactly. But Mike, watch slides about vacations. Do we really want to be at Mike's house? You do want to be at Mike's house if you will freeze to death in the winter otherwise. Bold of you to assume I have any money to spend. Again, even if you don't, that's how you get help. Because if you don't have money to spend, but your community is already putting this together, you just get to help it. Hell, if you help set it up, they'll just help you because you've helped all of them. It is mutual cooperation. What is beneficial to the community benefits the individual. What benefits the individual benefits the community. The fact that it's illegal to have food grown in public is so evil that you can grow inside or grow illegally. I forgot that you can't, do that in some places in America. Fuck that shit. I do not care. Whoa, I didn't do that. Who put shield mode on? What just happened? There, shield should be off now. Sorry about that. I gave someone my kale. Fair. Fair. I don't know what happened there, but sorry about that, guys, for the shield mode for a second. I hope that didn't kick anybody. Good job, DSA. Oh, by the way, like, if you think that, like, we are the good guys, this is the Ty Hegseth wore to the meeting with Zelensky today. So, you know. Luckily, money isn't too much of an issue for our neighborhood. We're all above average, but we support each other in many ways. We do a lot of trading, etc. It's a flying community where a whole neighborhood is built around a runway, and we share maintenance, etc. and facilities along with one guy, an aircraft mechanic, etc. That's fucking based. I love that, actually. I want to do massage crispy kale just right. I need a massage. We are being censored, chat. Well, I mean, that's usually YouTube chat, so, you know, fair enough. Clown government? Yeah, for sure. Like, 100%. Again, like, I need to show this one more time because now there's more people here. This is my favorite video that I have seen in a very, 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 very long time.
Obviously, there are investment projects happening in Indonesia. First off, have you heard from the president? Has he called you?
No, not about that, but I'm glad he acknowledges that I'm a good boy. I am a good boy.
Just literal. Everyone is 12. Every single person in the country is 12 years old. Black man, macho flared up. Honestly, if Democrats just copied Republicans on social issues, they'd crush the election. Most real-life GOP voters, not the performative ones online, don't care about economic nuance. They just want their social stances reaffirmed. Yes, but their social stances are evil. So, you know, I don't think that that's a good idea. Like, their social stances is immigrants don't deserve rights, trans people should be treated like animals and genocided, and slavery is good. Like, that is their fucking social positions. So 90% of social position, basically the entire brand, 90% of the time, then again, Joseph Stalin, Che Guevara, Mao Zedong were extreme conservative socialists, yet conservatives hate them, I guess. I don't know what you're talking about. You said progressives, Democrats are diet Republicans? Yeah, like, so Democrats are the same as Republicans. They are the right. Progressives are now just like liberals. I have to send you the full video. Please do. And anybody to, like, the right of AOC is a Republican to me. Trump is somewhere in his brain trying to solve something with Ukraine, Russia, even though he's being duped by the left and right. Heggie is straight up undermining him with that tie. It's more than that, yeah. A lot of Republicans just want minimal government necessary to provide a positive way of life for our citizens. I'm talking as actual voters, not the talking heads. See, here's the thing, right? I want minimal government for social issues. I want maximum government for businesses, private property, and personal property. The distinction. Personal property. Personal property. Personal property. Private property, house. I want the government to be very much policing businesses and private property. I don't want the government to be policing social issues. That's why I would, like, fall closer to libertarian socialism. I want minimum government for both. I would agree with that if we could get rid of capital. If we just took out capital, then I'd be perfectly fine with solely local governance with an overarching superstructure of elected bureaucrats that have no specific power, but exist to catalog, organize, and communicate between, like, other enclaves. Like, city-states, essentially. Between, like, I don't know, the city-state of Dallas and the city-state of Austin are run by their own local governments. There is no overarching government. Now, there is an overarching superstructure of, like, bureaucrats, but their job is to, like, file papers, make sure that the other, like, places know what's happening. Like, when trade is being discussed, like, they write that stuff down. They keep the records of it. Like, they're just the bookkeepers. All of the decisions are made by the local people of that city-state. If you're in Dallas, decisions that affect Dallas are made in Dallas by Dallas. That's it. Now, like, you could have more conditions added on to that. You could create, like, I don't know, like a convention, like, I don't know, once a year where all of these, like, people, like, meet up and then they discuss, like, a broader thing. Like, there's a lot you could do there. But the idea of minimal government when it comes to businesses doesn't work when you have capital. I have to head out. Zora, have a great show today. Thank you. Have a lovely day, Latino Mafune. Now, Wait, did I get mod powers here? I'm seeing mod tools. Yes, you did. I like to mod most base chatters, community policing and all of that. I gotta say, I would agree. I got some say. Only reason that I think we need a country-based system. Country take care of each other. Government makes each county-based system. Government makes each county has the money for it. Kind of. It's kind of like that, except there is no overarching government. It is just the counties. And it would be like a coalition of the county leaders coming together if ever there was a need for something like that. The good boy conversation happened because Trump was talking to the president of Indonesia, who asked him if he could talk to Eric. Trump was baffled by not being the most important in that moment and called Eric good boy to infantilize him. That's very funny. Hold on. Gotta see that. Monopolies are what causes capitalism to have issues. Without competition, there is no controls on pricing. Capitalism's end goal always will be monopolies, though, Nader Hunter. Like, there's no way for capitalism to exist that will eventually not end up in the monopolies. And we've seen that. Like, go back to FDR, who tried to put those controls, and look at where we are now. Like, we've been on this path. Ever since Citizens United, this path was unavoidable. Now, we could have moved. Like, there's a lot of wiggle room. It's not exact, like, it has to go that way. But capitalism in decline is fascism. That's what fascism is. It's capitalism while it's failing. So the idea of monopolies existing is mandatory. Technically, liberal, capital-centric rhetoric worldwide is right-wing. Well, I mean, like, we're talking about, like, laissez-faire economics. Like, this is, what was his fucking name, that demon? From the Chicago School of Economics. It was, God, I can't remember his name. Demon. You guys don't know what I mean, though. LOL links, but where are, like, 7 companies run 80% of business, we can't just see it because branding to avoid legal responsibilities? Oh, absolutely. There's, like, 50,000 people in the world that cause all of the world's problems, and there's like 100 people that own everything. Monopolies are capitalism and technically oxymoron if one company dominates the market. Well, I mean, like, there is ways to stop that. We tried to stop that. We just didn't try hard enough. Remember, like, even back in the 1930s, they tried to do a fascist coup and overthrow FDR and install Smedley Butler. It was the White House putsch. So, like, they tried back then, the business plot. It was J.P. Morgan, Remington Steele, DuPont, like all of these big businesses, these billionaires tried to buy the government. They tried to overthrow the president. Milton Friedman, thank you. Like, we've been doing this for a while now. Like I said, I want small government involvement, however, monopoly prevention and breaking one place. Oh, exactly. So this is what I mean, Nader Hunter. If you take away capital, then you can have that small government, and you can't have a monopoly. Because capital doesn't exist. Capital is necessary. Capital is just property that you own that you can use to make more money off of that other people don't have access to. Like, I have a whole video on, I have 2 videos on the attempted coup on FDR, actually. Go check it out on YouTube. Usually I don't make many videos because I hate editing, so most of them are streams. But, like, I do have 2 videos on that subject. Moon can baby seal for mittens. The issue here being is always going to be capital. This is, by the way, why the Soviet Union failed. Like, Lenin, before becoming Lenin, wrote things that are very similar to what I'm saying right now. Then he took power, and they didn't get rid of capital. And capital, like, the existence of capital demands the existence of a capital class. And that then formed, which then ruined the entire idea. And that's why the Soviet Union went the way it did. Well, that and because, like, Trotsky, but mainly capital. If you don't get rid of capital, you will just create a new capital class. I mean, I really like what FDR did for the United States welfare state, but I honestly feel like I'm being a partisan hack if I said FDR was my favorite president, because he did a lot of stuff that if he was a Republican, we would call him a dictator for. So, you know, here's the thing. I like FDR. I named my old cat after him. My cat was named Franklin Delano Roosevelt. I think that the only reason he existed was to stop socialism. Because at the time, there was a large, increasing population of people who wanted socialism in the United States. So they created that kind of liberalism, that neoliberalism, to take its place. FDR did serve the masters. He wasn't, a savior or anything, but he did good things. You can accept both that the things that he did were good, but that he was part of the enemy in the end. The top billionaires went from single-digit billionaires to hundo billionaires in the past 10 years. We're going to get a trillionaire soon. I love the discussion of getting rid of capital. I think it's necessary. I used to be big into residential rentals. I've gotten out of residential and do all commercial properties now. See, I don't think you should be able to do that, Nader Hunter. Now, like right now, sure, good, go for it. I hope you were at least like donating to worthy causes. You know, you can donate to me and support independent media, or even better. I mean, I'm broke, but like even better, you could donate to Operation Inflation, which is distributing free inflatable costumes for community members to wear at ICE protest sites to help deflate the tensions. Oh, hold on, shit, one sec. My light just went off. Sorry. I'm talking about lying to the public about his health and forcing the public to sell their gold. They would go to jail, putting Asian countries in camps, ignoring Supreme Court rulings. Yeah, no. See, like, here's the thing. A lot of stuff FDR did was shit. Now, to be fair, ignoring the Supreme Court rulings, I agree with him there. We need someone on the left to be authoritarian. At least to fix the authoritarianism that was created by the right. I don't see any future in which someone with left-leaning beliefs manages to take power in this country and cannot act in a manner that the right will say is authoritarian. That will happen, eventually. I donate to Mission 22, Veteran Support, Anti-Suicide Org, Veterans Affairs, big things. Also a Storm Chaser full-time now. Thanks, good. If you want a leftist authoritarian, then vote for an ML. Fuck the MLs, they're not leftists. There's no such thing as an ML that's a leftist. I've done a video on this as well. There's no such thing as an authoritarian leftist. There is a mental difference, like a physical difference in the brains of authoritarians versus non-authoritarians. The difference being is you use their tactics specifically against them. That's not being authoritarian. That is using the counter strategy. So I've explained this before. Every single accusation from a Nazi is a confession. If you can agree with that, which again I've yet to be proven wrong on this, what follows from that necessarily is that what you do to them to stop them is the exact thing that they want to do to others, but only to them. And that's how it works. Again, like the woke mind virus, the zombie Nazi virus, the Nazi zombie virus, rather. That's going around right now. Also, fuck PSL and fuck the MLs as well. Like, those are not real things. Those are not real parties. They're not on our side. They are on their own side. Would we force people to get vaccinated? Yes. Of course we would. Are you kidding me? By not getting vaccinated, they killed other people. Oh, you don't understand. You don't understand. If you put me in power, you guys would be shocked. Because I'd be putting people on trial for, like, millions of deaths. Like, healthcare CEOs, you're going to The Hague for several million deaths. I believe that social murder is equivalent to regular murder. Well, that sounds like authoritarianism to me. I don't care. I don't care. I genuinely don't care. Overton window is just gone. Literally, yeah. Like, at this point, we are in a civil war, grasping for straws to just figure out some way that we would, I don't know, become stable. What would you do to the Fox News hosts? I would put them on trial in The Hague and then put them in prison forever for crimes against humanity. Ideally, I feel like we could put them all on a rocket ship and then launch them into space. Like, we could load it with enough food and water and, like, supplies that they would live. if they could work together. Just saying you got to be consistent. I am consistent. There's nothing inconsistent about this. The idea of forcing people to vaccinate is to save people's lives, to make the world better for everybody. My decision making really relies on just the question of which of these options will increase the quality of life for the most people for the longest amount of time. That's it. Biz wouldn't do this on her own, so it isn't authoritarian, it would be voted on. That's also true. Well, it would need to be a massive majority. I'm not talking 51% either. It has to be 89. We need consistent agreement. We need organized support. We need to work together. And so anything less than 80 to 90% of agreement on any specific topic is tough. And you know what? I really, really resonate with what Hassan said here. The right is trying to frame this as he's crashing out and black pills everything. But no, I've said all of this stuff before, and this is a massive problem that we have to deal with. From Enemy Charlie, now this was warranted. Chronically online leftists that purity tests to hell and backward maddening, the most stressful and obnoxious people on the planet. Even when you're a leftist yourself, they make you never want to discuss politics again. Genuinely, I've said a billion times, holy shit, I actually hate Democrats more than I hate Republicans. At least the Republicans are honest about, their evil.
I can't stand any of you dumb fucks in this goddamn chat. Oh my fucking God, I hate the left. I hate liberalism. I hate everything that's going on every single fucking day of the goddamn week. I hate my life. I hate fucking streaming. I hate socialism. I hate every single fucking person who thinks that the peak of activism is just being the most annoying, holier than thou, the most ultimately woke leftist. You did it. You have unlocked the fucking nihilism within.
If you don't want to get vaxxed, sure. You know what? Well, I'll make an exception. If you don't want to get vaxxed, you can go live on an island. Hassan is having a minute. I agree with everything he is saying here.
Okay? I am black.
He's crashing out. The reason he's crashing out is because his chat is fucking annoying. And I get this same type of stuff as well. But it's not just about the chat. It's about the online left.
Pilled. Nothing will ever get better. We are never going to make it out. We can't even have a normal fucking non-hostile goddamn conversation on any of these issues. Everybody just simply wants to fucking chirp into the wind because they have no power and they recognize their utter powerlessness in the face of unjustifiable constructs that we fucking exist under. And the best possible fucking thing you can do is just be goddamn annoying. Okay? Oh.
His chat moves really fast. He pauses it, of course. But obviously, I'm not saying this about all of you. I'm not saying this about even the vast majority of chat. This does happen to everybody. And it's not just about in chat. This happens on Twitter regularly. And you have to understand that a lot of this is fucking right-wingers. They're bots and they're feds who literally have the job of making you argue with each other so you get nothing done. That is a literal job that you can get as a fed, is go into Twitch streamers' live stream chats and then confuse everyone so they don't get anything done. That is 100% what happens to all of us constantly. And not only do we not engage with it, we don't talk about it, we don't reference it, but we try and argue with them. Raskolnikov earlier could have been one of those. That's totally possible. ATR guilty? We'll do better next time. Israel has openly admitted to paying people to post pro-Zionist stuff online. They're literally paying Americans $7,000 per post. So, Also, don't forget that Israel and their company Cyberwell is now inundated in every U.S. social media platform. Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, and they're using their AI platform to scan for what they define as anti-Semitism, which some of what they're defining as anti-Semitism is actual anti-Semitism, and some of it's just anti-Zionism, and they are banning it and blocking it with AI. I'm gonna say I really respect how upfront you are in supporting ways to reach the goals that you'd probably call Republicans fascist for using. It's not often someone in a progressive space is that honest about their own contradictions and still confident enough to stand up by them. See, the reason that it's not fascist for me to say it is because it is a response to fascism. I would, if you had seen me pre-election, these are not the things that I was advocating for, even remotely. But times have changed, and we have to change our tactics and our strategy according to the game board, the battle board. We're in a civil war right now. We are in both an online and a physical war. They have used those words Both they use them first and they use them repeatedly. I'm not saying anything. They are. They have framed this as an online war and a civil war. Now, we need to understand how to be safe in this. Not to fight like in a war setting, but strategy and tactics are important. And if we use the same ones, even though the environment is different, we will lose. So it's adapting. I've said for a long time, before the election, that we should use the right wing's playbook. When, you know, like they do debates and all of that stuff. They have a playbook, the alt-right playbook. There's a whole series on it. I've covered videos on it. Adapting some of those tactics are useful. And I do them as well. And I agree with it. Beyond that, it's the reasoning behind it. It's the goals. A lot of these bots are just poor people from poor countries being paid like $500. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. For example, right here, just today I saw this actually. Where are you? Fuck off, economy. What is that? Hold on. I need to find this. There we go. We get these all the time now. Red Pill Media. I'm an American. Yes, I like Hitler. No, I don't believe in the Holocaust narrative. Millions of young Americans agree with me. This poster is from Pakistan. Vivid Prowess. I see dozens of missiles above me. Going into the bomb shelter now. The full-blown war has officially begun. This X account is run by Ashutosh Shukla, an individual from India. So, like, oftentimes, yeah, no, you are correct about that. So, like, yeah. Oxpecker, I think we're treating certain words like good guys and bad guys here. You can be a statist who believes in statism. That alone isn't what makes you inherently good or bad. As an anarchist, I can say some things about being a libertarian socialist, like Hassan has identified that authoritarian socialism in his inner circle, largely MLs, it's about the decisions you make based on your ideals. I agree. It is all about decision making. And again, like, I don't consider MLs left because their decision making doesn't align with like physical brain statistics on left versus right, and not. They're not going after the Nazi anti-Semites. It's entirely anti-Semites they're accusing. It's entirely anti-Zionist they're accusing of being anti-Semites. Well, of course. I'm not going to be arguing about Hassan here. I don't care. I do not care about arguing about other streamers. Like, streamer drama is not a thing that I am remotely interested in. By the way, still going strong. Nation state, as is, does suck though. The very concept. I agree. I guess also what I'm saying is most people wouldn't agree with the forcing people to get vaccinated. That's fine with me. I don't care. It's good for them. It's good for everyone else, and they're gonna have to deal with it. Trying to interact with 30,000 people is tough. That is true. Not getting vaccinated is so stupid. I'll say that. That is also true. But you guys understand what I mean? Like, the idea here isn't, like, retribution. Like, I don't think that we need to use the authoritarian tactics to get revenge. I think we need to use them to clean up, to fix the issue, to build the new civilization that will be required after this. Again, like I talked about this earlier, the 4 ways this can go. And none of them are easy. Alright, I want to see this full video of the good boy thing that Shuvahoofer sent. Sorry, I put that off too long. Went on a little bit of a rant.
There was a moment where he was speaking with the president of Indonesia. It got a lot of attention. I know you've seen this, but I want everyone else to see this as well.
I'll show it again, Headless Chicken.
Thank you. Yeah, that's what I told Harry also. I told Harry, we'll look for better place. Yeah, all of you.
Thank you. I like that. We don't need
Obviously, there are investment projects happening in Indonesia. First off, have you heard from the president? Has he called you?
Wait a second, let me get this
No,
straight.
not about that, but I'm glad he acknowledges that I'm a good boy. I am a good boy. We have two of the biggest projects in Indonesia. We signed those in 2014, 2015, respectively. Got a great project.
God, that's so funny. That is so fucking funny. By the time Trump gets done, the public are going to be sold on the need to baby-proof the Oval Office. Again, like, Trump is not the problem here. Alright, now, you guys wondered what comes next and what that looks like. Well, historically, it's one of these four. Not to say that there's no other options, but these are the most likely outcomes.
Power and go back to the way things were. Oh, honey. The America you knew from 2024 and earlier, it's gone. Funeral was months ago. What do you mean? If authoritarianism is successfully stopped, there are generally four main possible outcomes that have happened in history. And going back to how things were ain't one of them. I'm scared to ask. What's the four? The most common? A pseudo-democracy. What's that? It'll look like democracy on the surface, but the authoritarian structures that were expanded under the previous regime attempt are kept largely intact, where the elites maintain control, and you get a heightened surveillance state with worsened imbalances of injustice and corruption, and even wider class divisions. So like, I don't know, maybe like Putin's Russia? That's probably the closest example. The one hope is that with unified, long-term, coordinated...
ML means Marxist-Leninists, and their ideology doesn't even make sense. Marxism and Leninism contradict each other. You can't be both. So, you know.
Coordinated civic engagement, as in better coordinated than we have now, pseudo-democracies can be pushed into democratic recovery, where conditions improve to better than pre-authoritarian times. But we don't have that level of coordinated, unified opposition now? Coordinated? Unified? Organized? Not even close. So what's second most likely? Another authoritarian faction seizes power, likely those who are billionaire-backed or a billionaire...
Likely people like Peter Thiel, J.D. Vance, who's the vice president, who is bought and owned by Peter Thiel, likely, the Dark Enlightenment folks, the folks that are friends with Yarvin. Hey, what's up, Cosmopolitics? Welcome, welcome. Big shout out to Cosmopolitics, another fantastic This Space streamer as well. Go and drop her a follow. Also, Jersey Girl. Up is up, down is down, but I do agree that the name gets on my nerves. Fair.
Themselves. It can also be a military leader who steps into the power vacuum to restore order. Give me an example. Well, first it's important to understand that this often happens with a brief, weak democratic reform period. So, in 1918 Germany, the imperial monarchy fell, replaced by the Weimar Republic, which governed until 1933. Many other more modern examples are a bit more messy because they often have U.S. military or CIA meddling, like Iraq going from Hussein, which the U.S. helped put in power in the first place.
Also, quick reminder to what we did to Chile and Argentina and Costa Rica.
To a failed democracy to armed factionalism. But that takes us into the third most likely outcome. Factionalism, is that like civil war, or? I'd call this outcome fragmentation. It's pretty significantly less historically common than the first two, and there's numerous ways this can play out. Factionalism, civil war, balkanization. What's that? Basically, you'd have to say...
We, in my opinion, are Turkifying the United States government. As someone who was, born in Turkey, I see a lot of Erdogan behaviors being implemented. Honestly, I feel like we're more Turkifying than we are Russifying sometimes. It switches between the two.
California and the West Coast nation, Florida and the Southeast nation, New York and the Northeast nation, etc. And in some of the more purple areas, likely civil wars and armed factionalism fighting for control. That's awful. And I'm still kind of waiting for a positive possible outcome. By far, the rarest historical outcome is total reform to a stable democracy. You're saying that in order to fully recover from this and have a chance at not ending up having another authoritarian takeover in the near future, we basically have to start over? Like, new constitution? Laws?
Yes.
Institutions? The works?
There is no going back. You have to start over. I don't want to go back. Like I've said this before. If by some miracle in 2028 we had an election and I don't know, a Democrat won. Who's a base Democrat? Not very many of them. I don't know. Fucking AOC became the president in 28. Things would get better, but they would also get worse. The system would continue. The Constitution was written on blood and slavery. Literally, like this is one thing the conservatives are correct about. The Constitution was written for a white ethno-state. Like, it just genuinely was. Donald Trump and George Washington are quite alike as people, actually. They're both loud, boisterous, stupid, and proud. Like, we don't teach American history in any real sense. Remember, like, before DC was the capital, Philadelphia was. And Pennsylvania at the time had a law that said if a slave owner brought their slave to Pennsylvania and they lived there for 6 months, the slave was automatically freed. Automatically. Like, you don't have to sign any paper, you're just free. And George Washington fought the fuck out of that. Like, they were not necessarily, like, you know, happy with liberalism. It was not about freedom for all. It was about freedom from them. AOC would get nothing done as president. Like, both parties would be against her, let alone the courts. Again, that's not the point that I'm making. That's my name, Bozo. The point that I'm making is, if we continue and we have another election and a Democrat wins, nothing really changes. We get less ICE raids. That's it. I'd like to talk about that too, rewriting the Constitution. There's been plans for that, and I think it's coming faster than we think. I don't know if it's going to go the way we want. No. They're going to do it in the worst possible way. But, like, that's expected. Of course they're going to rewrite the Constitution. They're going to do that on purpose. But that's a whole separate thing. We need one. I also want a living Constitution. I want one that regularly gets updated. Like, I want a council whose job that is. You know, people who are educated. I want this to be based in reality. I want just regular citizens to have a say in it. It is not an easy task. Building a civilization, building a society, a country from the rubble of a war is not an easy task. But hey, Syria can do it.
Historically speaking, it requires strong, unified opposition to authoritarianism, which we don't have. We have fragmented, infighting opposition. So are we doomed? If we don't rally around unified ideals of true democracy and human rights for all, with a commitment to hold those in power accountable, including democratic leaders and the wealthy, then likely so. So are you...
They want us to die. If it takes civil war, so be it. Again, like, we're not going to start any violence, but you have the right to defend yourself. In fact, when I said not just politicians, let me rephrase it, politicians shouldn't be allowed in the room. Oh, I think I agree. We did have a new constitution be framed by a coalition of academics, intellectuals, educators, civil rights activists, union delegates. Yeah, I agree. And throw some regular citizens in there as well. Just like regular ass people. Pick 5 off the street. Don't care. But yeah, no, you're right. Absolutely. 100% right. Politicians have no business being anywhere near it. Speaking of politicians, let's hear what J.D. Vance is talking about today, because he's talking today. By the way, anyone have any reports of that live fire missile test happening? Because I have not seen any yet. First, we get rid of the lawyers. Not all of them. Some of the lawyers are based. There's a couple based lawyers in this community. Conflict of interest shouldn't be allowed. Also abolish capital. 100%. Oh yeah, abolishing capital is necessary. We cannot be the aggressors. Always that in mind. Absolutely. Always on, like, the moral high ground. We are defending our country, defending our democracy. We're never starting any violence. But, like, you gotta be ready for it, because they love to start violence. Again, we're talking about, like, white nationalist Republicans, one of the largest terrorist groups in the country. So, you know, kind of gotta be a little careful with that. Alright, so I got some videos lined up for us to have a look at. capitalists are allowed to keep $1 million in a goat. Why a goat? Because goats are cute as fuck. Only if everyone else gets a goat. Alright. Yeah, be careful. Do be careful not to not Fed post. Speaking of, I found a perfect solution to the Fed post problem before. I just started playing Wolfenstein on stream. Suddenly everyone is fired up against Trump donning a crown, but no one said peeps about the Burger King for decades. To be fair, I live in Australia now, and we don't have Burger King here. We have Hungry Jack's because a local chain owns the name Burger King, and they wouldn't sell it to the international chain, so they had to name it Hungry Jack's here. That live fire test is wild. We almost always use the Pacific Proving Grounds, the missile test on inhabited islands. It's absolutely insane thing to do. Well, like, the purpose of it, Nader Hunter, was to close traffic on I-5 to inconvenience the protesters. It's also like a show of power. Again, like, that shit could have gone down in the wrong place and hurt a lot of people. Well, that's not why I like Wolfenstein, Zeoduk. I like killing the Nazis in Wolfenstein. It's a fun game. So did it happen? I mean, I'm looking for a report on it. Let's see. Fire. I kind of love Indigenous Burger King beating Colonial Burger King. Hell yeah, I do too. Camp Pendleton. Let's see. 7 hours ago. Live ammunition event 2 shut down. There's the demo. I don't think they've launched it yet. I don't think they've launched it yet. Between 11 a.m. and 3 p.m. No, they have. We just don't have any, like, confirmation on what happened afterward. 1:30 p.m. Pacific time, which is well past. So yeah, no, they did it already. I must know of this Indigenous Burger King. It's just Hungry Jack's. That's it. Yeah, our weapons are very accurate and the risk of them going off course is low, but it's far from non-existent. Well, yeah. Also, like, DUI hire. Alright, so let's take a look at what's been going on. So this is San Antonio. It's been a pretty successful protest, I would say. No new news as far as I can tell with the missiles. Well, like, it would have happened and that would have been it. See, I don't like calling him Keg's Breath. It feels too Libby. I just like calling him a DUI hire. Alright, let's listen to, this Nazi.
And of course, Marines, I bring greetings today from our Commander-in-Chief, Donald J. Trump, and he wanted me to tell each and every single one of you that he's proud of you, that he loves you, and that despite the Schumer shutdown, he is going to do everything he can to make sure you get paid exactly as you deserve.
Except, it's not the Schumer shutdown, it's yours, and you people aren't paying them. Again, every single accusation is a confession. That you're all good boys, exactly. Maybe we just need, like, a bad bitch to go around and, pat all of the Nazis on the head and tell them that you'll call them a good boy if they stop being Nazis. Maybe that would work. To be fair, what you deserve, he thinks is nothing. Oh, yeah, no, for sure. Oh, wait, Trump hasn't paid them yet on the 15th? Fell for it again? Yeah, no shit, the government shut down. They got no money. Then we got this.
I was lining up as a young recruit to go to church one Sunday morning. And back then, there were 2 lines. There was the Catholic line, and there was the Protestant line. And I remember we all get into our lines, and there's one recruit who's just kind of standing there by himself. And, you know, the folks watching on TV may not realize that Marines refer to themselves in the third person when they're in recruit training, because you haven't earned the title of United States Marine, and so you have to say, this recruit, instead of
These people think, like, paramedics are woke and gay, like the ones that jump out of a plane to fucking help the Marines when they get into trouble.
And so you've got this one recruit standing out there by himself, and the drill instructor says, hey, what the hell are you doing? And the recruit says, this recruit is an atheist. And the drill instructor says, bullshit, get in the Catholic line. That didn't work in the Biden administration, Pete. That didn't work in the Biden administration, but now we recognize that it
Because
is
he's
not
a loser,
our
Schumacher.
diversity that makes us stronger. It is our common purpose. It is our common mission. And it is the fact that every single person here bleeds.
Meanwhile, while saying that, this is how we treat our combat veterans.
I'm a combat vet. No, I'm a combat vet.
Atheist is terrorism now. So, you know, under NSPM 7, yes, being an atheist is now terrorism. So, you know, there's that. He was an officer. We do not refer to ourselves as recruits during OCS. We are candidates, only enlisted or recruits. He is full of shit with this story. Exactly. He doesn't know anything. How does this couch fucker have any right to speak to the troops? Because we voted him in somehow. What's up, Rondo? Just got back from the protest in downtown Detroit. Based as fuck.
Are you a... Then where's this cop? Are you a cop? Are you ICE or a cop? Hey, are you ICE or a cop? Hey, are you living? Call me, yeah, please, call 911. Hey, are you ICE or a cop? Hey, are you living?
This is how we treat our combat veterans.
Are you ICE or a cop? You could be...
Do you think that the military's happy? We're calling them fat and lazy. We're changing all the rules. You gotta shave your beard and all this shit. Not ICE, not a cop, go to jail. Again, like, I don't know if this is even a Fed post. It really fucking shouldn't be. But in America, the American way is if I'm walking down the street and two dudes that don't identify themselves, have no uniform, in an unmarked car, start trying to kidnap me, and I live in an open carry state, I'm gonna shoot those motherfuckers, because how the fuck would I know? That's why police identify themselves. That's why they wear a uniform. That's why they have a badge. That's why they have markings on their car. You don't know if this is ICE or not. There have been people dressing up like ICE, kidnapping women, children, and sexually assaulting them. So, in America, it is actually the American way. It's why you have the Second Amendment. It is literally why you have the Second Amendment. So that you can protect yourself if some crazy fuck starts trying to, like, kidnap you. You have that right. And I would use it. I would use it. They want violence to break out in order to suspend habeas corpus. Every dystopian novel you've ever read, you're living in it right now. Exactly. And, like, the thing is, it's getting dark in the city right now, in the East Coast. They are going to try and start something. Remember, BLM, they lit fires. Like, we had a troll come in here talking about, like, the courtrooms at BLM that they themselves lit on fire. They're going to do some shit tonight. I can almost guarantee it. Yep, that's why I carry when I leave the house in case I'm assaulted like that. If they didn't ID themselves, I'm sending rounds downrange. Nader Hunter, that is your fucking right as an American, and I respect that. Again, there's a reason why you have identity. Yeah, some guys without a badge wearing a mask try to kidnap me, I'm not going to comply. Well, like, you better have the ability to not comply. Push-up reminder, chat. Feeling angry? Unleash that anger through exercise, not Fed posting. Don't let an ICE agent be stronger than you. Based and true, erratic cookie. Based and true. Hold on. Y'all hear about the 15-year-old with autism they kidnapped for 2 weeks without contacting the parents? Yep, I talked about it earlier today as well. What else do we have that I wanted to show? Oh, this is cool. Thank you, Rondo, for showing up at your local protest against these beautiful doggy, against these demons, and doing your part as an American citizen. Proud of you, mate. By the way, on the military, again, do you think that these guys are happy? Do you think that these guys will follow all of their orders? Do you think that maybe pissing them off more is not a good idea for the regime?
He's saying it. I'm black and I'm proud.
I'm black, not brown. Like, that is what the troops are chanting. They are with the protesters in spirit. They are. And that's exactly what I want to say. Like, we are in possibly one of the best positions we could be in this kind of a situation. I generally support law enforcement. I historically supported ICE. I absolutely do not support ICE in their current iteration. They are far from enforcing laws. They are simply violent thugs. That's because most of the Nader Hunter are just like Klans members, Patriot Front, Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, Jan Sixers that were pardoned and haven't then been arrested for pedophilia or like child sexual assault afterward. Like, that's who makes up ICE. That is the people in there.
Marine Corps Green.
By the way, this was wild.
But we also know there was a ProPublica investigation
I showed
that
this
more than
earlier, but it's
170
important to
Americans
really
have
hammer
been
down.
detained by ICE, with 20 held for more than a day without being able to contact their lawyer or.
If he ordered them to shoot those protesters, he still would. I wouldn't be so sure about that.
Or a loved one. And that's what the No Kings protest is about. Donald Trump says, I'm not a king. And yeah, we get it. You're not a king. You wish you were a king, and you're running this administration as if you should have those kinds of rights. The lack of respect for the Constitution and the laws of this country are astounding. And Trump even told Kristen Welker when he was on Meet the Press a few months ago that he didn't know if he had to uphold the Constitution. And in preparation for today's show, I just wanted to go over a few of the things that people who are going to be out there on the streets peacefully protesting are upset about. Starting with the basics, signing an executive order to do away with.
Yeah, Miller said plenary powers, like literally, yes. That would be treason to use lethal force on civilians. These are the people that tried to overthrow the government with force. Like, they already committed treason. Hell, like, wasn't Josh Hawley complaining the other day that they found out that the FBI was, like, investigating and surveilling every Republican official? And he was complaining about it. Like, motherfucker, you guys were trying to do treason. No shit.
Unilaterally implementing tariffs, which Congress gets to do. I already talked about the 170 Americans who've been locked up. Cracking down on the First Amendment, detaining students for op-eds you don't like, targeting law firms, universities, reallocating funds appropriated by Congress to fund your big ICE force, firing inspectors generals that are looking into your friends like Elon Musk, making billions off of crypto scams, and your kids are running all over the world making deals. And the Trump administration has defied 1 in 3 judges that have ruled against him. And you're seeing that from judges appointed up from Reagan up to Donald Trump that are saying absolutely not, you are breaking the law in taking some of these actions. All of that is what No King's Day is about.
Then why are they always dressed?
But
again, that's on Fox fucking News. Just saying words like plenary get my ex-Catholic twitching. That's a crusade word. Well, considering the fact that Pete Hegseth wants a crusade, he has a crusader cross tattoo and has infidel, like kufir, tattooed on his bicep. This woman is so fired from Fox. I'm surprised she's not in a fucking gulag, Jet. I really am. All I said was that I stood with the January 6th insurrectionists, and suddenly the FBI is listening to my phone. Basically, yeah, that's how that conversation went. I'm not even, like, joking. Have you seen the numbers for child sexual assault victims assaulted by the police? It's horrifying. I have indeed. I have indeed. Now, hold on. I wanted to show you one more thing that I didn't get up before. Again, like, we see the right shifting on this now. And one of the things that will help is stuff like this. This is a right-winger. It's gonna get like the Portland protest. And look at what happened. Look at his like behavior. He's not comprehending what's happening. This is confusing to him.
First, bro, they target people.
No, that's my buddy.
Hey, you want to say something to the stream?
I don't know what the fuck, dude. We were just standing there, we were talking to that dude, and, he didn't say a single thing to anyone. He was just quiet. I don't know what he's 16 years old.
So they just arrested a 16-year-old?
Yeah, it's my buddy. What? What was he doing? He didn't say a single word. He was just standing. No, I'm just here asking people questions.
Where was he standing about? Check out his shirt.
I was standing right there.
Oh, yeah, that's federal property.
I didn't do anything.
Like, they just pick someone up from right next to him and walk him in. Nobody notices, nobody cares, nobody does. What the fuck are you guys doing? What's
Bro,
going
they
on?
target people.
No, that's my
What do you mean?
Hey, you want to say something to the...
Right there.
What do you mean? That you're just, what? You're complaining about, oh, we weren't doing anything. We were just right there and they just came and took somebody. They're doing it again in front of you.
I didn't do anything.
And they came for you too if you were just a little bit further behind. When I tell people that in a protest line, if you, I don't know, like fall and you're too close to ice and you're too far away from your line, they are going to drag you into the facility and you will not be seen again. Most likely. They might release you, or they might send you to a holding facility in a different state. One or the other, you know, like, how are you supposed to know, really? This is some insane shit. I don't know how to explain this. I really do not understand how to explain this. Chuds be like, but BLM was a senseless riot. You'll never convince them otherwise. Okay. Will Stancil, some guy, tweeted, "Hey DHS Gov, dangerous Antifa terrorists gearing up here, come get me," quote unquote. Homeland Security responded, "Grok, is this real?" I hate this timeline so fucking much. I really, really hate this timeline. Grok, is this real? From Homeland Security. DHS then gets cooked by Grok. No, it's not a genuine threat. Will Stancil is a policy analyst focused on urban issues and civil rights, often vocal on left-leaning platforms, and this appears to be a sarcastic trolling aimed at critiquing DHS priorities. No credible indicators of terrorist intent or Antifa affiliation based on his public profile. Focus on actual risk over online provocations. Yeah, no, this is fucking terrifying to me. A lot more of us right-wing anti-MAGA than you may see. Those numbers are growing, and this continues. I just hope it's enough to quickly make a difference. I try to talk about these things in right-wing circles as much as I can. Like, here's the thing, right? It is flipping. And what a lot of people don't understand is a lot of the things that the right-wing wants are also things that we want. We just don't phrase it the same way. Like, a lot of the difference between what the left and the right in America wants is just due to phrasing. If you look at the, like, actual issues, examined in a way where the questions are not leading, that they're very neutral, most of the country agrees with each other on most things. We are a fairly left-leaning country. We are. Hold on, let me see if I can find this clip. Stephen Miller never stopped being a 4-8chan weirdo. I mean, neither did Kash Patel or JD Vance, so, you know. Where am I going to find the video? I have to now, so you're going to have to wait. Our intelligence is fucked if we fucking rely on Grok. Remember, Grok is a actual part of the United States government now. Like, officially, Grok is part of the American government as it is now. What is the point of having HSI agents if you're just going to use Grok? I don't know. I don't know. Where is... Who's that comedian who goes around pretending to be like a right-winger to debate right-wingers? You guys know who I'm talking about. Some of you do. If you tell me his name, I can find the video. Does that asshole staffer who uses DHS Twitter not realize how terrifying what he posts is? No, they do. They post like the worst shit. Masterson, thank you. That would help. If you've never like looked at Homeland Security's Twitter page though, that should fucking scare you. All right, here we go. Again, the right wing in a lot of ways want the same things we do. It's just how it's phrased makes it difficult for them to agree. Like, it's that simple.
Communist agenda, we need to get rid of the big banks.
Right.
Karl Marx, no one knew who he was until the big banks distributed all of his literature.
Right.
Yeah. So in order to get rid of communism means get rid of the big banks.
Yeah.
Get rid of big pharma.
Right.
What else? Big tech.
Right.
And it's like these landlords that are coming in and buying hundreds of properties. You don't even know what corporation.
Like China is doing it, and Bill Gates.
Zillow.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of people here are very fed up, and they're ready to collectivize and sort of seize the means of production.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, that's why I support unions so much.
Well, it's funny. I work for actually not this shirt, the other shirt I had earlier, for a company not too far from here called Liberty Pump, non-union. They let the owners of the company sold a third of the company to the employees. So the employees have ownership of it, which is a lot better.
Well, they're collectivizing.
Right.
It's cooperative.
It's an ESOP.
Yeah, the workers own the means of
and
production.
their families work there. Their dad, the sons work there, and that's typically where America started. A lot of families did that.
You see what I mean? This country doesn't disagree on as much as we think we do. You need to get past the cage of labels and focus on what you actually care about instead of what the group says about it. This is why I don't like to use, this is why I don't read theory. This is why I don't give a shit about, specifically worded rhetoric on the subject, because it's not useful. It's just not useful. People believe pre-existing, ideals about certain things, and because of that, it's just not possible to have a conversation on that subject that isn't based in pre-existing bullshit lies. It's just how it works. You do understand you're asking people to play nice with those who don't respect their right to exist. I do understand that. And I'm telling you what to do is not playing nice. I'm telling you actually simply, Steve, if you think about it like this, I want you to use narcissistic manipulation tactics against them. Oh, holy shit. Okay. Well, here's the pigs. What happened to the cam? For Portland. There we go. That's not good. That's very much not good. Yep, Portland clash. We're seeing now. Fuck you. Theory only gets useful enough if you can speak in plain English. The moment I hear the word dialectic in any form, we're talking about therapy, you've lost your down, you're out. True. Of course, it would be Portland. I did say it was going to be Chicago or Portland. Portland is the easier target, so. I mean, you shouldn't call them the preferred pronouns. The ones that don't cooperate with you, simply, Steve, treat them like animals. The ones that do cooperate with you, treat them like they're drug addicts getting recovery.
There you go.
It makes it easier. The right will be more easily persuaded on social issues when not fed false hate over their purposefully precarious situation. True, yeah. Watch how bad the bad guys freak out if you call them ma'am. Oh, I'm well aware. Look, I got so much other shit to show you, but I don't actually want to take this off the screen.
Because that shit is not gonna break again. I'm not doing it. I'm not fucking doing it.
Fuck it. Alright, we'll come back to it. We're gonna keep going. You guys did not know how bad the Homeland Security Twitter page is? Because it's really bad. Criminal aliens have no place in our communities, especially our police force. Child rapists, yes, sure, I fully believe you. Even though, there's no court, there's no jury, there's no judge. It's just you say that's a child rapist, and we believe you, I guess. Sure, yeah, why not? This tragedy should never have happened, blah, 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 driving under the influence. By the way,
here we value humanity.
This was Portland before the police showed up. It did not look particularly necessary for the police to show up, huh? Oh, by the way, PFAS were deregulated for the entire country. So, like, there's that. I didn't know about that. Yep, that's interesting. Sorry, just make sure it doesn't fucking dox me. EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin claims to prioritize combating long-lasting chemicals called PFAS. Despite this, the agency has delayed enforcement on standards and terminated over $15 million in funding in forever chemical research. Bad. On his Twitter, and no, I didn't know they were doing this. This isn't normal, acceptable. This is the most powerful agency on Earth, casually threatening people, basically. Yes, absolutely. And good. You shouldn't use Twitter, because Twitter is literally a mind control psyop site. The only reason I can be on Twitter is because I know exactly how it works. New reporting, they're going to halt food stamps on November 1st. Of course they are. A Facebook group called Renounce U.S. Citizenship, Why and How has almost 3,000 members. Renouncers cite unhappiness with U.S. politics and policy as part of their motivation. Careful with that. If you renounce your citizenship, you can't get it back, I'm pretty sure. I'm a triple citizen, so. Let's see what Mehdi Hassan had to say.
The great irony is, of course, that Donald Trump is the son of an immigrant, the grandson of an immigrant, and married to an immigrant. In fact, 2 of his 3 wives were immigrants, proving yet again that immigrants will do the jobs that even Americans are not willing.
Booyah, Navy! Booyah, Navy! Hey, a nation that voted for Trump twice. I mean, we are pretty dumb. Again, like, we've been made to be this dumb. How is DHS doing this Twitter shit not bigger news? Because they've been doing it for a while. That's why. Like, they've been doing it for a while. Here, let me open DHS's page and find a good one for you. What's up, Huge Liberal 69? What's up? So, let's see. Oh, actually, they are lying too. That's funny. So, DHS posted this. If you threaten to lay hands on our law enforcement officers, we will hunt you down and find you real quick. As long as the whole... That's gonna be copyrighted music. Stole this man's video originally posted months ago and added their own false caption claiming these black men were on the hunt for a 50,000 bounty on ICE agents. Without verifying its authenticity, DHS shared a doctored video to millions of followers, recklessly putting an innocent man's life in danger.
If I sound weird, yeah.
This is how it goes. So it's become normalized, what the fuck, OMG? Oh, yes, it has.
All of a sudden.
Like, they're just lying. If DHS quoted me, I would actually delete all my social media, quit my job, and move. It wouldn't matter because they would already know where you're going to move to. As much as we'd like to see the other side as buffoons, there are some smart savvy people which... The leadership that you see on television are buffoons. The rest of them are not. Threaten violence against law enforcement like this guy. This guy saying I would defend myself if unmasked ICE agents showed up on the street. Just lying about shit. Like, again, there's no trials. Why would I ever believe what you say? Republican frustration with Kristi Noem has reached a boiling point. Fair. LA politicians are spitting in the face of American citizens giving cash to criminal illegal aliens. Like, this is Homeland Security now. To be fair, Homeland Security was literally created to be the Gestapo, so you know. This is how you stop that. No one is coming to save you, so you must save yourself with this. Every day. Every day. Again, like, look at other countries. Let's look at Georgia. The country, not the state. They have been protesting for their democracy for over 300 days. 300 days. Let me see. Days.
Donning Georgian and EU flags, thousands of protesters clashed with police on the streets of Tbilisi and tried to storm the presidential palace, calling out government corruption and crackdowns on activists, independent media and against opposition leaders.
We all saw Nepal. It takes commitment. Saying, okay, we're all gonna protest this big protest on Saturday, but Sunday I gotta go do laundry, and then I gotta go back to work on Monday, and then I gotta work Tuesday and Thursday and Wednesday. That's not gonna work. I'm sorry, it's not gonna work. You gotta sacrifice. You gotta struggle. You got to lose to win. You gotta risk it to get the biscuit. That's just how it works. You need this day in and day out.
The policies of President Trump.
Day in and day out.
This
Nothing less
Boston.
than this is acceptable or will work.
We'll continue to follow these.
The French love a good protest too. Not sure. There's ever not something being protested somewhere. Of course. The French are actually great to like take inspiration from as well. But like I'm Turkish, so I look at Turkey, and Turkey protested massively. And they still are, by the way. In fact, their protests are also involving like economic shutdowns, where certain like businesses are being boycotted and shit. But like, look at this. This is what you need, day in and day out. This is what winning your democracy back looks like. Homeland Security was originally developed to unify communication and shared information across between federal agencies post 9/11. After it was shown that they had information shared, the attack may have been preventable. However, it slowly evolved into what we see now under the Patriot Act. Well, see, that's the thing. That's how it was proposed, Nader Hunter. It was always the goal for that. Like, always. Look, I don't want to get too much into conspiracy shit. And I don't really think that 9/11 is a conspiracy or anything, but there is stuff around it. Like, I don't think America did 9/11, but it is quite interesting that the building that was filled with asbestos had a insurance policy taken out not that long before 9/11 happened, and all that information was kept in Building 7, which didn't get hit, which then collapsed, which also housed like a lot, like the SEC, like a lot of financial dirty documents were in that building. So, you know, we'll stay away from that whole rabbit hole there. You're not getting into conspiracy shit. 9/11 was absolutely used to do manufacturing consent for surveillance state imperialism. I agree. I just don't think we did it. I think we knew it was going to happen and we let it happen. Or, like, at best, I think we knew it would happen, but we found out too late to stop it, and we were like, fuck it, let's just let it happen. Or we knew it was going to happen, we were going to try and stop it, and then the money people came and said, no, you're going to sit your good boy ass down, and you're going to let it happen. It was one of those, really. Really, it was one of those. Like, all of the plan and all of that was real. Like, Bin Laden, all of the training, like, all of that shit was real. Did we have some hand in it? Yeah, we did. We did. Bill Nye spoke in D.C. today at one of these. We knew we were causing blowback. Well, of course. Just like how Israel knew about October 7th, like, weeks before it happened either. Like, too. Like, they allowed it as well. And yes, America knows it deserved 9/11. The people who died didn't deserve to die, but the country deserved the blowback.
Article 1, Section 8, Clause 8 refers to promoting the progress of science and useful arts. In 1787, the people who crafted these documents realized the value of science for our health, our well-being, and especially our international competitiveness. So by ignoring the facts of science, that's extraordinary, that's unconstitutional, that's not in anyone's best interest.
God, I used to love these people, but they are so low energy that I can't stand it anymore. Like, the civil lib talking points. Like, if I was Bill Nye, I would be like, look at this fucking fascist trying to take his shit and wipe his ass with the Constitution. That's the real thing to say. Didn't Lincoln have a hand in international science? I don't know about that one. That in our government at all times has a drawer of ideas that they're waiting to implement once really bad things happen. Well, shock doctrine is the way, is the name of the game, so, you know. These science influencers aren't necessarily on our side. They're left of liberals in most cases. Well, I mean, that was Bill Nye, the fucking science guy. I grew up with that guy, so, you know. Look, I gotta pee, but while I do, I'm gonna leave you with an important video. on Larry Ellison. I'll be back in like 2 seconds. I'm sick of libs crying, but it's illegal and fuck all else. Yeah, literally, it pisses me off. Like, I don't care about the law, neither do they. The law is dead. I don't know, I think being against an anti-constitutional law like the Patriot Act crosses left and right laws should be opposed by all Americans, regardless of political alignment. Oh, absolutely. The Patriot Act is unconstitutional and should be removed. But also, like, the Patriot Act being removed wouldn't fix it now because it's devolved into several other acts. Like, it's fused into the entire system. The whole system needs to be rebuilt from the ground up. All right, watch this while I go pee.
Wait a second, let me get this straight here. So in 2003, Tony Blair helped start a war that killed nearly 1 million people that was all based off of a lie, and now 20 years later, he's in charge of helping rebuild Gaza? Yeah, this is the story of how a literal war criminal has become Larry Ellison's Employee of the Month, and it's actually wild. Honestly, this story is insane, and everybody should know about it, especially right now. Quick note before we dive into this, the full episodes and the deeper dive in this series lives primarily on my Substack, The Dre Dossier. The link is in my bio. Also, The Dre Dossier has been featured on Substack's new bestsellers list for this is like the 3rd or 4th week now, even though it's free to subscribe. And that's all because of you guys, so thank you so much. For real, I really appreciate that. That's really cool. So it's September 11th, 2001. The Twin Towers fall. America is traumatized and angry and looking for someone to hit back. Afghanistan comes first because that's where Al-Qaeda trained and that's where Osama bin Laden was hiding. But then the Bush administration kind of starts looking towards Iraq. And look, it gets a little complicated, but the TLDR is that Saddam Hussein has been on America's radar since about 1991, when the Gulf War happened. Saddam had also been playing these dangerous games lately, where he had been making it sound like he might have these weapons of mass destruction, without saying so, just kind of hinting at it. You know, he was being deliberately vague and refusing to cooperate with UN inspectors. Why? Well, because quite frankly, he was more terrified of Iran and his own internal enemies than he was of the US. Because if he admits that he has nothing, no weapons of mass destruction, then he looks weak, and so he started bluffing about it. And Bush's team, not exactly known for their nuanced thinking, sees that and decides that it's because he's hiding something and there could be another attack on America. So the CIA and M16 start building this case around the idea that Saddam might have these chemical weapons, biological weapons, maybe even nuclear weapons. Because America doesn't want to invade a country alone, we decide to reach out to our good buddies over in the UK. Enter Tony Blair. Here's what you need to understand about Blair, because he was not some right-wing warmonger.
I respect the fuck out of that Nader Hunter.
At least not at first. He was part of Labour, Britain's left-center party. You know, he was into
international
cooperation, into diplomacy, and he had won in a landslide.
This is all about Larry
He had it all.
Ellison.
He was young, he was charismatic, and he was supposed to be different from all of the rest. But then, he decided to become George W. Bush's most aggressive salesman for the Iraq War. And a salesman he was, because in September 2002, Blair's government decides to release all these dossiers claiming that Iraq could deploy chemical weapons within 45 minutes. All of a sudden, you see Blair on every television program speaking in Parliament with this incredible passion and making these sweeping moral arguments about protecting the world from a madman and these weapons that could kill millions in a moment's notice. And when you look back on this in hindsight, it kind of feels like what Tony Blair in some ways was doing was worse than Bush. Not that Bush wasn't lobbying.
It was worse than Bush, and Tony Blair is fully into it. At least Bush has admitted that he committed war crimes and feels bad about it. You know that, right? Like, Bush, at the very least, took accountability. Tony Blair has not. So, yeah.
For this because he was, but at least Bush had a crater in Manhattan to point to as to what the reasoning was. You know, real buildings fell, real Americans died, and Britain didn't have that experience, so Blair had to kind of manufacture this dread from scratch, which is kind of psychotic, like very psychotic.
So did
but people
Australia.
were all seeing through it because, you know, the UN inspectors were on the ground saying that they weren't finding anything. France had threatened to veto the military action and Germany just opposed it outright. And then in February of 2003, over 1 million people marched through London in one of the biggest protests in British history. And then inside Parliament, you have 139 of Blair's own Labour Party voting against him. I mean, this is the biggest rebellion against a sitting prime minister on war in over a century. But Blair, being as codependent as he is, decides that his loyalty is to George W. Bush instead of his own people, so he decides to invade Iraq anyways. In March 2003, the invasion begins, and by April, Baghdad falls, and then by May, Bush is standing on an aircraft carrier under a mission accomplished banner. And then the truth comes out. There were no weapons of mass destruction. There was nothing. The dossier was just completely plagiarized, which, by the way, the Dre dossier would never. The intelligence was all sexed up, and Blair had apparently, by the way, privately communicated to Bush months earlier.
That's my name, Bozer. Are you playing the new Pokemon game? Because I'm gonna be hella mad. I really, really want to play the new Legends game. I've been trying to identify what political sphere I really belong to, what label to use. I think I've just concluded the best description is just constitutionalist. Sure, yeah, that works, Stater Hunter. Humanist is what I go with. I fucking hate these labels as well. Viz, do you like Boy Boy on YouTube? They're pretty awesome. Also, Australian. Yeah, I've seen Boy Boy. I've covered a couple of their videos. Jordan Shanks as well, Friendly Jordies, when they went up to Pine Gap, I covered that one. I've covered Friendly Jordies' video on flood paint harvesting in Australia as well, which is a disgusting practice. They're cool. Boy Boy had some weird opinions on the, like, Ukraine war way back in the day, but, like, I imagine they probably changed their minds now. No, the new Pokemon game is playable on emulators. I'm playing Pokemon Crystal. No way, the new Legends game? Like, the brand new Legends game is playable on an emulator? That's exactly how they referred to it, just having been juiced up with every data point exaggerated. Yeah, exactly. You're not wrong.
Saying that he was going to do this before even telling Parliament anything. Why, you ask? Well, because Tony Blair wanted to show that he was supporting Americans and that he had our backs during a really troubling... No, I'm just kidding. It's because of oil and geopolitical control, obviously. And there was no plan for what was going to come next either, because the US disbands the Iraq army, and then suddenly hundreds of thousands of armed men are now jobless and furious. The government collapses, sectarian violence explodes, Al-Qaeda floods in.
Remember, by the way, when we invaded Iraq, we did so with less troops than we were recommended to do because of the fact that, like, we were planning to hold it. We were using contractors instead of, like, actual... we changed everything about the military for the Iraq War. We used to use, like, the Army Corps of Engineers and shit. And then we started using contractors more and more. We had contractors building the bases. We had contractors building, like, the entire plants. Contractors running the areas. There were, like, the green zones, the red zone. And then, by the way, we took that and then we implemented it, like, immediately in America. After Hurricane Katrina happened in Louisiana, we took the, like, zoning structure that we created in Iraq and we put that in Louisiana, and it's still fucking there in New Orleans, where we segregated the population.
And it eventually becomes ISIS. The death toll is just staggering. You have hundreds of thousands to nearly over 1 million Iraqi civilians who are just gone. You have nearly 4,500 American troops who are just gone.
Oh, not to mention Palestine. That's a given.
$2 to $3 trillion just gone. And in 2007, he resigns in disgrace. Even though his speech wouldn't lead you to believe that he thought it was disgraceful, I think he thinks he was right, but I digress. And then Bush leaves office in 2009. And what I find interesting about the way that Blair versus Bush handled this is that Bush, on one hand, probably did the smartest thing he ever has done in his life, which is a pretty low bar, just fading into Texas, right? He decided to...
No, the contractors were fine with ending the war because they were bringing their contracting back to America. You should read The Shock Doctrine by Naomi Klein. It's incredibly useful and incredibly educational. If you have not read The Shock Doctrine by Naomi Klein, 100% must read. We hated the PMCs as active duty deployed in Iraq. They were shitbirds that had severe rectal cranial inversion syndrome. I've heard that from so many different places. Nader Hunter, you're 100% correct. Honestly, at this point, like, I can safely say that you are not a MAGA. So there you go. Welcome to the club. State your thesis. Hey, Zora, chat. Welcome back. Thank you. It's good to be back. I've been back for like a couple days, but fuck, I hated only having to use YouTube chat and also like missing a bunch of you guys here.
Just kind of keep...
Remember, like, this is my second ban, so go follow me on YouTube, go like the stream, go join the Discord, go follow me on socials. If I get banned from here again, which could happen, literally like this stream I could get banned, you'll want to find me again.
Quiet, start painting portraits of veterans, and just kind of kept to himself. And even though he had a bad reputation, his reputation kind of started to soften a bit over time. Meanwhile, Blair does the opposite, right? He decides to overcompensate by staying extremely visible in a region that he helped destroy. He decided to turn this into a business model. He becomes the Middle East peace envoy from 2007 to 2015. You know, the guy who helped blow up Iraq is now brokering peace there, which is just... And then in 2016,
Sure,
he
state your
starts the
thesis.
Tony Blair Institute
Feel
for
free.
Global Change. Very noble. Go, Tony. On
Oh,
paper,
thank you,
it's a
thank you for the sub, Nader Hunter. I really, really appreciate that. You know, go for it. State your thesis. I'll message you back after stream. Here, sib for a few months. Thank you. Definitely a demon. Who are you talking about, Oberlin? Twitch might not be around much longer after what happened at Con. There was a really bad DJ Clancy is not going to be CEO anymore. To be fair, like, fuck Twitch anyway, so.
It's very charitable, you know, helping governments modernize. And then,
They're gonna destroy
in
all of
2021,
these.
Uncle
Oh,
Larry
Blair, yeah.
enters the scene. Yes,
Blair
that
is
Larry Ellison
100%
of
a
Oracle,
demon.
the guy buying TikTok, the guy who just bought Paramount Pictures is now gunning for Warner Brothers Discovery. And if you don't know who he is, then go watch the rest of my...
The fact that he owns Paramount and TikTok means he owns like a good third of the media. If he buys, Larry Ellison that is, Warner Brothers Discovery, that means they own the vast majority of the news media. Like, that would be what that means. That's why the other demons line them up for the job. Yeah, exactly. They're probably going to successfully acquire Warner Brothers Discovery. He owns half the media. He will, he'll own more than half if he buys Warner Brothers. You all work for him. That's the whole point of this series. Who the fuck am I working for? Every time you go online, you're making that man money. Which, by the way, Oracle just had two, like, massive, vulnerabilities or CVEs that were discovered. I think one ended up in a data breach. I'll have to look more into that, but it's always funny to see it with Oracle.
Series, because this is what the whole series is about. Ellison sees an opportunity here because Blair has access to governments worldwide at this point and has morals that are, well, let's just say, sold separately.
Oh, hell yeah, hype
so
train.
Ellison decides to cut a check to the tune
Thank
of
you, guys.
$257 million to the Tony Blair Institute. And
Thank
it's
you,
from
thank
that
you,
point
thank you
on
for
that
the
they start taking
sub-circuit
on the
overlord.
world
Hell
together.
yeah.
Literally, the world. I mean, the Institute explodes. It goes from 200 employees to nearly 1,000. They're embedding in 45 different countries. Blair shows up, props open the door with his former PM credentials, and advises governments on digital transformations, leaving Oracle to just swoop in with the government contracts right after. Oh, and in their off time, Blair and Ellison can be seen vacationing together, which is just adorable. Okay.
Which, by the way, I need you all to remember that not only does, like, Oracle sweep in and start doing this stuff in America, Oracle is the reason that the Chinese Great Firewall exists. China's, like, surveillance apparatus, their, like, social media, credit score, WeChat, like, that, none of that shit would have worked without Larry Ellison's help. They would not be there without Larry. And now Larry wants to do that here. Why not have a hype train? I love trains. I'm not even autistic. I like trains, and I am autistic, but I don't like it the way the other ones do. Maybe I should start streaming some politics to push some of my fellow Republicans into anti-MAGA. I just do storm chasing and gaming now. Might have value to do so. Here's my advice. You should stream not like politics, but stream things that you like. Games, storm chasing, and all of that, and then just include your politics in it. Because that will be far more successful. Might have value to do so. I think it would. I felt it would just be screaming into the void. What are your thoughts on it? Look, when I started streaming, I thought nobody would watch me. I thought I would get like 3 people come in here and, I don't know, like call me a slur, and then that would be it. I didn't think anybody would watch me, and I only started streaming like a little over a year ago. If you enjoy what you're doing and enjoy what you're talking about, people will come watch you. And from what I can tell, a lot of the people who watch me don't even watch me for the content, they just watch me to watch me. So, you know, there's that as well. China's helped Russia with their own Great Firewall now. Russia even has the Face AI stuff now as well. Yep, and we helped them with that, and the same guy is doing it here. You think that, like, we look at the world, and we look at, like, China and Russia as our adversaries, right? And on a ground level, kind of, sure, they are. But when you go up to the corpo level, like beyond that of governments, they're all working together. For example, McKinsey & Co. is a consultancy group, an American consultancy group. They're responsible for a lot of evil shit, actually. They're currently consulting with the Chinese government on how to defeat the United States in a war. They're an American consultancy firm. So, like, all of these are interconnected. Elon Musk has business deals with China, has tried to make business deals with Russia. We have Israel all throughout. Obviously, like, Larry Ellison is pro-Israel and has also helped China and also helped, you know, America, which, by the way, like, China is pro-Iran. So, like, he's Israeli, but he's helping, like, China would help Iran. There is a broader game board being played here. I've also talked about the fact that, like, we talk about the Epstein stuff, like, as if it's just, like, in America. The moment that Epstein got arrested, all of that shit moved somewhere else. I think Israel or Russia. Russia currently has a website where you can go and buy kidnapped Ukrainian children. Like, they list them like you're buying a toy, eye color, height, your cadence, do you, like, make friends easily, social, like, you could just buy a child like that. It's fucking insane. The only adversaries on the corporate level competition for the other oligarchs. Again, as I've said, the only real fight is up versus down. That's what I want above anything else politically. Let's just go back to normal. There is no back to normal, unfortunately. I'm up doing some stretches too. Cheers. Yeah, thank you for that one. Anything and everything is for sale. That's true. By the way, screaming into the void is perfectly valid too. If you can get one person out of that void, you've succeeded. I agree, actually. The word is conglomerate. Thank you. That's beyond fucked up. It is beyond fucked up. The only real fight is up versus down. And it always has been, and it will be until we have freedom. That's just how it works.
Occasionally Netanyahu might join. Who's to say? Who's to say?
I feel like we could leave this here. Again, like, oh my goodness, thank you. Nader Hunter, I really, really appreciate that. For the 5 gifted subs, hell yeah. What's up, Drowning Pool Enthusiast? Unfortunately, normal was an illusion crafted to keep you docile like cattle. True, that is true. Yeah, hell yeah, base Nader Hunter. Look, again, like, as we were saying, the only real fight is up versus down, and this is what they're doing. You have freedom when, you didn't do was win an election and now people can't handle it? Yeah, because you're taking away freedoms, Vinny Von Dictus. If you even watch like 10 seconds of the stream, I showed Donald Trump talking about how he's going against the court and taking away the freedom of speech. He said it out of his own mouth. You people are such disingenuous little shits. You're all monsters. You really are. At this point, if you still support this administration, you are a monster. Sub-goal met? True. This is how you fight for your democracy. This is how you come together and fight the real battle. Because you know what? In this crowd, it's not leftists, it's not liberals, it's not Antifa, it's Americans. There are right-wingers, there are centrists, there are left-wingers, there are senior citizens, there are non-politically oriented people, there are veterans. This is America. You are wrong. And you know what? I'm going to tell you that you can't speak. I'm going to put you in timeout forever because you don't get rights in here. I don't care. See, this is why. The authoritarians, the fascists, can keep calling me an authoritarian and a fascist. I don't give a fuck. I will be fascist to the fascists and nobody else. Funny, I think I actually forgot to hit follow. That is very funny. Did you join the Discord, Nader Hunter? Because, like, community is important, and if you want to start streaming, like, there are connections you can make. Come and join the Discord, like, talk to people. It's the only way that we're going to actually make this work. I'm actually really happy, because oftentimes right-wingers, even conservatives, have too much shame to say the things that you've said, to, like, even talk about things the way that you have. I often come across, like, conservatives that seem like they want to really badly, but they feel so ashamed that it's too difficult for them to do so. That's gonna be copyright music. I already do stream gaming and storm chasing. Well, I mean, like, that's what I mean. Like, throw some politics in there. You know, every now and again, just... You don't have to do, like, a whole segment, even. You can just, you can go on a rant. You can just pull your point into something relevant. Like, gaming often comes into this as well. I've played Cyberpunk 2077 on this stream quite a bit and compared it to, like, political systems that we're currently in, ones that seem like they're coming soon, how things could turn out in certain instances when it's, like, environmental or, like, there's a lot there. Games can teach us a lot. In fact, like, I find it really funny that we're going towards a fascist dictatorship after, like, my generation grew up on media specifically about, like, resisting fascist dictatorships and living in dystopia. Like, that was what I grew up on. And I find that very funny. Dang, did anyone see the size of the Chicago March? Yeah. Here. That's Chicago. The march is so long, there is literally no start or end of the march. Hell yeah. They were prepping us. That's also true. This is like a lot of people.
Mind if I video you, do you?
By the way, Texas.
Mind if I video you, do you?
Looks like they fucked up his face on that flag.
Probably weren't talking to me, but that's fine.
Thank you, Salamander Sapien. Let's see. Holy shit! You are not wrong. Thank you. But like, that shit's fucking wild, yo. That is insane, yeah. I need to see that more often. By the way, that right there, God damn it, that right there, that is a Constitution model. That's a lot of people we can radicalize. That's a lot of people they're radicalizing for us. It just doesn't end. JD was here. Fan-fucking-tastic. To be fair, that is what mine felt like. That's what I need them to feel like. Like, that should be what they feel like. Here's a up-close of that, whoopsie, wrong one. Here's an up-close of that Constitution. The Constitution. They want to ban the Constitution, and we're not gonna let them. I love it. The Longstitution. The Longstitution? Can't take away the Constitution. We will fight back for it. Oh, by the way, you know how like every time Republicans or like MAGA hold an event, like think about like Charlie Kirk's funeral. And after how everybody left, there was just fucking trash everywhere. You guys remember that? Do you need me to pull up a picture? Charlie Kirk Memorial. Thank you, Nader Hunter. I don't have Discord open while I'm streaming because it'll mess with my connection, but I will verify you as soon as I'm done. So, here, look. This is what Arizona looked like after the Charlie Kirk Memorial, right? Just trashed everything. We had fucking people, like we had cops looking for bombs in trash and all that. You want to know what they're complaining about right now? And just like that, they're gone. No kings, laughy, laughy, laughy face. Oh shit, the Antifa Hamas-loving terrorists dispersed after a peaceful protest and didn't trash the entire area? Yeah. Like again, like, this is the difference between us and them. This is why I call them animals. Because they lack empathy. They lack cognitive ability. They don't think for themselves. They think they think. They don't feel anything for other people. They feel what they are told to feel. They are a husk of a human being. Those were people, and then they were killed, and now they are zombies. And the zombies leave this behind. This looks like a war-torn city. This is what human beings with empathy, kindness, and a belief in, like, I don't know, the goodness and joy of life leave their protest, their event like. Littering at a memorial is insane. It was a fucking funeral, yo. Even his own wife was like, I'm gonna get a bag over this death. Yeah. Yeah. We care about the environment. Be well beyond the environment here. Like, this is just being a good human being. Good Samaritans not trashing their own fucking city. But no, sorry, they're terrorists. That's how it works. These are all terrorists, un-American, blah, 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 blah. What's going on the live cams? Let's have a look. Not being a dick, not trashing the community. Yeah. Alright, let's have a look at these current lives. The titles are not looking good.
Well, that's the first R.I.P. Gilbert sign I've seen.
Okay, I don't know what you're looking at.
Going and sharing that. Proud Patriot Mama 1776. Thank you for sharing.
Proud Patriot Mama 1776. Door. Stupid YouTube censorship. You getting censored again? By the way, guys, if you get a chat that gets censored in any chat, whether it's my chat, whether it's YouTube, Twitch, just send it to me on a DM in Discord. I'm gathering data points for what is being censored, so it's really important. In actions like this, there are literal people that designate themselves as trash pickers and have carts and trash bags and remove the trash. Yeah, because we give a shit. What's up, Eminent Prof? Good evening, comrades. I hate to see political violence being used monetarily by anyone. It's absurd and evil. Well, again, yeah, but it's only one side doing that. Like, in fact, there are city officials in Portland that keep saying there are right-wing content creators who keep showing up trying to instigate violence so they can get clicks. Dang, long stream today. Love it. Yeah, look, long day. And to be fair, like, it's only just gotten dark. And these people are going to, if they're going to do any violence, if we're going to have a false flag attempt by the MAGA, like, saboteurs, it will be in the next couple hours. Oh my god, it's censoring anything about ending this protest early? Jesus Christ. It stops provocateurs' plans in their tracks. That is true. That would help. But they will just say that, like, some of them stayed behind. Something I noticed my area has basically, it's not unusual in the wrong place for your car to get smashed if you leave things. I saw 0 window smashes today on even easy targets. There were 0 arrests in New York City today. People were on their best fucking behavior.
I like her.
Okay, well, at least it looks somewhat calmer now. The, crowd outside of, oh yeah, that's a bigger crowd now, outside of the Portland ice facility. Look at this one.
Looks like insurrection.
Jesus Christ. Okay, first off,
needs to be put, and it looks like a fucking absolute shit show. Looks like Insurrection Act needs to be put in there. In my opinion,
yep, there we go.
I would say that justifies, just off that, sending him in, bro. But let's see what's going on over here.
Let's check out what the right is talking about.
No Trump! No KKK! No racist USA!
The ground is Chandler.
No KKK! No racist USA!
I feel like I could write 10,000 borderline bigoted things about this dude. I support this. Honestly, I'm irritated by that best behavior rhetoric. It's a protest. No, I agree. I agree. I actually think that there should be more disruption. I just, today, I think that this was more useful because it subverted the narrative. This guy is, I have no words. He's a terrorist is what he is. He's ISIS. He's American ISIS supporter.
I won't do it very long, but like if I have to talk to somebody and I don't want to show their face, put the phone away from me, that just might happen. Oh no, I felt rain.
This is why the Insurrection Act needs to be declared according to this guy. This is why. We need martial law because of this. Well-behaved doesn't have to mean non-disruptive, maybe. Under the definitions of this regime, yes it does. What are the odds that MAGA dude has 88 somewhere in his body? 115%. That or a lightning bolt. I want to see what he says. Come on. You gonna jump back to your coverage? You're just a pussy that just like threw on this channel after you said the Insurrection Act needs to be declared. Imagine that, a Nazi. That one came from YouTube onto Twitch. That one looked for me to come into the Twitch chat and bother me here. That's very funny. Also, in a fascist regime, the best behavior is civil disobedience. I also agree. Is this near Broadview? No. I want to see Broadview.
Cones are out.
You're not getting paid for this, that's true. Again, chemical weapons. Using tear gas in a war is a war crime. If we invaded, I don't know, Venezuela, and we used tear
T intersection, you guys.
that is a war crime. But using this domestically in law enforcement is perfectly fine. Even though it is toxic and will make, like, has a chance of making it so that you can't have children. Groove Dragon, I know who you are. Are you left or right? Oh, base. No, you're follow. There you go. Hi, Groove. That's so fucking cringe. Their bio, gamer, IT admin, supervillain. Like, they really are cartoonishly evil. It is unimaginable to me, really. But by the way, like, they're fucking terrified by today's protests. This is a response to an earlier post I made saying that there are more of us than there are of them. Well, maybe I was wrong. According to MAGA, all of today's pictures and videos came from Trump rallies. No, you're not the majority. Do some damn research. All these protest sites and footage are Trump rallies, not the no kings the Democrats have to cheat as usual. These are all Trump rallies, guys. Every single one of these protests, these are all actually old Trump rallies that are being repurposed. Yes. 100%. Sure. Maximum cope? Again, like, reality exists in their mind. Your perception shapes your reality. And unfortunately, one of the biggest issues is that the first narrative you hear is the one that you will likely believe for the rest of your life. Like, even if there are corrections made later, the first narrative that you hear is likely what you believe. That's why it's so important to subvert the narrative, to put your narrative out first. Now, that is difficult to do without getting things wrong. So we don't often do that. They love to do that. And then they say, you know what? Actually, this is reality. And we come back later with the real reality, but it's too late by then. Wait, I was at a Trump rally today, I guess. Everyone is 12 theory. Proven right again. Every time. You didn't make that. I made that. It's mine. It's not fair. It's not fair. I'm still waiting for my George Soros check. I'm still waiting for my USAID money. George Costanza said, telling Porky's lies. If you believe it, it's not a lie. That is true. If you believe it, it is not a lie. Propaganda has to at least be believable to the average person, otherwise it doesn't serve its purpose. Yeah, unfortunately, the issue there is the average person is shockingly, painfully stupid. So, you know, if those were Trump rallies, they sure don't like him. That's also true, yeah. Yeah, sure, Trump rallies, you know? Upside down American flag, no kings. Like, sure, yeah, all of these people love Donald Trump. At some point, you can't propagandize people to believe the sky is red, I think. No, yes, you can. You absolutely fucking can. I wish the cross-guild bounties on ICE were real. I would go sign up and turn myself in and then collect 50K. I don't even know what that is. The first narrative you hear is likely what you believe for the rest of your life. Is there a name for that? No, it's just like... It's just the pattern. My inner Cockney came out a bit. I didn't know I had one. It's okay. Every now and then my inner Australian comes out when I say something like heavily Australian. It's always very, very funny. A government of the people, for the people, by the people, but the people are retarded. Yeah, unfortunately. I keep forgetting optic nerves are lying to... Yes, your optic nerve is anti-Semitic, Salamander Sapien. My flag had the iron front 3 arrows on it. Had some people asking what it meant. Kind of cool. I do need a longer polo. Cool. Viz, you didn't hear Trump yapping about how cartels put bounties... Oh, yeah, no. No, that actually is real. It's not cartels, though. It's like gang members in Chicago. Some of them are probably cartel linked, and it's like the leader of one of the gangs put a hit out on... It's like a $10,000 hit on the commander of one of the ICE forces in Chicago. And you know what? Like, I don't blame him for that one. This is accelerationist, but part of me is disappointed the regime didn't push back more on this. It would have showed how sick they are and radicalized more people. Look, like, I'm glad nothing bad happened and people are okay. It would have been a better outcome if we had a Tiananmen Square moment. Like, as bad as that sounds, if we had a Tiananmen Square moment where they showed up and they just, like, massacred a couple thousand people, we would win. Like, that would be we now win. We become Madagascar from there. That would be what happens. I'm glad that didn't happen because it's really bad. And I don't want innocent people getting hurt. But that would have been a better scenario. Didn't that just happen? Did that happen? When did that happen?
And then just
I want to see what this...
on camera.
Tiananmen Square, never heard of it, sounds made up. Whatever the Dragon Emperor says. This little shit hasn't spoken since then? Okay, hold on. Let's jump back then. I want to know what you have to say on this. It's the woke elite and their bullshit? Of course, of course, of course.
Member who got out. He was in Antifa.
Hakeem is a tanky and I don't respect him.
He got out. He deprogrammed. He is now a Christian conservative. He moved out of state to get away from them. And he has turned his life around. And I think that is so admirable. And thank you so much, homie. I really appreciate you, William. Steven said the left balls are awfully big when it's 100-3. That's big facts.
Literally speaking from the group of people that like to go hunt in giant fucking packs of animals and find the weakest, smallest looking person to pick on. Every single Nazi is a fucking coward. Going back to history, go read history. Go look at American soldiers' accounts of fighting the Nazis. All of them are fucking cowards. These people are exactly the same. This is a real MAGA patriot. Look at him. His fucking syphilis. Tanky, he's an Iraqi doctor. I think he does excellent work. Sure, he does excellent work. I've listened to him talk with second thought on Russia, and I don't listen to these people anymore. Maybe they changed their minds. It's been a few years, so, like, I don't know. I'm not gonna make a broad assumption like that, but the last time I listened to Hakeem or second thought, they were tankies. Guys shouting like he got bad earplugs in the army? Maybe. He's got that "Make Pedophiles Afraid Again" hat. That means he's probably a pedophile himself. Almost certainly. Look at this man. Tell me that, like, he doesn't give off MAGA pedophile vibes.
Educated Hillbilly, go mods, keeping it real. Big love, sis. Wolf-blooded, JD, you are awesome and have the support of this furry. Keep up the good work. Wood chipper, much love. MPA.
Furries,
Make
okay.
Pedophiles afraid again. Hell yeah, brother. Huge love.
Yeah, make pedophiles afraid again, but don't release the Epstein files.
Love and respect. Gorb said, wait, is this Portland or Silent Hill? Where's my homie Pyramid Head? These libs must know. Man, keep digging patriots.
23K,
yeah,
that's
brother.
my name, bozo. Furry Nazis are a thing?
Claim
Like, Nazbols are a thing. There are literal, like, trans-Nazi Bolsheviks. That is a thing. I mean, they're insane, but it's a thing.
Antifa, I say we're anti-com for anti-communist. I mean, it works. It fits, bro. It's absolutely real. Kaylana Dagmeyer said, I'm autistic, but at least I'm not libtarded. Facts.
You want to know how we got here? Really? I mean, first off, you can blame Michael Flynn. You can blame Michael Flynn. You can blame the Russians as well. How all these people got this insane? No! I saved the photos, but like, too difficult to pull it up. I stepped away. What the fuck was that? It was this Nazi speaking. Y'all, they want to be us so bad. They really do. Fascism isn't a real ideology. It's all contradictions. They can't... See, here's the thing, right? If they had a real ideology, they would be happy right now. But they are still miserable. Where they complain about Bad Bunny at the Super Bowl, they're still miserable. Because here's the thing. They want to do all of these things. But they want you to be grateful for it. They want to hear you say thank you for getting rid of the illegals. They want you to say thank you for making it so women can't get a job. That's what they need. Did they delete the YouTube though? Oh no, like this is like a live stream. What I lost was a second paper on this, which is showing how the Fort Bragg PSYOP unit is responsible for a lot of this. Shout out to Joy Reed, she was spot on. That is true. The further right you go, the less sense you need to make. I'll dig up some fascist theory for you if you like. It's all about being a good boy. We all know. I've talked about this at length. The base foundation of all Nazism is sexual insecurity and social insecurity. All Nazis have that base foundation and everything else gets built on top of it. JD DeLay is a convicted felon, served over a decade. I'm not sure what his conviction was for, but he definitely has severe brain rot. Well, I mean, like, sounds like common MAGA. I'll say thank you if they get rid of the billionaires. They won't, but, you know. By the way, like, again, since 1961, the U.S. military procedures for the selection of personnel for specialized counterinsurgency and covert action tasks have been object of intense research in the Army, Air Force, and Navy programs. In 1961, an Air Force project was initiated to develop psychological methods for dangerous counterinsurgency missions. A similar program followed that was conducted by the U.S. Army Personnel Research Office at Fort Bragg Center for Special Warfare. The first testing of active duty Special Forces personnel who were considered successful candidates was already underway in early 1961 and provided the basis for a profile that would be used to develop tests to determine the probable performance of Special Forces candidates. By 1962, 3 series of tests were used: Special Forces Suitability Inventory, blah, 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 blah. Another branch of the military psychology applicable to the elite counter-terrorist units was, quote, atrocity research. Studies of why atrocities occur and the personality traits associated with the killers. A Navy research project led by psychologist Sigmund Straufert was the subject of awkward questions in 1971 by Congressman Cornelius Gallagher, who found the research to be, quote, designed to measure how different individuals value human life. In other words, to screen for those who attach little value to life might make good killers. More disturbing is evidence of research into the means of conditioning military personnel into more efficient killers. Peter Watson, in a study on the military use of psychology, refers to a 1975 NATO-sponsored conference on stresses and anxiety in which the U.S. Navy Dr. Thomas Narrett lectured on, quote, symbolic modeling, by which people could be taught to cope with certain techniques that he said were being used with combat readiness units to train people to cope with the stress of killing. The methods were reportedly used for commando teams and special Navy operations. They involved screening of, quote, films specifically designed to show people being killed in violent ways. By being acclimated through these films, these men were supposed eventually to become able to dissociate their emotions from the situation. Other aspects of the program involved training aimed at stress reduction and dehumanization of the enemy. Dr. Narr reported also described the screening procedure for men with, quote, passive-aggressive personalities suitable for commando tasks. They are people with a lot of drive, though they are well-disciplined and do not appear nervous, who periodically experience bursts of explosive energy when they can literally kill without remorse. Dr. Narrett said that he and his colleagues had therefore been looking for men who had shown themselves capable of killing in this premeditated way. Like, this has been happening since 1961 in this country. Gee, it's like we're wired to think like others getting hurt or worse is bad or something. Weird. Yeah. It is kind of weird considering the natural state of the human brain. If you have his name, just look up his criminal record in whatever county he lives in. Finding criminal records is insanely easy in America for now. I hate that. Unsubscribed has pulled him in. I like Brendan, Hera, and Nick. I don't know who those people are. All those soldiers yet are to reintegrate into society? Yeah, no. What do you think? This is the same unit, the Fort Bragg Special Military Operations. What was it called? Hold on. The Fort Bragg Center for Special Warfare is where Michael Flynn worked, and that's where QAnon comes from. Now, like, we've talked about QAnon at length before, but if you need a refresher, how QAnon worked was by putting out messages that were essentially nonsense, that had grains of truth, and that had codes that you would then have to go and search through. Essentially, Q would post a thing, then you would have the bakers gathering the breadcrumbs, which was like the little bits and pieces that were posted, and then baking them into a story, which was just making shit up. We know how this worked because it was built on VR game development, where we found out that if a player in a VR game doesn't know the game ended, they'll just make new tasks for themselves. And this is how that was used, where incomplete information, and the rest is just ad-libbed. So Q equals Alice, you'll soon understand the meaning behind Alice and Wonderland. Everything is a meaning, God bless Q. This was a Q post. And then later we need to get organized. Things are going to be solved to understand what's happening. Let's start with Alice in Wonderland. Hillary Clinton in Wonderland by Lewis Carroll. Saudi Arabia, the Bloody Wonderland. Snow White, Wizard of Warlocks, Q. These were the types of things that Q would post. Then people would have to go and search out what these things meant. And a lot of these were based in nonsense, like bullshit nonsense. But this was using both Russian PSYOP tactics, Israeli PSYOP tactics, and just old school American ones to make people insane. I've talked about this at length. My dad was airborne infantry in Panama in the 60s on covert ops. They were all addicts with multiple LORs close to dismissal. They all died by 50. Covert ops picks people that are exploitable and disposable. Sorry for such a heavy first chat. No, you know what? Don't be sorry, Junam. Thank you for that. Because it is absolutely true. Because you can see it in how we were training them. We were training them to just be effective killers. There was no intent of, like, I don't know, the well-being of the soldier. Have you seen QAnon Anonymous discuss the phenomenon? He was on Panic World. I don't know who that is, but, like, I followed QAnon since the very beginning. I was dating someone who became a QAnoner at the time. God, the human brain is so malleable. So why don't we use it, state your thesis? We can brainwash them back to normal. Like, I know brainwashing is unethical, but if you're doing it to stop people from walking off of a cliff, it might not be so bad, I think, you know? Like, it could be worse. There is truth that I have my pension, my VA access. I mean, yeah, like, our military should be supporting veterans post-service, and we're literally just cutting off all veteran support now. Like, that's what we're doing now. I feel insane in the city I'm in. My friend says she will never visit the city because it has dark cloud over it. I mean, you could leave your city. And what was the supposed purpose of making QAnoners believe they can create a narrative they can't completely control? Well, it succeeded in its entire purpose. See, what QAnon's job was to convince, like, MAGA, that everything MAGA wanted to do, like all of the bad things, were things that Democrats were doing. The, child pedophilia ring, the billionaire cabal stealing all of your money, the fascism, the controlling your, free speech, taking your guns away, all of that stuff, like, they're currently doing. It was a PSYOP. It is the embodiment of every accusation as a confession. And they've now made it so that basically, it's funny, because everything Q talked about is functionally real now. Like, not everything, but to a large extent, like, the base topics are correct. Michael Flynn was behind this. We know this. Michael Flynn was one of the people behind it. He was one of the more prominent ones. Yes, we do know it. There is current court proceedings on the subject, but, like, I believe the person who is the defendant, which is Jim Stewartson. We watched a documentary from him before as well, but if you're curious, you can go check out his site, or actually that's his Twitter, but he has, like, his own site where he talks about this stuff in detail. This guy used to be, like, a game dev, and then they stole his tech to make QAnon, and he's been doing this for 10 years now. Like, he's just been following them. Mike Flynn is suing him, Kash Patel's suing him. It's a pretty base dude. They should, but they don't, because they don't care about anyone but themselves. More money, cannon fodder for the imperialists. Arms, true. My bud does some weird shit like snorting Ritalin and downing 3 energy drinks while flying around in an AWAC. Your bud is an idiot. You can't snort Ritalin. Like, snorting Ritalin doesn't do anything. So, like, first off, your bud's a moron just for that one. An example is that there is a deep state, but it isn't JQ. It's Stephen Miller. And actually, it's not Stephen Miller either. It's Peter Thiel and Larry Ellison and like the Dark Enlightenment people. Like, I mean, when Q said adrenochrome, like Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, people being terminally online giggles, but some took it so seriously. That's one of the few things that's not actually real, as far as I know. That kind of shit explains why they do heinous shit when you're high as shit, like you don't think correctly. That's also true, but like you gotta remember that like we give our Air Force pilots modafinil before they go flying anyway. Like we give our soldiers drugs. Hell, I'm prescribed modafinil as well. I know what it's like. I don't know if he snorts Ritalin. He does something with Ritalin. I just know he abuses it. Energy drinks are pretty norm though. Yeah, fair enough. Snorting Ritalin probably makes your nose feel all burned up. That's about it. Yeah. There's a YouTube video called How I Got Stuck Married to a Neo-Nazi, and it's quite sad but very predictable story. Lucky she's free from that. I'm glad that she's free, yeah. Like, it's really sad when that happens. These protests are still going. I might need a minute to, go stretch and, like, figure out what we're going to talk about next, because this is going to continue for a while, and I don't want to get off until, I mean, I don't know. I don't know when I'll get off. I'm just going to stay on for a while. But I don't know actually what we should talk about next. That only happens in specific cases of long-duration missions to maintain awareness. It's pretty rare to be issued go pills. That's what we call it as pilots. Fair enough. Like, I didn't imagine, like, a short bombing run, maybe. But, like, yeah, no. Like, B-2 bomber flying to, like, I don't know, Iran would have been taken some. Wolfenstein? Maybe. Like, I don't want to stop looking at this. That's the issue, because I'm waiting for them to do some shit. We know that they have saboteurs. Like, we've seen them. I covered them. They had right-wingers dressed up in black bloc in Chicago trying to, like, get into position. Holy shit! This is Idaho, y'all. That's fucking Idaho. Side note with the neo-Nazi blames his wife for not having a PP. Literally, they want trans women so badly, and also they hate them. It's strange. Yeah, you're not wrong, Salamander Sapien. Most likely, yeah, a mission that would get go pills. True. That's fucking insane for Idaho. Idaho, y'all. Oh, thank God someone's playing the fucking bagpipes. I respect that. Goddamn, Idaho is straight red. That's some real messaging. Wait, that's like everyone in Idaho. I know! That shit's wild. I did not expect to see that in Idaho. This was Chicago about 20 minutes ago, as far as I can tell. Some clashes. Oh, they got a few arrests in Broadview as well. You guys see how, like, the war zone is being created by the feds, the police? We got these arrests being made. The violent people are the cops. Yeah, the violent terrorist extremists are the cops. Chicago cops are always like this. They're so bad. I mean, yes, but like these are not just regular Chicago cops as well. Also, like some of the Chicago cops got gassed as well. Some large anti-fascist rallies in Australia today. I know that they are doing a pro-Palestine rally, but I did not see that there was going to be other rallies in Australia today as well. I'll have to check that out. Let's see. Stephen Miller says he carries a gun even in Chicago bathrooms. Well, Stephen Miller is a cuck, so you know. Oh, hell yeah! Good for Australia! Oh, no, actually, it looks like there are also fascist marches. Oh, we're just doing the March for Australia thing again? Really? We have the Nazis marching and the anti-Nazis marching again. Why? The only ones who want violence are the ones with badges and guns, that's true. Escalate, shift blame, classic, every fucking time. Australia's fucking cooked, I'll tell you that. Like, when I first came to this country, we were 10 years behind the United States in, like, what the politics was like. And at the moment, it feels like we're 2? Maybe? Maybe? It's pretty fucking bad, I'll say. But that makes me happy. I want to see that in Australia. To be fair, that looks like every human being in Australia, so you know. The number one way to reduce violence in a protest is for the police to fuck off. True. I mean, I carry a gun everywhere. That's because of crisis of attack. The only person I can rely on myself for defense is myself. Fair. Do not bring a gun to a protest, Nader Hunter. I promise you that will not end well. YouTube AI is literally restricting the most benign speech now. Was it agreeing with me or disagreeing with me? Because my theory is that they are censoring consensus more than anything else. It seems. Like, there's more to it than that, but, you know. I see a lot of consensus getting blocked. It's funny that random Australian Trump cultists that stream... Literally, like, where's Drew Pavlau, or whatever the fuck his name is. The Australian who's also not an American. You know, I'm an Australian. I'm also an American. This man... Hold on. Where are you? There we go. This was Drew Pavlau crashing out over fucking Mamdani. Again, not even American. Zoran's election is catastrophe for Western civilization. We're losing our country. What the fuck do you mean, our country? I mean, we are losing our country, but that's your fault. We're losing our country, and that's your fault. America's losing its country, and Zoran is trying to save it. Yo, Ozzy can keep Drew Pavlov. That guy's a joke. I wish he would just go and live in Israel or something. Please. Like, you were already a Nazi. He wasn't a Nazi like 2 months ago. That's how quickly that shifted. 2 months ago, this man was a liberal. A liberal. Like a proper one. And now he's a Nazi. Like JQ and everything.
Yeah, but you won't arrest the person. So, you aren't welcome in our city. She lives in your city, AI. So you think you can run people out of town? Wow. She didn't say anything about anybody getting killed. I'm alright. What was your name again?
Ah, my god. I hit the button twice for some stupid reason. The issue with liberals is that they are not themselves, like, bad or anything. It's not that liberals are closer to fascists or like Nazis than leftists for no reason. It's not that their ideology is bad either. Like, the issue with liberals is they disagree with the fascists on how to get somewhere from point A to point B, how to build something. But they agree with the fascist on the overall idea of the building. Like, the building of the... I hate that you think that of me. I don't think that of you. I think that you believe in America. Like, the project of America, right? Like, you believe in what was before, the before times. Like 5 years ago, you believe in that country, right? They do too. The difference between you and them is how you want to make changes. I know, I'm not saying that you're bad. Like, the difference being how liberals want to make changes and how fascists want to make changes do not align. But the broader scope of the idea, the country, the patriotism, the Pledge of Allegiance, that stuff, you do believe. You want the United States. You want the flag. You want the patriotism. And that's not a bad thing in and of itself. That's just like the current similarity, not the similarities, the matching ideals between liberals and fascists. Now, everything else down the middle of that is empty. Liberals are not fascists. Liberals can be made fascists easier because they believe in that overarching system, that idea, that country. Not because they believe in the methods, not because they, believe in even the same things. It's just the broad scope is agreed upon. Does that make sense? Like, it's not about any particular liberal. Like, it's not any liberal at all, really. It's just the idea of the nation state. I want to get where you're going. We just have different ideas on how to get there. Essentially, yes. And the difference, like, being their ideas are often going to take power because they're far more aggressive than a liberal is. And a liberal will more likely try and work within the lines of the system. Maybe they don't like the system. Maybe they still hate everything the fascists do. But they will try and work within that system. They're prone to reactionary behavior as well. That is true. And that's a part of, like, the capitalist mindset. It's not necessarily like 100% either. It's just oftentimes it tends to go this way. Well, the problem is with the useful idiot. I say lib is someone who thinks that they are... You know what? Yeah. It's not a lib. It's the useful idiot. Because I don't think that liberalism is bad. I think liberalism was needed for us to get to where we are now. Hearing a Trump supporter talk about things being rigged is iconic as heck, like Trump rigged the 2024 election. Well, probably, yeah. But, like, again, I don't think that even matters, because I think the election was rigged just from the media environment alone. Because that was all that existed. It was just right-wing media. There was, like, 3 other people. There was me, Hassan, and Vosh. No one watched me. There's, like, 30 people watched me. Everyone watched Hassan, and no one watched Vosh. That's it. Never ask a British liberal what they think about cat girls. They'll start screaming about genocide. To be fair, those are British liberals, and they were fine with, like, genociding the Irish, so, fuck them.
Do we leave? Is Chris over there?
This is a joke right here from Homeland Security. More lies from the failing New York Times. These government planes are for brave men and women of the USCJ. The NYT wants our leaders to be incapable of responding to national emergencies while in the air and leaving DHS to be without leadership at any time. This is because 2 private jets for Kristi Noem, costing $172 million, were bought. By the way, remember, as the economy's failing and as we have a banking crisis regionally, we just sent $40 billion to Argentina. So, there's that as well. That's always fun. Always fun. Liberals fight for the status quo. They often claim to be progressive, but they only... See, I think that's overarching, because progressives do exist and they are still liberals. And, like, we can work with progressives. Progressives have done a lot. Right-wing media during the election, Trump is perfect. Kamala is worse in every way. Left-wing media during the election, Trump is bad. Kamala is also bad. Vote for someone else. Except me, who was, Trump is bad. Kamala is also bad. Kamala is easier to fight against. Vote for Kamala. And then I got called a genocide supporter. I'm just dated, I suppose. Too many anti-leftist libs these days. Too much sucking up to moderate Republicans. Yeah, that shit pisses me off. And that's the thing. Like, that's the issue. That's what we're talking about here. That's them buying into it. Because they're getting led. Don't vote for Jill Stein, y'all. The status quo is better than going backwards like losing the Voting Rights Act. I agree. This is why I said you should vote for Kamala Harris. Because she was the weaker person for us to fight against to make change. We didn't need to go backwards. We chose to go backwards. We needed renovations in the House. Like, the house's kitchen that we all live in needed renovations. And we could have, I don't know, started renovations in the kitchen. But instead, we just took a sledgehammer to the entire building. So, like, that's what we have to do now. But that was the choice. That really was the vote. It was, do you want to sledgehammer the entire system and break it all? Or do you want to fix things? And, like, obviously the answer was to break it all. Like, they even know. There was a lot of people who voted for Trump and then said, like, no, man's a demon. That dude's Hitler. I just want to break everything. So, you know. What the fuck's happening in Bogota? Chaos at the U.S. Embassy. Protesters launch fireworks, police fire gas at Bogota showdown. Goddamn. My neighbor has a mentally ill child. He doesn't keep firearms, but also knows if shit get went down was necessary, I have extra available for him to use in time of crisis. God, I love having community. Isn't that great? Trump didn't steal the election, was handed to him. That's also true. I would vote for Zoran in a heartbeat. Me too? Absolutely. I didn't know we were having a protest at the U.S. Embassy in Bogota. Oh, here we go. Here's, yeah, it's Colombia, absolutely. It's because we killed their citizens. Yeah, absolutely. That's why. And then we told them to suck it up, essentially. All right, here's Nick Sorter, right-wing saboteur and propagandist. No King's protest in Portland is now a full-on riot outside the ICE facility. Federal agents are unloading tear gas on rioters who are assaulting agents. It's only 4 p.m. and the protesters are already getting violent. We need the National Guard. Remember, Nick Sorter went to like 3 of these already trying to start violence.
Oh my God.
This is the right-wingers. Like, they're just begging for the Insurrection Act. Again, does this look like a war zone to you where anyone but the police are firing or doing violence? Because it doesn't to me.
Thank you guys for your service.
I can't understand how they can lie so badly. So here's him saying, it's a full-on riot. We need the National Guard. It's an insurrection. Other one, No Kings is flopping nationwide. Scenes of protesters deserting their post after their paid time was up. New York State, they're gone, all gone. Like, that's it? Like, what? So can you pick one or the other? Like, is it a war zone? Is it an insurrection? Is it a flop? Tweet Antifa, we have McNuggies. That's very funny. Kamala Harris didn't earn the nomination. She was appointed. She had a chance if the Democrats tried to have a short primary. We would have had a short primary. That was Joe Biden's fault. Hell, even Nancy Pelosi said we were going to have a primary. We wanted a primary. Joe Biden just said, nah, it's her, and killed any chances of a primary. He did that on purpose, by the way. Joe Biden wanted her to lose. All of this came out later. Biden fucked us hard. Joe Biden knew when he decided to run for president, when he decided to run in the first place, internal Democrat polling, according to Nancy fucking Pelosi, suggested that he would lose to a 400 electoral point victory, 412, that he would lose to that level, and he still decided to run. I will die cursing Biden and Garland. They are both responsible for this just as much as everyone else is. Thank you, Alice Chicken. Yep, I already showed the Constitution. What, you're gonna, what, erase half the country, Gearhead? Like, what are you Nazis gonna do in 2030, huh? You think that you're actually gonna last till 2030? Good luck getting food for the next couple of years. That was the Democratic Party. We're not the other guys. Just keep the status quo guys for a long time. Again, that's why fuck the Democrats. That's why the DSA is a better option. That's why, ideally, actually, you all join the Democrats, run for local seats, and change the party from the bottom up, just like the Republicans did to the Republican Party. Remember, after Obama won, all of the Republicans, the Tea Party, all of that, they en masse had young people join the party all across the country, and they changed the party from the inside out. Now, electoralism ain't gonna save you here. Like, we've talked about it to a degree. These people bought the voting machines. These people are getting rid of the Voting Rights Act. Like, this is not something you can vote your way out of. Well, I just assumed you're a right-winger, gearhead. If you're not a Nazi, then, you know, what do you think's gonna happen? Genesis 5020. Oh, hello, death cultist. Fuck out of here. Do not come back. Why are there so many of them today? Jesus Christ. He was never supposed to run for a second term. I don't know how he convinced the Dem poll, behold, and focus group driven machine to go along with that. It was his turn. It was his turn. Still vote. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Still vote. Every single chance you get. But, that's the easiest part of this that you should take part in. Abso-fucking-lutely. Voting is your bare fucking minimum. By the way, again, Charlotte, North Carolina, yo. And again, these aren't Democrats. These are everybody. These are Americans. These are Democrats, Republicans, centrists. These are seniors, young people, all of that. No, it is all Republicans are Nazis because you people keep just doing Nazi shit. You know, kind of like that. Or, how about, you know, the fact that this is in a congressman's office, you know? Any comments? You get one shot. Do you realize how foolish you sound? The only types of people, Democrats and Nazis, are even, like, you people are literally mentally ill. Like, you people need to be institutionalized. Not all Republicans are Nazis. Sorry, all MAGA Republicans are Nazis, Nader Hunter. My apologies there. You are correct. Although I wouldn't say that you're probably a Republican anymore, are you? Considering the whole party is MAGAfied. I would not... I don't know. If you're going to vote Republican statewide, which is actually so much worse than the federal government, then you might be. Yes, Dems are definitely Nazis too. 100%. Yes, you are so smart. You're so fucking smart. Everyone's fucking 12. Most of them are and half are pedophiles. That's true. Well, every Nazi is a pedophile, but not every pedophile is a Nazi. That part is true. I'm pretty politically homeless right now. Feels, mate, there's a lot of us here. It's okay. We'll figure it out. Just don't vote Republican down ballot because they're actually worse than the feds. Nazis are the cons people who are led to believe that harm is rational to cause against their enemies, i.e. illegals. Republicans have no issue siding with Nazis. Literally no, because, like, the White House went and confronted the guy who leaked the Nazi group chat, not the Nazis. Just keep in mind when you vote Republican, who is okay with Trump, you're gonna get more of the same. You don't get to cry everyone you don't like is a Nazi while wearing a fucking armband. Like, yeah. California is trending red in some areas. If California goes red, we're all fucked. It will go red because they are gerrymandering the fuck out of the whole country. You are not gonna get a free and fair election. Like, you're just not. They own the voting machines. I vote on the individual and their policies, not their party. Based. I'm telling you guys, I'm sorry. Like, that's just how it be. I guess Democrats are not nearly as good of strategy machine as they're made out to be. They're made at this... The Democrats want to lose. They don't want to win. They don't want to win. Because if they wanted to win, they would try harder. The reason they don't want to win is not because they are Nazis. It's not because they support this either. It's because they need their money. It's because their bosses tell them so. And it's because wealthy neoliberals and neocons will sell out their beliefs for power, for more money. Not in Colorado, they don't get, they don't anymore. We got rid of Liberty voting machines and went with a different company. You mean Dominion? Because they own Dominion now. I showed someone that recently. I forgot the title. What's the name of that Nazi skit you occasionally show? Oh, I'll show it. It's called The Nazi Card. It's my favorite fucking video to show. It's in German, so you're gonna need to read subtitles.
Nazi.
Wie bitte? Haben Sie mich gerade als Nazi beschimpft?
Na, Sie sind doch einer.
Das ist ja eine Unverschämtheit. Nur weil ich in der NSDAP und in der SS bin, bin ich noch lange kein Nazi. Wahrscheinlich bin ich auch noch rechtsextrem, oder was?
Ja, aber was sollen Sie denn sonst sein?
Ich bin vielleicht ein besorgter Bürger, der Angst vor Überfremdung hat. Aber ich bin nicht rechts. Und ich bin erst recht kein Nazi. Hey, Sie da? Sehe ich etwa wie ein Nazi aus?
Nö, würde ich jetzt nicht sagen.
Na, sehen Sie? Aber der ist wahrscheinlich für Sie auch ein Nazi, hm? Nazis, 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 lauter Nazis. Wenn einem die Argumente ausgehen, dann holt man schnell mal die gute alte Nazikeule raus.
Es hat doch nichts mit Nazikeule zu tun.
Sie machen sich das Leben sehr einfach. Nur weil jemand die Mainstream-Meinung nicht teilt, ist er gleich ein Nazi.
Aber Nazi sein ist doch längst Mainstream. Ihr Nationalsozialisten seid an der Macht.
Ach ja, ich vergaß. In Ihrer Welt sind ja alle Nazis. Der Führer ist wahrscheinlich für Sie auch ein Nazi, was?
Ja?
Jetzt reicht's aber. Führerbeleidigung. Mitkommen.
Das sind jetzt über...
Ja, ich weiß. Nazi-Methoden.
I love this video. No worries, Red Cookie. Here, I'll link it to you. The union is going to break apart, mark my words. I can't see any situation that is more likely than that, yeah. Simply Steve. At this rate, that is almost certain to happen. At this rate. After 250 years, the United States will be no more. I mean, to be fair, I also think the U.S. is already no more. Like, I think the U.S. has broken apart. To be fair, like, legally, we are like 14 different countries because of the courts. And beyond that, like, we are unrecognizable to American ideals. Fuck the empire. Honestly, yeah. Honestly, yeah. Now, like, that doesn't mean we're good. I mean, like, we were also in World War III at the same time as being in the Civil War II. Like, at the same time. So, that's really not great. In a lot of ways. But then again, we will never, ever be as bad as Russia. So you can take that as some solace, I suppose. Like, we will never have to resort to this. Armored bears are fictional, but armored Russian combat donkeys are very, very real. We will never have to resort to this, at least. I hope.
Ты штурмовик? Или тыловик? Да не трону я тебя. Вот это жестко, конечно. Хорош.
More on the Russian use of donkeys. Since the beginning of 2025, Russian forces in Ukraine have been using combat donkeys for logistics due to excessive Ukrainian drones stopping vehicles getting to the front lines. The Russian user earlier was telling me that everything was good where he lived. He was in Russia? Jesus Christ. I didn't even know they had internet. By the way, Viz, I heard they were using those donkeys because the roads were mostly destroyed. They used dirt roads, muddy roads. No, it's because Ukraine keeps bombing their vehicles. That's why. That's why they use the donkeys. Because, like, Russian vehicles do not make it past the drone wall. He's making an ass of himself? Huh? Get it? I'm sorry. I'll leave. No, I like it. I love puns. Good puns. Behold, the military might of the Federation of the Russian Federation. The Free State of Colorado, full fucking support. Keep talking, earn your vote, and you'll constantly vote the way they want you to. Ignore the system. True. World War III and Civil War at the same time, is that a coincidence? I don't think so. No, it's not, because World War I and World War II were both class wars that were co-opted by imperialism, and so is World War III. Like, the idea of both world wars before this and this one are caused by material conditions, by poverty, and then imperialism then co-opts it. Russian military is such a joke. Well, the Russian military in Ukraine is such a joke. I wouldn't be so sure about Europe, considering they have about 100,000 North Koreans training right now. Beyond that, we have Chinese support, but also they are really, really fucking stupid. I can't show you the images because it would be OPSEC, but recently, incredibly funny actually, a Telegram channel that was infiltrated by a Ukrainian soldier, which is run by a Russian signals team. Like their drones, radar, like their whole thing is signals. That's their whole department. And these motherfucking idiots posted a photo on that Telegram channel showing their SSID and a whole bunch of information that could lead right back to them. They were also they were also giving out their own HQ coordinates. It was insane in that Telegram chat. I expect them to get hit with the dildo of justice soon, and then we can go over it far more in depth. The liberal democracy duopoly, you already vote the way they want you to, assuming it's not a leftist involved. That's why they couldn't let Bernie Sanders in. Far from what they were in the Soviet era and even in the 2000s. Well, of course, but they're getting stronger now. In the idea of people don't understand when I say Russia is perfectly willing to go to war with Europe. They're like, how? They get their ass kicked in Ukraine? Yeah, that's why I would go to, if I was Putin, I would also go to war with Europe because I can't beat Ukraine. But I can beat Europe. Europe is weaker. Europe is less prepared. Europe has less will to fight. And also, Europe is what helps Ukraine. Don't get me wrong, Russia and Europe is a threat, but not a capability to stand up to NATO. Oh no, it is, because it's not just Russia. It would be Russia, North Korea, and China involved. There are 100,000 North Koreans in Russia training right now. There are reserve troops that never got sent to Ukraine that Russia has held on to that are also training with them. And there's reports of some Chinese. I've seen actual video evidence of the North Koreans training there as well. I can't show it to you, also OPSEC, but yes, they're there. That is a threat. The issue being, NATO could fuck up Russia in a peer-to-peer conflict. But Russia will not be fighting in a peer conflict. Russia's not going to be fighting high technology F-35s versus SU. No, we're not doing that. It's cheap drones, it's sabotage, it is smaller attacks like that. And we're still developing a way to deal with those drone swarms. First off, radar is not great with low-flying drones. We don't have enough radar across Europe for low-flying drones especially. We don't have enough air defense anywhere. Air defense is the most sought-after specialization in the military. And then beyond that, we were taking out those $10,000 drones with $2.8 million missiles. North Korea is a joke. China could be an issue, though. North Korea is a joke, but they are a mass of people. That's the issue, Nader Hunter. They don't have to be useful. They don't have to be the Spec Ops highly. That's not how it works. They're going to be focusing on horde tactics, overwhelming with a mass. The NATO soldiers could be perfectly prepared, could wipe out 100,000 of them, but if there's 800,000 more people behind that, then yeah. Millimeter wave radar is, but they're just being implemented. Yes, they're only just being implemented. If China enters, how many years before America gets straight up dragged into being directly attacked, or how many months? China will not directly enter. China will support both North Korea and Russia. They continue to do so anyway. And also, North Korea has been supporting Russia since the beginning. They get most of their artillery shells from Russia, and also a lot of these drones, I've shown evidence of Russian drones that were salvaged by Ukrainians that have video footage showing the actual facility in China that they were made. America will get pulled in several other ways, because if Russia is going to openly start a war with Europe, which they will soon, that will also mean Iran and Israel, and that will also mean China and Taiwan, which would mean America and China, which would mean Indonesia, Malaysia, South Korea, Japan, Australia, the Philippines. All of that gets involved, and it gets really, really fucking messy. The issue being, America could technically beat China, but not near Taiwan, not so close to the homeland, because they will just mass ships. The issue being, those landing barges that everyone's those are an easy target, they're just a sitting duck that can be hit. You can't hit them if you can't get anywhere near them, because there is a mass of ships in front of you, because China specialized specifically in dual-use stuff. So, civilian vessels are also military vessels. Everything the U.S. says about North Korea, every accusation is a confession. They do it to their own. Well, I mean, now, yeah, absolutely. North Korea has like 25 million people who could all potentially end up fighting, even the grandmas picking crops. Not in Europe, at the very least. That will be in the Asia end, because when, like, they'll help Russia with Europe, but they're also going to try and take South Korea when China goes for Taiwan. That's why we're developing laser-based air defense rapidly. It's being field tested on Navy ships now. That'll be ideal air defense against drones when deployed at large scale. The issue is, can we build and deploy it in time? How, like, that laser, I know what those lasers look like. And, like, sure, yes, they have an area and effect, but that's not going to help when we're talking about, like, swarms of not only air drones, but water drones, undersea drones, autonomously operated, like, vessels that are specifically meant to just, like, shoot at gunboats. They have ship killer missiles that could go quite far. Like, it is a difficult fight. I'm not saying we would lose that fight. I'm also not saying that we would win that fight. It would be a tough fight, all in all. I have a good video on this. Hold on. Did I watch it on my normal account? Hold on. That's 2 years ago. I want recent. Give me recent. This month. There we go.
Checking my calendar.
So, wait, this is not the video. Oopsie. This looked like the video, but was not the video. That thumbnail was far too close. There's these little, like, gunboats that they have that look like basically these. They look kind of like these. And their whole thing is they're just, like, autonomously operated. They have machine guns on them, and they swarm around. You get swarmed by the air, you get swarmed from under the sea. Like, it's the issue for America here isn't that we're not capable of destroying their tech. We are. We could fuck their shit up. The issue being, they can make enough shit that we can't fuck it up. The other issue is, any ship that China sinks, we can't replace. Any ship that we sink of China, they can replace. And that's a bigger issue. We have no shipbuilding capability. Like, if we lose an aircraft carrier, it's going to be a decade before that aircraft carrier is replaced, for example. And that's an even bigger issue there. That's probably, like, one of the largest that would cause us to lose. Now, hold up. So, as of like an hour ago, Illinois State Police have declared the Broadview ICE protest as an unlawful protest. So, you know, the U.S. Navy is huge but old. That's true. China's is bigger. So, again, like, any ones that we lose, we can't replace. Yeah, you know those are going to be used domestically in the U.S., right? What are you talking about? Oh, yeah. Anti-drone drones to hunt drones, lots of that based on intelligence from Ukraine during this war. Another reason we should be supporting Ukraine, the intelligence is valuable. I agree. But yeah, we are going to be using that at home as well. Qatar base building in Idaho. I heard 150 Cop City structures are being built. Yeah, they're building an air base in Idaho. I don't know why, but you know. I work in an industry where I would be a submarine builder, but all of the shipyards are gone now. Yeah, they're in Australia. I question if America really has the skill set right now. All of our best soldiers are from 20 to 40 years ago. That is true. Like, it is not guaranteed that we would win that fight. There's a good chance we would win that fight. It's not guaranteed that we would win that fight. And it doesn't take much to go wrong for it to all start rapidly deteriorating, if that makes sense. Also, Viz, China has a higher tooth-to-nail ratio than the U.S. at this point. That alone makes an uphill battle. They would outlast us. The other thing is, though, like, China's population decline is far worse than ours. Do they really want to risk killing, like, all of the younger men that they have and potentially creating an even bigger population crisis down the line? It does help China a lot that if a confrontation between the U.S. and China was to occur, it would be near China. so that they don't actually have to use their like aircraft carriers to project power out like further into the Pacific. They can use China as a launch pad. US tech is top tier, infrastructure is definitely an issue. China's tech is also top tier because they stole it from us, so you know. I think they absolutely would risk it given their culture and history. I think so too, but how far they're willing to risk it is it's difficult. They are a collectivist society, not individualists like us. That's the bigger issue. I just don't see that like Americans or Europeans have it like in them to do this. Like it is, war is hard and there's a lot of sacrifices, and Americans are very, very coddled, are very privileged. Europeans are very privileged, very coddled, very like they're easily offended. Like these people are not hard. You know what I mean? Like they're not war ready. Basically, I really don't want to fuck with China. It's not a good situation. I agree. The issue is, I don't think we got a choice. Like I really don't think we have any choice. I don't think there's anything America could do that would prevent that, other than like total complete abdication of like the world power status. Just like, here, you have it. Y'all want to see a porcupine tank? Just weird. That's a porcupine tank to try and stop the drones. It's very interesting. It's real. I mean, like... I think we can appease them by sticking to good trade relations and letting them do whatever the fuck they want. Well, we're doing the exact opposite of that, so good luck. Honestly, from what we study at War College, is that a full war between the US and China is very unlikely, as it would economically devastate both countries. Now, that was when it was back in 2010, so the calculus may have changed in 15 years. It would still be economically devastating to both countries, Nader Hunter, but it is very likely. It's also very likely that like that war will not reach the U.S. mainland. It will be very localized to like the South China Sea, the sea between China and Japan. I think it's like the North China Sea or the East China Sea. I don't know if geography is bad in that region. But beyond that, like it will be like the Malacca Strait. It'll be all up and down like that area. Well, we are doing the exact opposite, aren't we? Well, fuck. Yeah, actually, we literally are. And by the way, like, it's not going well for us to do that either. For example, we started another trade war with China, and it didn't work out well. So, what was it? Yes. So, China blocked us from being able to import rare earth minerals. We'll find out soon what it truly means for the U.S. to depend on China for rare earth minerals. Trump's latest move might speed that up. Rare earth, abundant resource, strategic dependency. Despite widespread deposits, China dominates rare earth refining. This threat explores the technical, economic, and geopolitical reasons. The issue here being rare earth minerals are pretty abundant and easy to find. That's not the hard part. The hard part is the refining of the rare earth minerals, which is incredibly toxic and difficult. So, like, you know, rare earth elements are used are 17 metals like neodymium, dysporium, lanthanum. They power EVs, wind turbines, smartphones, military systems, clean tech. Deposits exist in US, Brazil, India, Vietnam, Australia, Europe. Like, the earth is loaded, but it's the refinement that is hard. And China does almost all of the refining. Like, almost all of it. Refining requirements, toxic chemicals, radioactive waste, thorium, high intensity process, high energy use, strict regulations. So, like, yeah, they do all the refining. If we're going to start a trade war over this, because we need those rare earth minerals, we need them. We all fucking need them. But, not, and like, look at it, this is a OSID blogger. I don't think the US administration is the best to deal with China. They seem reactive rather than strategic, too focused on short-term political optics instead of building a long-term deterrence or economic resilience. Beijing plays a patient game. Washington right now does not. We put 100% tariff on exports from China, and then we backed off from it the day later. So, like, yeah. Explain it like I'm five. How does it stop a drone? Laser? Laser makes it melt, or like waves make the sensors just like not work. Depends on like what you're using. Like there's like the beam light lasers, and then there's also fuck, I can't remember what those called. It's like an EMP gun, basically. It's not, but I'm simplifying it. Gotcha. What's the point of the metal barbs though? Is that to protect the tank in some way? Drone hits that, explodes, and doesn't hit tank. I have no idea. Maybe it explodes a little further from the core of the tank. Yes, exactly. That's what concerns me the most with the trade wars and the tariffs. We're already destroying that trade relationship that eliminates the economic speed humps towards kinetic warfare with China. That's what I was wondering too. Maybe it'll fuck up the flying mechanisms of the drone, try and keep it from getting closer. Well, again, like the drone touches the thing, it explodes. Do nothing and win? Yeah, it seems like that really is fucking China's strategy here. And it seems like it is actually working for some fucking reason. Also, China still has a good amount of poorish farmers that might be easily enticed to a soldier's salary. That is true. I think the barbs are for drones that drop nades do distribute the blast. That is true, yes. Most of these, like, do drop grenades. Like, they don't always fly into the thing. I don't want to say most. It's, who knows. A lot of them drop grenades. I've literally seen a drone drop artillery shells. I've seen a drone fire a missile, actually. That was a British one, so... What the fuck is going on here? This ICE agent looks high as fuck.
Who's the wife? Which one of y'all?
I can't hear shit, but
Do y'all want him to go to jail, or do y'all want to talk?
this guy does not look sober.
No firme nada si no quiere, no tiene que hablar ni decir nada.
Sure, why not? Why not? I'm glad the protests are still going here and we're not getting like massive fucking crackdowns on every level.
Hang on.
That's nice.
Would you do this for me again, Trump? Thank you.
There we go. Thank you for a fucking multicam. God, I love a good multicam. Because Nazis famously love meth. That is true. Oh wait, that's not the multicam. That's a sound clip, which I wanted to see. But now I know exactly what that is, so I don't need to see it anymore. Let's see. Let's see what all of these are doing. So here we got the multicam from DJB. This is...
I like that.
Yeah, that's what you
different multicam. I like this one. Cool. I like that one. What's going on here? We look fine in Chicago.
It reduces cramps almost instantly. So when I'm out here for too long, sitting in the same spot, and I start cramping up, that's what gets me back to life.
Okay, I don't know what the fuck's going on there, so we're just gonna jump back to this one.
Yeah.
Get out.
Never touched a woman.
Other stuff to look at.
Yeah, just
Never
because
touched
you
a
saw
woman.
Trump's dick doesn't mean you've had sex, Tommy.
They'll teach you how to be treated, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
When you
Sorter's
go
there.
to jail, see how the fucking, see how the actual
Man, we have a lot going on, guys.
fucking prisoners deal with you.
Midget
Stupid
man.
little fucking cunt.
You can't shame them, it doesn't work, by the way. Science has proved that. They don't have the sense of morality for you to shame them. The barbs are to cause the explosion to occur at a distance from the tank. A similar concept was used to defeat explosive anti-tank rounds called reactive armor, which directs an explosive explosion in the direction of the incoming round to disrupt the penetrator, or spaced armor, which has a gap to dissipate the penetrator after it forms on the outer shell of the armor. That is true, and I guess like the spike tank works. Again, like the Russians often have what are called cope cages, which are really shitty cages that won't really protect them. Maybe they'll protect them from like one drone, but then the second drone ain't gonna... You're going down with the second drone. So there's all of that.
Shame! 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 Shame!
I think Tommy's being targeted. They're trying to get him arrested, obviously. I mean, he knows that, though. He's smart. He knows that. He knows what they're trying to do. They're trying to goad him, you know?
On the subject of World War III, while we're at it for a second, I haven't touched on this in a hot minute because we've had so much shit going on at home. But I do need to like touch on this because this does relate. Because clearly, Europe is not the only people that are somewhat compromised by the Russians. See, my biggest issue, my biggest worry with the Russians, for example, is that, like, let's say NATO does have the means and the will to fight. There are a lot, actually all of the right wing in every every Western country, the right wing, is built by Russia. And these Russian propagandists are really good at setting a narrative. If they attack, you're going to see a bunch of these Russians like sending out messages like, oh, well, like, you know, if you fight back, then it'll make it worse. You have to just let them take this. It'll be fine. They'll go home afterward, we promise. And like Europeans who are afraid are gonna believe that shit. Like, they're gonna buy that shit. And that's my biggest worry about a war between Europe and Russia, is that Russia has already infiltrated levels of government in that they can prevent action, that they can slow down response times. Not only that, but they've also infiltrated the media in all of these cases in which they can propagandize to the public. We are developing and deploying active defense systems where an incoming rounder or drone is detected and fired with an explosively formed interceptor rod. I have seen that, yes. There's supposed to be like 46 can fit into an F-35, so we don't have to spend $2.8 million missiles on $10,000 drones, which is good. Like, that was a good idea. We're not done developing it yet. Pretty cool. Some fine engineers, you ask me. Yeah. Russia has shitty equipment and tech, but they are masters of psychological warfare. Well, they're now getting Chinese tech, which is much better as well. Their equipment is still dog shit, but yes, they are masters of psychological warfare. They're also really good at hacking. They're really good at cyber warfare. And we, as the United States, fired all of the people who are in charge of keeping the United States safe from cyber warfare. Specifically, like, by the Russians and the Chinese, in fact. Because most of those people were probably transgender. We fired all of them. We got, like, barely any protection for this now. And that's a big fucking problem, considering these people constantly do hacking. Russians are 90% of people who crack video games at DRM. They love to do cyber shit. That was a stupid move. Sorry, which move? I said a few things. It's difficult to remember. Well, you want to know what's a stupid move from Russia? Not to say that like anyone gives a shit anymore, but we were in a good place. Cyber war, not so much now. Oh yeah, actually, exactly. It would take one cyber attack to wipe out like a third of the U.S. electricity grid for months, but you know that's a whole other thing. Not that the UN matters much anymore, by the way. But here is Russia, a permanent member of the UN Security Council, showing a video of them attacking a UN humanitarian convoy. So, permanent member of the Security Council, mind you. I think you have pretty hair to say. Thank you. I appreciate that. Permanent member of the UN Security Council. I miss when computers were still new and exploratory. Yeah, now everything's computer. We fired all the OPSEC and cybersecurity people when we started firing trans people. Yep, unfortunately. And it was really fucking dumb of us, but, you know, now we're gonna get screwed over by that. We're gonna pay the price because the Russians will do they do cyber attacks regularly. We're getting a fuckload of like minor local level ransomware, corporate ones. Hell, they probably did the Oracle one recently, the one that came up today. Elon, who was essentially originally in charge of Doge, also frequent contact Putin, made our response capability unknown. No, you don't know. It's actually worse. When Doge entered into the government and started accessing all of these systems, they changed admin passwords. And then following them finishing, those admin passwords were used to log in by Russian IPs. That has been proven. Let me pull up a source for that. I don't get that at all. Who cares what's between someone's legs and if they're capable of doing the job? Degenerates, mostly. Like, insane degenerates, like in the derogatory way, not the good way. I'm a good degenerate. They're bad. Here we go, from NPR. Oh, holy shit, this is a long-ass article, which is good. Whistleblowers' disclosure details how Doge may have taken sensitive labor data, which in here, you'll find out that, yes, no, there were Russians. Let me see if I can find a more specific Russian login Doge ideas. Trans people, for a multitude of reasons, were just built for security stuff, and we targeted them, and then immediately getting cyber attacked. I mean, we were getting cyber attacked while they were still there. Like, they were constantly protecting us from cyber attacks every fucking day. Here we go. I got a few. Here is PBS. NLRB whistleblower claims Musk's Doge potentially caused significant security breach. Off. Since President Trump entered the Oval Office, blah, blah, we're getting new information about the scope of that access in one independent federal agency. There's a National Labor Relations Board, which protects workers' rights to organize and investigate unfair labor practices. A whistleblower complaint filed by IT staffers. The NLRB claimed Doge gained access to closely guarded data, including case files, that could have led directly to a, quote, significant cybersecurity breach. Andrew Abakaj, attorney for Daniel Berulis, if the administration is taking that position that we have data exfiltrated out of the United States government, potentially into other nation states, if that's about efficiency and effectiveness for the nation, it doesn't make any sense. Within 15 minutes of Doge engineers creating accounts, years, names, and passwords within internal systems within Doge, within 15 minutes of creation of those accounts, somebody or something from Russia tried to log in with all of our credentials, meaning they had the right usernames and passwords. I would like to remind you that Tulsi Gabbard and Kash Patel, and I believe John Ratcliffe as well, have all been on Russian state media in the last 16 months. I would like to remind you. All. So, yeah, no, like, we just let the Russians in. We just gave them the fucking passwords. Oh my fucking god. Yeah, this was months ago, by the way. Months ago. When I was in command roles, I really only cared that my Marines were well cared for, effective, their jobs, they are made motivated to do their jobs. What their personal lives consisted of didn't concern me. Yeah, because you're a normal person. I haven't been keeping up for the last 2 weeks. I mean, this was months ago, but... Also, by the way, Hungary spied on EU officials. No fucking shit. Yes, that NLRB thing was like in May. Yeah, absolutely. Journalists from Spiegel, The Stit, and Direct 36 say that they found evidence of Hungarian espionage activity in Brussels. Agents allegedly tried to recruit European Commission staff. According to the investigation, one of the operatives identified as V, working between 2015 and 2017. Under the guise of friendly meetings, they sought information about internal EU affairs and rumors, offered money for cooperation. The recruitment attempt failed. V later exposed himself through carelessness, reported eager to impress superiors under pressure from Budapest. Insane shit. By the way, like, we're supposed to have a meeting with Trump and Putin in Budapest, which, by the way, is spitting in the face of Ukraine, considering, like, the whole reason that Russia is, like, invading Ukraine right now is because they didn't follow their own promise in the Budapest Memorandum. Like, Ukraine gave up their nuclear weapons for a promise that Russia and Europe and the United States would never attack them. So, you know. Damn, 7 hours, that's a full work shift. I mean, usually I do 5, and we're actually at 7 hours and 55, so we're at about 8, actually. Once I finish what I have up here in a second, I need to go, like, stretch and make a cup of tea or something, and then I'll be back. And honestly, I might play some Wolfenstein. I don't know. We'll see. Now, beyond that, beyond the fact that Hungary, obviously not a friendly nation to the West, was spying on Brussels, the UK has a pretty fucking serious Russia problem. Like, really serious. Reform is essentially just the Russia party. Nigel Farage, so many ties to Russia. Then we have, this barely being reported, by the way, Nathan Gill, a former leader of the Reform UK party in Wales, pled guilty to accepting bribes from Russia 8 separate times. No one's talking about it. Reform is still leading in the polls.
Have you heard that Nathan Gill, Reform UK's former leader in Wales, has pled guilty to bribery? Not once, but 8 times. He took money to spread pro-Russia messages whilst being elected to serve Wales in the European Parliament. That's not fake news. That's a fact, and it's on the record. And what does Nigel Farage and Reform UK really know about it?
Did you turn a blind eye to it?
I'm sorry, that question is frankly beneath you.
Again, another Russian agent. Manafort, of course, the campaign manager of the Russia shill. Michael Flynn, also Russia, Turkey as well. Like, again, everything is for fucking sale. All of it. All of it. The only thing that seems to not be for sale is Palestine. Because we want it. So we can build a fucking mega city. We can build Night City on it.
Gill was Reform UK's leader in Wales, and Farage has previously defended him.
Nathan Gill, our leader in Wales, an honest, decent, honourable man who's been loyal
who took bribes from Russia 8 separate times.
At all times.
But as soon as the smell started to...
No, the country that constantly threatens to nuke the UK.
...blow back on Nigel Farage, Gill was suddenly just a bad apple. When it comes to Ukraine, he's warned Europe not to provoke Putin.
We directly encouraged the uprising in the Ukraine. If you poke the Russian bear with a stick...
No, the fuck we didn't. Again, Russian op. This is a Russian agent. This is, like, this man should be barred from politics in the United Kingdom. Obviously. But, no, we're still gonna pretend. And we're doing the same thing in Australia as we are in the UK, as we did in America before. We're all in the pre-MAGA stage. All of the right-wing fascists are talking about free speech and how, like, white people are being attacked by racism. Which is true to an extent, but not anywhere near the way they talk about it. It is not systemic, it is interpersonal, and it's usually with an idiot. So, like, we're doing all of this. We're magifying the world. I had to go and speak to an elected official, begging them not to go through with the digital ID law in its current form. I gave them a better idea, a much better, cheaper, more durable idea, because I said this is about national sovereignty. I brought them evidence, I brought them printed out fucking tweets, the security risk, I laid it all out. Did I get anything back? No.
Don't be surprised when he reacts.
And he's often appeared on Russia Today, Putin's state-controlled media outlet.
Which, by the way, is fucking insane that we allow in America again.
Time to knight Mr. Farage.
No, they
if
didn't.
you would like to kneel there. Come on then.
I'll leave it to voters to come to their own conclusions. But as the saying goes,
I gotta follow up,
the fish
honestly,
rots
but, like,
from the head down.
it's a bit late.
My message to Nigel Farage is stop dividing our communities and instead work to unite them. And don't take the British people for fools. They know what's at stake, and they know...
No, the British people are fools, and the UK is a dead country. I don't see any fucking shot of stopping the Reform landslide, or rather, the Russia landslide. Meanwhile, by the way, again, like, not only did Russia threaten to nuke the UK, but guess what we've started? We've started with the little green men on Estonia's border.
Üksuse liikumist. Politsei- ja Piirivalveamet jagas meediale ka videot, kus on näha 7 relvastatud meest tee peal seismas. Politsei sõnul on eesmärk hoida ära võimalik...
By the way, you mentioned Cyberpunk 2077 earlier. It's been sitting in my Steam library for a bit. Was gifted to me. I haven't played it. Is it pretty decent now? I know it was a shit show. It is literally my favorite game of all time, and it is a masterpiece. It's like the game itself is fantastic. The themes behind it are amazing. Like, it is... Here. Hold on. Like, I just want to show you Johnny Silverhand's speech. Now, the thing is, the game takes a lot of media analysis. For example, like, you have this character, you know, you have Keanu Reeves, Johnny Silverhand in your head, right? Except he's an unreliable narrator. So, like, what you learn from him while learning about his history, what happened in the past, you're not learning the truth. There's more to it than that. This game is very mysterious. The only issue with the game was that on release, no graphic system was up to par, but it's Gucci now. I have this game modded up the fucking ass. I might actually try and play this instead of Wolfenstein today after stream because it's been a while and it was just a new update. I got Cyberpunk at the recent Steam sale. I wasn't impressed. Stealth Runner mod is peak. I do love Stealth Runner. If you weren't impressed, you didn't play long enough. Get past Act 1. Like, this game has made me cry. This is literally the world that we are building right now. Like, I've talked about this before in that every one of these, like, tech billionaires are losers and nerds who didn't get bullied enough in school. Speaking as a loser nerd who got bullied in school. They didn't get bullied enough. And so now they just want to make the worst parts of these games because they think it's fucking cool. Like, Palantir, right? Palantir, you know Palantir in 2023 had a summit that they named the Miltech Summit. Like Militech? I wish I could afford it. I do want to play it. I wish I could share it.
Okay, I'll tell you why I want to destroy Arasaka, but I'll only tell you once. Want to hear it?
All right.
It should not be buggy, Jarko.
I saw a corpse strip farmers of water, and eventually of land. Saw them transform Night City into a machine fueled by people's crushed spirits, broken dreams, and empty pockets. Corps have long controlled our lives, taken lots, and now they're after our souls.
Might be right. Can't really argue with you there.
V, I've declared war not because capitalism's a thorn in my side or out of nostalgia for an America gone by. This war's a people's war against a system that spiraled out of our control. It's a war against the fucking forces of entropy. Understand? Do whatever it takes to stop them, defeat them, gut them.
Alright, that's gonna get too close to Fed posting territory. But, like, the game is about the world that we are headed towards. You want, like, in the cyberpunk world, you want to know why the United States collapses? For example, like, why does the United States collapse? Well, it's because the feds behind the scenes are arguing with Europe on how to deal with Russia. We lose all of, like, our trust and faith that Europe has in us. We start a war with Latin America. Meanwhile, we siphon all of the wealth to the corporations in the United States. This results in a giant economic crash, which results in the U.S. breaking up into several different city-states. We have the new United States forming in, like, the East Coast. We have, like, all of these different, I don't want to say, like, countries, but, like, regions. And then beyond that, we start another war with South America after that, the second Latin American war. Like, it is a function of where we are. By the 2030s in this game, we're actually on track for 2077 by 2077. In like 2032 or 2033, there is a mass ecological collapse around the world that kills pretty much all animals and wildlife. Like, that's what happens in a few years, according to this game. By the way, like, so far, I feel like their predictions have lined up so perfect. The only difference being Japan and China. Beyond that, like, everything. I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna play it after stream. I have to now. It won't make as much sense to you otherwise. Now, let me show you a couple more things on Russia before we move on. Now, this one I find incredibly funny. This is a Russian showing off a new electronic warfare system that they have. It doesn't go well for them.
Парни, пизда всем дронам. Гляньте, какая у нас хуйня есть. О, бля. Но это еще не самое главное. А вот, видали такую хуйню? Сейчас поржем все.
We're gonna laugh now. Oh, that's it. No longer have an electronic warfare system. Check out the new electronic warfare system. Fuck those Ukrainians. We're gonna be laughing now. That's it. We have no longer have an expensive EW system. Oops. Do I have to be out of Act 1? You don't meet Johnny until you're out of Act 1. Johnny is a vet in the lore. That's 99% of why he's so pissed. No, not really. He's pissed for a lot of different reasons. He also hates himself. He's pissed partially because of the war. Like, the war radicalized him, sure. but it's more than that. By the way, right now, there is a Russian submarine disabled limping off the coast of Europe. The last time the Russians had a submarine disaster, they had to do this domestically.
In Russia, families of sailors drowned in a submarine accident lash out at government officials.
They had to inject her with drugs.
The loss of her young son is almost unbearable to watch. But what happens next is equally unnerving. Without warning, the woman keels over into the arms of Navy officials. But rewind the tape and you can see what...
They had to drug her because she was that mad. Drowned in a submarine, what a horrific way to go. Yeah, it happened to some Chinese folks a little while back as well. You miss a week, you miss a decade in breaking news. True, I don't have Johnny yet. I just did the brain dance involving the Arasaka kid. You don't get Johnny until after Act 1 is finished. Not now because you are live with all this, but later in Discord, could you DM me with must-have mods for Cyberpunk? I mean, like, once I'm done with this, I think I'm just going to change the stream title to, we're going to play some Cyberpunk, and then I'm going to play some Cyberpunk. I'm going to stay live while I do it, in fact. I think, if you give me, like, a minute to do so. Now... Okay, yeah, they're calling it an insurrection.
He's a good guy.
Openly. That's good to know. I just got to check on this really quickly, because we are in a pretty tight situation here with what happens. Like, if they start calling this an insurrection and start really doing some shit here, then we are in trouble. Oh shit, they horse-tranked her. I had that happen to me once. You just gotta go out and can't help it. That's not good. Shouldn't be horse-tranked. Okay, so far I'm not seeing a bunch of Hitlerite posts from like J.D. Vance or something, but I do see Republicans complaining about old white people. I've seen dozens of videos and I'm convinced there's not a single person under 50 at these No Kings protests. That's Benny Johnson. Another Russian agent, by the way. Another one. Horse trank is just ketamine. The shit Elon microdoses. That's fair. I'm concerned I'm going to wake up in the morning with the Insurrection Act in place. There is a pretty good chance of that Nader Hunter. I heard Monday. Like, the rumors that I've heard internally say Monday. Tomorrow they'll try and manufacture more consent, and then Monday is when they will do it, is what I have heard. We'll see how that actually turns out. Alright, I'm going to make some tea, have a stretch, give me a hot minute, but first, if you're not in the Discord, please join the Discord. If you haven't dropped a like on the stream already, please go and drop a like on the stream. Go and follow me on my socials if you can. Although you should probably stay off most of those socials in general, because they're all PSYOP sites. And if you wanted to donate to me without Twitch or YouTube taking part of the cut, you can use that link. Now, I'll be back in a quick minute. I'll leave you with my favorite Slavoj Žižek sleep paralysis demon video.
Or brilliant. Hello. You are trapped. You cannot escape. Right now, you cannot move your head, wiggle your toes, or breathe, and so on and so on. But I claim this is precisely when you are at your purest form of freedom. And when you are awake, you are truly imprisoned by the greatest paralysis of society. Ideology. To be fully conscious, but unable to move, allows you to truly see. You can only absorb the world with your brain, and you are not clouded by your physical permissiveness. You know,
I also use Twitter a lot, mainly for chasing community, not politics. My whole feed is weather-related. I do something else for community, Nader Hunter, please. Just, like, not Twitter. Not Twitter. Most of Twitter is bots, by the way, anyway. Like, you're not really talking to humans most of the time. It's like 70% bots. Find community here on Twitch, in my Discord. Go, like, follow other, check out other streamers. Like, there's quite a few. Go watch This Space, which is where I do my shows on Thursday nights. They have some fantastic creators at This Space as well. It's a great place to join community that isn't Twitter. Because His Twitter's not great. Like, it's just not great. Alright, while we watch this, let me see if I can set up Cyberpunk.
Awful monkey brain desires. Lacan would say this is in many ways a category of existence that would create love that addresses knowledge instead of desire. A love that is free from our Western unorthodox libertarian pragmatic concept of existence. This is for me the real horror. Once you awake, you will be covered in sweat, as the brutality of accepting ideology dawns upon you. Like this movie I do not like, but The Matrix, like Neo. And
fair.
my point, you know, is precisely this one. As you struggle against a body you cannot control, you expect to be more free. But mein Gott, it does not happen. You are only causing more pain. The only way to wake up from sleep paralysis is to accept it. Hello.
Okay, let me see about getting this set up. You guys are going to have to bear with me for a minute because I have to change a bunch of my screen settings around because this is going to open on the other screen for some unknown reason. Well, Eric Clapton style of comedy. He's just sniffing like the song, you know, Magic Pixie Dust. No, I don't know, but that actually is kind of how Slavoj Žižek does talk. Blue Sky is better than Twitter, but Blue Sky is filled to the brim with liberals and Zionists, so I guess take your pick, Nazis or Zionists. It's the same thing, mate. It's the same thing. They're both echo chambers filled with insanity and nonsense, unfortunately. Like, I'm on Twitter all the time because that is where the news unfortunately is, but that is more of a matter of necessity. And it's also really, really not easy to determine how much of that news is true and how much of it is false in that context as well. It's a pain. Zora, look up Eric Clapton's song starting with a C. Oh, what's up, Dan Did So? I didn't even realize that was you. That would be copyright. It would be a song. I cannot play music on this stream. Okay, let's see if Cyberpunk launches. Oh shit, wrong mouse too. Where is my other mouse? Well, that's a good sign. I can hear the game starting. Hold on. Oh, there it is. Sorry. Almost done getting set up. Been out of commission. Had WMY Lost Wisdom Tooth taken out on Wednesday. Took 3 days off for everything. Oof, wisdom teeth are rough. I've been a bit out of commission as well. My neck is fucked, like broken. I can't really move much of it at all. Alright, cool. I think it works. Now, you might get a little bit of spoilers here, but yeah. And remember, I'm using Steam on a Linux PC. I still have to switch to Linux. I really, really do. There was a problem connecting with cloud storage. That's fine. I don't think I've seen you play a game before. Really? I only recently played Wolfenstein last stream afterward. Where's my, fuck, hold on. 2 seconds.
The crash site is now a restricted area. My people will proceed to secure it. The rest of you, Go home and stay there. That is.
I haven't even changed like the title or anything. I probably should. Twitch might get mad at me for that one, huh? Let's do that now. Cyberpunk 77. And Cyberpunk 2077. Go. That should be good now. Oh, is that how that works? I did not know you could just exclamation mark game and then say that. Okay. Let's see. Oh, hold on. I gotta turn on the streamer mode so that it doesn't actually play music that is copyrighted. Disable copyright music. There we go. That's good. Per Hansen is a bitch. First off, like, this game is beautiful. Ooh, I'm pretty kitted out. Let's do this one. I don't know what this is. Seems like a fun quest. Not gonna lie, V's window shot of Night City is iconic. I still remember the mac and cheese advertisement. Oh, hell yeah. I actually added new advertisements via mods. My mod list is pretty expansive. Like, I got bounties restored, browser extension, Dark Future is good. Dark Future you can only really turn on after Act 3 starts. Eviction notice, you gotta pay rent and shit. Police stuff that like makes them actually more useful and more annoying. Mods here, I got AV traffic, so more like flying cars, cyberscript, combat overhaul, which makes like some enemies harder and adds like new stuff into what combat looks like. Stealth runner is based. I don't know if all my mods loaded or not, but we shall see. Oh no, I don't need to rent an apartment right now. There's the mac and cheese. Mac and cheeses. I've never modded Cyberpunk, but I uploaded 2 mods, percolated updates. Like, I can't play this game without mods anymore. I genuinely could not. If I could count how many mods were on my mod list, I would. Iconic shot. Am I using the right LUT? Yes, I am. This is what it would look like normally. And then this is how it looks like with the LUT that I have on, so. I'd say go vanilla on your first playthrough to like learn the mechanics, but like there's some quality of life mods that are worth doing. Yeah, you didn't see the mac and cheeses ad? I'll show you once we get outside. There are some mods that you should get just because they make the game far better. Wait, where's mac and cheeses? I can't see you now. God damn it. Alright, we're going back up. A lot of the mods CD Projekt Red just ended up making part of the game as the years have passed. Yeah, because they actually respect their modding community. They pay them, they hire them, and then they add them into the game. Also, I think the game is louder than you. I'll fix that. That should be better. There you go, mac and cheeses. See? Where do you get mods for it? I don't see it on Steam Workshop. Nexus mods. Like, I own the game on Steam, so yeah, just Nexus mods. You get Vortex Mod Manager, which is really easy, and then you just click, download via Nexus, and then it adds it into the mod manager, and you're all set. if you need help setting this up later, I will. I'll help you out. By the way, like these are the ads. Getting close. Save your corporate career with these pills so you don't kill yourself. The ads in this game alone deserve like a full length video essay. Your neighbor already called. Speed loans in your account. Not really, like, I'm also a boomer with tech stuff in a lot of ways. You'll be fine. Setting, like, mods up is incredibly easy, but again, you could just play, like, vanilla on your first playthrough. It's fine. What do you mean the vanilla ads are kind of meh? Like, the ads in this game are crazy. All night, every night, upgrade for free, as in like buy our cyberware and you'll get chicks. Sweet clean speed, Mr. Whitey. Just side effects not covered under federal health insurance policies. I didn't even know you got federal health insurance. I guess that must be like if you work for Night City. Oh, hold on, where am I going? Duh. Get the mod for animated ads? I have it. It just doesn't animate all ads. Excuse me, I never want to be a third person. Oh, hello, Judy. Okay. Sure, why not? You got an idea? You'll let me know later. I don't know why you had to text me about that instead of just like texting me you had the idea. Some of the people who did Borderlands worked on the design for this game? Really? I would not have known that.
Yes, I'm talking to you. Are you getting what you want out of life? Let me guess. Food from a tube, rusty water from the tap.
Food from a tube, rusty water from the tap, and other murder outside your bedroom window. This sounds like America. What's my build? OP, that's my build. I got Sandevistan and the cyber deck. That's my build. I fuck people up. To be fair, this game is made to be like incredibly hard now, and I'm playing New Game Plus, so like everything is far more difficult. So I do kind of need it. What? Oh my god, now I have to pay for the fucking crash? That's bullshit. Oh. Nice. Is there no way up through here? Fine. Go I need to get the bounties mod, seems cool. Oh, the bounties mod doesn't really do anything. So when the game launched, and you scan somebody, if they had committed a crime, it would say that there was a bounty on their head. And if you killed them, then you got money and street cred out of it. But after one of the updates, that just stopped working. Sure, Saul, why not? know this quest, never mind.
Huh. Miss the warmth of the corporate lab? That unique thrill of internal power struggles?
What? Got a score to settle is all.
Aha! I knew it, I knew it, I knew it. Rats still in the race.
Don't you need to be somewhere else? Your piece need oiling? Guitar need tuning, maybe?
I get it, fine.
I gotta spend
I'm
more
gonna go
time
take
with
a
Saul
piss.
in the Aldecaldos. I almost never actually spend time with the Aldecaldos. Just mostly because I hate driving out there.
Empty. Damn.
Hello, V. Man, time flies.
Frank?
Inferred death just ain't what it used to be.
Keyword inferred. But Abernathy is purging the depth. Purged me. It took my house, accounts, implants. But I'm not done. Gonna prove she was wrong about.
By the way, on that, they fired him. They took his accounts and his implants. This is a thing that you gotta like actually think about because this is something very realistic. Can you imagine an Amazon warehouse where you have a job and they require you to have a cybernetically augmented eye that you can pay off while you're working and you can keep it, but until it's paid off, your eye only works while you're on the job. They use it to watch you, to track your requirements for the day, you know, like how many boxes are you moving in the warehouse, how fast are you, and all of that. And then let's say you get fired and you haven't finished paying off the eye. Well, now we're just gonna take it from you, or you can keep it, but it's gonna be deactivated until you pay off the debt. And we're gonna ask you for interest on that. Can you say something? Can you see that happening? Corpo life path with FemV is IMO canon V. I agree. Corpo life path is the canon life path. That's what happens on the Corpo start. Exactly, but like, can you imagine that in our real world? Because I can. Heck, if you're fired, even if you pay it off, they disable parts or most of it. That's also true.
Shove it down her throat.
Ah, so you make your move stepping on me. Gonna serve my head up on a silver platter, and you think Abernathy will welcome you back, arms outstretched?
That's about the size of it. Now turn. Hands on your head. Hop to it.
Nothing like running into old friends and reminiscing, huh?
Sorry, mate.
Ah, the golden olden days.
Not in the mood, Johnny.
There's a lot of dudes down there.
Should be. Look at your luck. I mean, could have wound up all jittery like him. Have a nice night, V.
Netrunner and, I have both. I got Netrunner and I got the Sandevistan. Because, I don't know, I'm extra. Yeah, they can involuntarily pump you up with chemicals remotely and stuff. They literally do. In fact, part of the lore for this is like, let's say you work for a company like Arasaka and you have implants. They will fuck with your inner body, like your hormone levels from those implants to control your behavior. Like, that is known. There's documented evidence of that in the game. There's also a quest where you see them like covertly mind controlling a politician. In fact, I think we'll do that one next. Where are you? Which one was that called? Elizabeth Perales. There you go. I fought the law. This is a fucked up one. This game needs a third person view. I don't like the third person. The point of the game is that you are V. You're like, you can be third person in a vehicle, but I also hate that. Like the point of the game is for you to feel like you are V. And it succeeds because of that forced first person. Oh, whoops, sorry, I didn't realize I didn't have the screen back on. I only play this game in third person seems kind of dissociative. Yeah, like, do you think this game looks better like this? Because I don't. Fizz, do you not change the appearance of your clothes? I think the term is called transmog. I do. I just clearly hadn't here. Or maybe I tried and I just like did it poorly. But no, I do transmog the clothes. I need to step away for a bit and check weather models overnight, maybe chasing tonight if the line holds up. If you're still on when I get back around, if not, I'll catch you next time. Have a lovely night, Nader Hunter. Good luck to you as well, and happy to have you in the community. Third person is almost just GTA. I mean, yeah, basically. And you know, like, great conversations today, and I'm really, really glad to, like, have an example of a Republican who's not a Nazi that we can, like, explain to everyone else. Because, like, here's the thing, right? You're the first example of this that's popped into this community, so I appreciate it, because I'm gonna make you an example to explain to everyone else that not all of the Republicans are fully brainwashed into MAGA. Thank you for the sub, Tacoma Blues. I really, really appreciate it. I just discovered the auto drive. I hate the auto drive. It's too slow. Revia always give her one of those slick jackets that goes down the back. I have a kinetic style V going for. I often change outfits in this game. I'm not gonna lie. I'm the first. That's kind of sad from my viewpoint. Well, most of the time they just come in here and slur me. So you know. No third person because character animations are terrible. It's also not immersive. I like auto drive when I'm doing other stuff at the same time. Yeah, I suppose, like in this case, like when I'm looking at chat, I could just turn auto drive on. To be fair, this is working much better than it used to. Like the last time I used auto drive, there was another update recently, so it's probably why. No brakes in the middle. That's nice, actually. I might be wrong on this. Leaving traffic on a bike is too fun to use auto drive. That I agree with. So how do you pull up the arrow path? Oh, this is a mod. The arrow path is a mod. That's not included in the game. You gotta look at your mini-map. To be fair, I actually want to get rid of this mod. I just haven't done that yet. Alright, let's do a politics. I don't need one. Liz, do you not listen to Pon shit every time you drive? I always have body heat radio on. I'm scared about like the music being copyright, but yes, I always do have body heat radio on as well. Sometimes it's Radio Vexelstorm because I do like Samurai.
Step in the vehicle.
Samurai's fucking big. You know they're based on an actual band too, like the actual band.
Hello, V.
Is Samurai?
I'm Jefferson Peralez.
It's just not called Samurai in real life.
You've already spoken with Elizabeth, my wife.
Nice to meet you, Mr. Peralez. Mrs. Peralez?
Right again, Liz. You see, my wife is a great judge of character.
I did, but last time I used it, YouTube still got mad at me.
Now I see why.
Audio plugin mods can fuck up my OBS if I'm trying to stream with it on. That's why I don't have them on.
So, what do you got for me?
The modding for this game can actually get really complicated because it can break a lot of other things.
Elizabeth?
Well, as you're probably aware, Mayor Lucius Rhine recently passed.
We want to know how, why, whatever else is pertinent.
It was all over the news.
Of course it was. Media feasted for weeks. Pieces like that are their lifeblood.
Right. Think they missed something?
We have reason to believe they did, yes.
As far as I know, case is closed already.
It is. Of course, the police wrote it off as natural causes.
Look up how it looks like when you fire
due to a
guts. I have fired
implant
that one. That was fun.
malfunction.
But we're left wondering about the cyber psycho attack at City Hall a few days earlier.
On cyber psychos, I firmly believe that everyone on this planet is already a cyber psycho. We just don't have the cybernetic augmentations. It's all, like, the definition of cyberpsychosis in this game is defined to be a lack of connection to humans and a lack of ability to empathize with them. Because you relate more to technology than to humans. That is already where we're at. We're all cyberpsychos now.
The police say it was completely unrelated.
These suspicions of yours wouldn't have anything to do with the upcoming election, would they?
Of course they would. If Lucius Rhine was murdered, we want to know.
Base, that's my name, Bozo. I gotta do them. I haven't done any of them in this playthrough.
What makes you think the cops got him wrong? Got any evidence?
Shortly before Ryan passed, he made cuts in the NCPD budget. Perhaps got on someone's bad side that way.
In any case, we have the cyber psycho attack on a BD.
Our chief of security scanned it, but didn't find anything
I
out
don't
of
care
the
about the
ordinary.
reward. It's
so
more
to
just
speak.
like, I like to play Cyberpunk as if I actually live in the world because it feels like a more authentic world. That's why I have Dark Future on, where you have to eat, sleep, shower, hang out with friends. You can die of a heart attack from stress. Like, I like those functions because this game feels like a livable world. Not one that I would actually want to live in, but more honest than the one we live in now.
Dance editor, a real one. It's raw footage.
The brain dance. It has to be back where it belongs today, or a lot of people will be in a lot of trouble. If you agree to help, you can see it right now.
Sure,
All right.
let's go.
See what I can do.
Excellent. We'd
It
be
feels
happy with any
scarily close
find
to
that
the
would
real world.
clarify.
We're on track to
Alleviate
be
lingering doubts.
this by 2077. Right now, we are on that track. It would take something crazy to get us off that track.
Well, what do we got here?
Question is, what are you doing here?
My brain too, isn't it?
And this time, don't go scrolling every ass you see. Eyes on the mayor. Stuff belongs to City Hall. Let's make it PG.
Who's the Hulk guy?
No idea. Those ass clowns are all the same.
I don't know, you get pain, suffering, and horrors. You don't get any
Second conference in 3
fresh
days.
air.
No idea what this
And
blitz
Pondsmith was so right that he was
That's why I'm
scarily
there
right.
and you're not. Now's when we need the visibility.
You're spreading.
This mission specifically with Jefferson reminds me of times I've worked with rich people, how he acts, the mannerisms, exactly how they behave IRL. Yeah, you're not wrong. This is very political. This is actually, like, not that far off from some shit we would try in the next 2 decades. We all may be terminally online, but at the same time, we're able to connect to someone that isn't in our geographic area. Gotta take the good with the bad. Except you're not connecting, Jarko. That's not the same. Online social interaction does not create the same mental pathways or the same benefits of in-person social interaction. It can only ever create a facsimile. So no, you're not actually getting that same benefit. That's also why we're all cyber psychos now. So, you know. Yeah, we won't get cool future tech, unfortunately. It's just surveillance and decay. Well, we won't. Doesn't mean that they won't.
Yourself too thin.
I'll rest tonight. My room at the Red Queen's race is ready.
Yes, of course.
Good. Now go. Gotta practice.
Red Queen's race. Cause any intersynapse zaps?
Sure, bunch of old Brit farts in powdered wigs shouting, "Off with their heads!"
You know, you're allowed to say you don't have a clue. They left literally seconds before the attack. Looks planned. Like it was done on purpose.
That or the psycho saw his chance and took it. Don't get paranoid on me.
Practice.
Hold it. Stop right there. Slow your roll.
River Ward, NCPD. Police. Let him in?
Let him wait.
It's important. Gotta speak to the mayor's chief of security.
Preem, do it after the conference.
Cop wanted to tell security something.
Probably that he was standing by to lick Ryan's butthole.
Have a good night, stay your thesis. Lick Ryan's butthole is very funny. What?
Could have chromed half the city with what he was packing.
Probably what happened. Body disappeared from the morgue, sight unseen. And then some pig got himself...
Oh my god, I hit the button when I didn't mean to hit the button. So we can watch memories, kind of. Your brain is a computer, so it can record stuff. Oftentimes, this kind of tech is used for porn and snuff films. Essentially, like, scavs, which are like a gang of homeless people, I guess, will film snuff films and then sell them as brain dances, for example. Or, you know, like, special recordings. There are dolls, which are sex workers who do this themselves, like they film stuff like that. They also have like a doll chip, which makes you able to like act a certain way. It's interesting. Why am I so delayed connecting to Steam? Seems like forever before my message post. Maybe like adding Cyberpunk in might have created some kind of a delay. Chad, I can't wait to go get my Eddies from Dex and go drinking with Jackie. Ooh, I got news for you, lifelike boss. It can also be modified, so like porn can end up being more extreme than what happened IRL. Yeah, exactly. Hey, it's River. I fall in love with the first girl I spend time with, Ward. That is true.
A new set of wheels and an ugly-ass suit.
Well, that's horrifying.
Really?
Everything in this
We're
game
just
is.
talking out your ass again.
Once you've seen all I've seen, don't need to know things to know them. People are the
That's
same
so sad.
everywhere.
That's my name, Bozo.
Okay, it's coming out your ass.
Okay, why is the audio recording not recording? What the fuck? I'm still missing something. Actually, missing two things. Thank you.
Turn
Oh yeah,
on
by the
flash
way,
right as he went
another
through the
thing you
gate.
can do through that is like if you saw a camera screen, your brain dance can then trace that camera screen back, and then you can find what you saw through that camera. What do you mean you got news for me? About Dex and Jackie, mate. Like, you'll get your Eddies, but...
Glitch was no accident.
Nah. Seen stranger coincidences.
Like?
Like when you bang some chick and then her sister later, same night. And it turns out they're both sisters of God.
That really happened to you?
Nah. But it could've.
God, I love Johnny.
Oh, well.
Finally. Do it after the conference.
The tune. Don't recognize it.
Tune.
What he's humming.
Wouldn't call that a tune.
He's really into it.
Alright. Jefferson and Elizabeth. This whole quest is fucking terrifying, by the way. Like, this whole quest line. What you find out about what's going on here is insane.
Any thoughts? Did you see anything suspicious? Anything at all? Or are we paranoid?
Whole thing stinks worse than Coronado Bay in July.
Huh. So suspicions confirmed. Any questions at this point?
Red Queen's race. What is it?
Got me.
This is a flying
Never heard
car.
of it.
So
Sorry.
you know. This is called an aerial vehicle.
Cop who saved Ryan. Know anything about him?
Detective River Ward. Good guy. We worked a few cases together. You want to talk to him? I'll put you in touch.
Sheesh. Ward had great timing. Either has crazy good luck or had a source. Got good info.
Really,
I'm
it
gonna
should
need
be
some
like
of
at
each.
least one AV.
Well said.
Look at those
Some used
reflections.
deeds.
Whoa, yeah, that's
If
true.
you need anything else, let us know. We'll help.
Alright, am I gonna die doing this? take off?
This is Ward. Who am I talking to?
Name's V. Looking into the death of one Lucius Rhine.
Wonder why you're not a cop.
Oh, thank you. Oh, it took off already. God damn it.
Jefferson and Elizabeth Perales hired me to do it.
Presumptive mayor sniffing around his predecessor's untimely death. Interesting.
Done some digging, got more intel. Also interesting.
All right. I'm headed to Chubby Buffaloes.
Be their stat.
Chubby Buffaloes. Okay. Ooh, that was close. Okay, that's cool. Auto drive is pretty good for stopping midway through the drive. Okay, you're gonna die. The food in this game is real dark nature. Yeah, whoops, sorry, I was looking at that. Look at this shit. Mint pie, Slaughterhouse Prime. We got organic salsa agave in a tube. Militech MREs, expired. Cactus juice. Hot dog. Soy paste. Real water. Sparkling. Synth meat and ground up worms. Also potentially human? If you really look at like the Biotechnica facility, it's a bit weird. Like it really could just be humans. Also, like, there is a suspicious lack of homeless people that has been noted again and again that could result in a, I don't know, you know, like, human food? What? Detected my crime of murder. Love that. Now I have to hide. By the way, that's a mod that I did. Like, I have to hide because of that. Most of the meat in Cyberpunk is insects ground up and reformed. Well, that's what the people think it is. There is a decent amount of lore that suggests that some of it is homeless people. Soylent Green style. Getting close, save your corporate career. Wait, hold on. Do I have to stay crouched? But I heard the police thing go off. Oh, whoopsie. That wasn't supposed to happen. Fuck it, let's just go in the building and see what happens.
Space to 7299 for a chance to win.
Someone here to see you, looks like.
That worked. The Nomad clans work with Biotechnica tended to see very mysteriously. Yeah. Biz, do you worry that as a gamer you will now be targeted by the government? I'm worried I'll be targeted by the government for being a journalist rather than a gamer.
You must be V. My partner, Detective Han.
Okay. Thanks for agreeing to meet.
You really intend to work with a merc?
Don't know what I intend.
This is
just
Night
yet.
City. Bounty doesn't
Now
matter.
I'm gonna see if I hear anything new about Ryan's death.
You back on that?
I'm a
Boss
solo.
already
No one
told you
cares.
to drop it.
Would Morgan Blackhand care?
You know he hates to say things twice. And if you couldn't give a rat's fat ass about any of that, heed my advice. As your friend, just let the case go.
See
Fun
me do
shit?
anything?
Hell yeah.
Just sitting here, sipping coffee, listening to gossip.
Fine. Do what you want. I'm not about to be part of this. Gotta go get my little girl anyway. And you two at least find a quieter corner. Wouldn't want to be overheard.
Okay. Talk.
Okay, just ignore your,
See, Detective
your
Hahn's
partner's
not a
advice.
fan of edge runners.
Don't take it personally. Detective Hahn's not a fan of anybody, except his daughter. You wanted to talk?
For the attack, you wanted to talk to Ryan's hustle. Get some info to him. What was it?
You know what? Hahn was right. Acoustics are a little too good in here.
NCPD is just a
Got my car
glorified security
outside.
firm masking as public police force with almost like, yeah.
Okay, sure.
They're literally listed on the stock exchange, you know. And also, like, all of the other corps have their own security service and don't give two shits about the NCPD. Like, the way that Arasaka treats NCPD is embarrassing, actually. Ah, there's Navy.
Some of the boys from the precinct saw Horvath around Arroyo, shooting up dumpsters, hollering how he's got to meet with the mayor.
It's a rent-a-cop version of the
Brought him
security,
in.
yeah, essentially.
Brought who in?
Peter Horvath, cyber psycho who attacked the mayor later. They took him
Fog,
downtown, but
rain,
then he
and
got
smog,
lost
mostly.
before they could get his statement.
Said he got lost. How
It
does
is
that
rain.
happen? What's it mean?
It means someone didn't want him counting roaches in a cell that day. And before you ask me, no. I got no idea who. My turn. Why's Peralez looking at this now? Why's he want it done unofficial, on the hush-hush?
Red Queen's race. Heard anything about it? Know what it is?
Maybe I have. Maybe I do. It got anything to do with Ryan?
Guy was headed there the day he died.
The rain on the windows looks so realistic, but it's so performance-friendly. I mean,
We're gonna see my CI.
it does lag
All
a
I've
little
heard is
bit,
some
but
fancy-ass club.
perks of having a
No
40,
idea where you
80,
can look for it.
or 40,
CI
70
right
super.
now. Then we'll go talk to the woman Horvath worked for. Or actually, we could see her first.
Have you played The Witcher? Yeah, The Witcher 3 was my favorite game of all time until this game.
Let's go see your informer. Club's a better lead.
Fine with me.
Speaking of realistic, what's my, Wait, do I not have Dark Future on? I do. I will. I recently replayed Witcher 3, highly recommend. I'll play it when they come out with their new update for it that they're still making. Well, it was Mass Effect, then Witcher, then Cyberpunk. Mine probably would have been like Skyrim, then Witcher, then Cyberpunk. Now let's get the rest of the ride. Good morning, Night City! Yesterday's body count lottery topped out at a solid and sturdy 30.
My guy works here.
Canada Haywood,
You go
thanks
talk
to
to him.
unabated gang wars.
I'll wait outside.
2
Tell him
officers
Igor
down,
says
and
hi.
NCPD will not
He'll know
let
what it's
that go,
about.
so you're all screwed.
Alright, wait here then.
Yeah, I played a little bit after the Netflix series update, but not much more than that. What are you?
Don't make trouble.
Are you looking for general inspiration or something specific?
What the
'Cause I can
fuck
help
is
with
up
both.
with your hair, bro?
Looking for a club? Red Queen's race?
If I was you, I'd try somewhere a little more welcoming. Lizzie's over in Kabuki is a good start. Or Clouds in Japantown.
Want an address?
Look, club's invitation only, right? You don't know the address. Means you're not welcome.
Igor says hi.
Fuck, no. Said I was done. I was out.
I would love some Cyberpunk media with Morgan Blackhand.
Fuck alone, all of you.
Hey, Neil.
Piss off.
Relax. Just got one question to ask you. Nothing to see here, sir. Come on.
Ghost, I said.
Dimitri.
Leave me alone, got it? Can't make me do a damn
I never played
thing.
Mass Effect. I would love to one day.
Red Queen's race. Give us the address. We're gone.
With your shitty
Heard that already
haircut, I
last
just
time.
want to kill you right
Then
now.
those motherfuckers showed, broke all my fingers.
Fingers. I'll break limbs that'll make you forget all about those fingers. Start with your shins. Any idea how much that hurts?
All right. Jesus.
Valid. I won't.
Chill, okay? It's outside city limits. Near the river.
It's a giant
The
time
Street
investment,
area.
which is why I haven't.
You been there?
Not telling you another fucking thing. Kiss my ass. Both of you.
Well. That's what I call a breakthrough. Seems promising, but I'd still hit that market.
Market?
Horvath's employer, one I mentioned before. I just wouldn't let that lead drop.
Okay. Let's go see this market of yours.
We gonna take my car?
Better meet there.
Fine with me.
Massive, massive time investment, which is the only reason I haven't played it. To be fair, like, I don't play many games very often. I only recently started playing these after stream because we kind of need something to cool down with after the horrors of the Wasteland. By the way, Viz, the Mr. Blue Eyes guy in Cyberpunk, is based off the guy in Mass Effect, the elusive man IRC his name. Also, here's the thing with the blue-eyed guy, because I know the plot of Cyberpunk 2. The plot of Cyberpunk 2 is the rogue AIs come through the Black Wall, and Mr. Blue Eyes is just a rogue AI. He's possessing a person. Because his eyes are blue the same way that your eyes turn blue when you do a data transfer. God, that's a lot of AVs in the air. That's not what I wanted to happen. Yes, those blue eyes, what happens when you're transferring data. Like, if you know the theory. It's not a theory, it's essentially confirmed. I was thinking Project Oracle with Netwatch, which is similar. Yeah, all that goes in together. Remember, like, the Black Wall is an AI itself. It was just built by, like, some AIs as well as Netwatch to try and keep the, broken net out. Mr. Blue Eyes also shows up in Phantom Liberty if you say so me. Yep.
Well, hey.
He shows up in quite a few places. He's also in the Reaper ending. Or the Don't Fear the Reaper ending.
So, who are we supposed to talk to? Cyberpsycho's boss, you said?
Christine Markov, 42. File has her as Horvath's sole employer.
Judy.
Sole contact, too, actually.
Got a plan?
Come on, V.
Damn right I do. Come over to mine tonight. Gonna lay the groundwork with Tom and Roxy.
I still nuke Mama Brigitte? Good, you should.
Michael will be
Fuck
here
the Voodoo
too.
Boys.
How'd you
They're
manage
liars.
that?
Got something really big.
No idea who we're looking for.
tonight.
Gonna have to
Last
ask
thing,
around.
what do you like on your
I'll
pizza?
start from the left. You take the right.
Who the fuck wants artichoke and avocado flavored pizza? Locust pepperoni, tofu, tuna, and pineapple. What
Locust
the fuck?
pepperoni. And lots of extra cheese.
Atta girl. So, I'll see you come evening.
Of course I'll
Oh
be
yes,
there.
Judy, talking about revolutions while you're working in case with a pig. I mean, true.
What's your problem?
Granted, like, I'm perfectly willing to do that in all cases. I gotta sell some of this junk.
Christine Markov.
No, she's over there. Sorry.
Hey! Thanks.
I know you.
Show me the range.
Okay.
Go all in for Gary, he's right. You mean the homeless guy? You know how a lot of fantasy sci-fi media gets cookbooks made for it? I'd love to see one for Cyberpunk. It would be disgusting.
You wrong in the head or what?
You Christine Markov? We have some questions.
Gary is right about everything. Gary is only wrong because he's misinterpreting everything. He's like, he hears everything. The Alpha Centauri stands for Alt Cunningham, by the way. She's the main villain of the second game. I guarantee it. Alt Cunningham.
You badges?
Looking for data on Petar Horvath. Worked here, apparently?
Yeah, he did. Then he stopped working, started making fucking speeches all the time.
We're gonna go to Detroit in Cyberpunk 2. There's 2 cities in that one.
When did the weird behavior actually start?
When you're talking about Peter, weird doesn't mean what it means for everybody else.
Maelstrom's entire belief system involves wanting to work with AI.
Horvath versus the
No, it's not
pre-jail
Atlanta.
Horvath,
It's no,
guns
sorry, it's
both
Chicago.
completely
It's
different
Chicago.
guns.
It's not spoilers, it's a theory. But
Horvath
like,
make good
it's
scratch
Chicago.
here? Could have bought this whole market with the chrome he was packing.
How many Johnny
yeah,
Silverhands
make
are
scads
there?
on scads here.
I mean, there's just one as far as we know, as long as they didn't make
like
more
we
copies.
all are.
By the way, like, the way Johnny dies in the game isn't how he dies. He doesn't get killed by Soul Killer after nuking Arasaka Tower. He doesn't nuke Arasaka Tower. That never happens. In the actual source material, Johnny dies in the basement, and the nuke goes off on the middle floor, while Morgan Blackhand is fighting Atom Smasher on the roof. And then falls off and lands on Smasher to save himself. But, like, Johnny dies in the basement. We effed? Did we? No way. We back? Yeah, I'm gonna get out of here now. It's okay, I'm about to end in a second anyway. So, in the game, Johnny dies by, like, after nuking Arasaka Tower. In real life, he dies trying to, like, save, Spider Murphy from Atom Smasher, like, as a distraction. And then Spider Murphy is the one that soul kills Johnny.
So where do you get the eddies? Know anything?
Look,
Have a
if I
lovely
knew,
night,
I wouldn't
Jarko.
be here selling scop to tower trash. I get
Exactly,
myself an
Janam. And there's a point to that. Like, the game is canon.
Up one day with all that.
It's that
Extra
Johnny
worked up,
thinks
too.
of himself
Worse enough that I asked
as
him where he
Morgan
got it.
because he feels
said
like a
somebody
failed
finally seen
revolutionary.
what he was worth. And then he launched right into one of his tirades.
I don't remember that one, Lettuce. By the way, I was going to say Cyberpunk 27 takes place in 3 cities as well. Night City, Virginia, Langley, Dogtown, if you count that. I mean, like, I count this all as
These
Night City.
speeches. What did he have to say?
Ryan, Corpse got him by the balls and cock, but he still managed to fuck me. His motto.
Why do you have it in for the mayor?
Unreliable
Looking for
narrative,
reason
exactly.
in that whack job?
Even
Probably
Alt
thought
calls him
Ryan
that.
was talking to him through the TV, promising all sorts of shit, then ceasing to give a fuck. Look, I told you what I think. In Horvath's world, everybody was out to get him. Lucius Ryan was out
True,
to fuck him,
Oxpecker.
then get him.
So as Horvath saw it, who else had it in for him?
Besides Ryan, Madame President mostly. Then Arasaka, the Giza, and when he died, it was his son's turn. Would that be all?
I can see the argument for
detectives?
Dogtown,
You
I
spoke to
guess.
my Cleon's
It's more of like a militarized
Somebody
encampment, but like,
finally
sure,
see
yeah, we
what
can
he
call
was
that a second
worth.
city.
Orvoth had sponsors.
Also, Ponsman said it's not Chicago. That's a city we'll see that reminds him of Chicago gone wrong, or that has that vibe. Yeah, but I think that is Chicago. If you beat the game after Phantom Liberty and you take the Reed ending, where you like betray all your friends and you go into a coma for like 2 years and they do surgery on you and you wake up, there's literally a sign in Night City that you can see that says train line to Chicago in 2 hours coming in 2078. So, like, there's a teaser for that in the game. Drop-down info segments are like, the government is supposed to work, but the devs won't let it. I mean, yeah. Randomly landed on the White House website. Their shutdown page reads like a 12-year-old. Again, everyone in this country is 12.
We might have guessed as much.
That's my new theory.
Might seem like we didn't get a lot out of that. But sometimes intel makes sense once you've got some context. Say, for instance, somebody says they got a headache.
I didn't see Misty involved in it at all. It was mostly after the ending when you see, like, the Militech
then the guy waltzes
version of, like, Night City, they have that sign.
A neighbor remembers someone had worked on the air conditioner in the guy's unit. Guy whose head always hurt. Accident? Coincidence? Or maybe air dispersed poison. A delivery.
This is such a fucked up ad. New job? Get an upgrade. Cheap as chips. Showing like the human with the human hands looking like they're doing a shittier job and being self-conscious because everyone around them has mechanical hands. This is the world that we're gonna live in.
Pig wagon.
Oh, great.
Do you think technology in its current progression quick enough to get the world here by 2077? Not exactly here. We won't have the fun tech to play with at this level, but the rich people will.
Let me handle this, V.
We'll have the worst of this by 2077.
Step aside, Lug. Your boyfriend got sent up for years. Doubt you want the same.
Gentlemen, chill, please.
モード、こいつは何者なんだ。なかなかいじめがいのありそうなやつじゃねえか。
Jump, clown! Jump!
What the fuck?
Whoa. Okay. Let's try that one again. I should have just killed them right off the bat. The Baka Pokemono? I don't know what that means. This website has fucking typos and grammar errors, LMFAO. I mean, like, at least they didn't make AI write it. Yeah, killed for being nice. That's my mistake. This is Night City. I just gotta kill these people.
Sponsors.
Your 12-year-old theory coming true? Yeah, it seems like it.
As much.
Might seem like we didn't.
Alright, let's go.
Say, for instance, somebody says they got a headache. Minor detail. Means nothing, right? Usually. Sure. But then the guy waltzes straight
Be your best self.
Traffic. A neighbor remembers
another interesting ad.
In the guy's unit. Guy whose head always hurt. Accident? Coincidence?
Oh, great. Let me handle this, V.
Fine, you started.
Step aside, Lug. Your boyfriend got sent up for years. Doubt you want the same.
Fuck off, Kitty Claus.
V.
Fuck off!
Let's get this party started! Ha ha ha!
Love your swords? Thank you. That's the Canon V response. Fuck off.
God damn it, V. Told you I'd handle it.
Fuck off.
Walking the streets with you? Downright unsafe. Got a beef with all gangs or just the Tigers?
I'm a cop. What do you think?
Gotta report this. Okay. Oh, okay. Good talk. Okay. Red Queen's race now. First, I gotta clean up the mess you made.
Yeah.
We'll meet there.
Have fun. See ya. Have fun. When you are sky high, Moncheese. Okay, that's a good ad. I like that ad. Having proper spelling and grammar is wokeism and therefore bad. Therefore terrorism, actually. I feel like having a screen like this would be very distracting while driving, but, you know, that's fine.
Enthusiasm, kid.
I can't believe I didn't crash there. Oops. What? When is speeding a crime? How many crimes have I committed already? Jesus Christ, I'm gonna have a bounty that's crazy. Dyslexic materialism? I feel that. Committing major crimes? It seems like it, yeah. What's my bounty? 20 grand? Fine, whatever, fuck off. Ma'am, you are driving recklessly. I mean, I can't exactly like get hurt. I'm made of metal. This is a shakedown? It is really a shakedown. 20 grand. I mean, to be fair, I could have bribed them for less, but it takes time, that's effort.
Well, hey.
Animals turf. Any sly cop rules for talking to him?
Scratch their tummies. Don't expose your throat.
Ha fucking ha.
We're short a warrant, so you're on your own. You find anything, tell me.
I mean, I would rather go take them out by myself. I don't need fucking River around to get caught. You have to save his ass. Ma'am, you are the metal you are made of now is subject to arbitrary patriotic tariff. It's Liberation Day. You owe us 15,000 USD. Oh, you mean eddies? What do you mean USD? Yeah, how could you possibly be breaking the law? At least Judy helps you when you're fighting. That is true.
What the shit?
What?
Fuck off!
Sure, why not?
Nothing to see here.
What are you doing? Okay. You owe us 15,000 teal bucks? True. Excuse me, why is that door open? That door should be shut. Kibble and scop. Kibble stared glumly at his glasses of a seaweed-colored drink. A part of him hoped the bartender had poured him a pint of rat poison by mistake. I don't get it, Choom, he murmured gloomily. At school they said I had talent, a real knack for acting. Was it all a fucking lie or what? Dude, there are billions of people on this rock, Scop shrugged. Can't work out for everybody. Kibble flipped his olfactory booster and gave his beverage a whip. Smelled just like a wet mop in the bathroom, maybe worse. Then, not knowing why, he suddenly recalled the Merc he talked to a week ago about a popular punk dive he liked to frequent. Okay, well, maybe talked is generous, but grievances were certainly aired. The Merc swept the floor with him and him that night and threatened to put a bullet between his tonsils if the other spilled her tequila again. This is it, he thought. Rot gut and tequila, unemployed losers and hot shit mercs. The latter with the world at their feet. It's people like Kibble who are just a theater set piece, who make up the backdrop against the Sandevistan boosted mercs of the world, can shine bright as stars. Kibble decided then and there that he didn't just want to be a splotch in the background anymore. Why? Why does it never shake out for us, he asked with a sour grimace. Why does this city only reward bloodthirsty, bullet-crazy punks while the rest of us normal saps without murderous tendencies have to huddle over cheap glasses of green cockroach piss? Scop shrugged again. I don't know, find a gun, buy an edgy jacket, he suggested indifferently with a note of sarcasm, shoot up some gang haunts, have the punkiest time of your life for 4.5 seconds. What the hell happened here? Kibble continued his rant. The world's all upside down. There are billions just like you and me. Billions of do-nothings, cowards, not cowards, people who just want things to be normal. Safety, life, Scop. Scop had already opened his mouth, ready to list off another round of cynical retorts, but then he stopped himself short and started a tangent of his own. Life, he repeated slowly and ponderously. What if I could sell the world? An alternate life. The same of all these edge runners feel, except where you won't ever have to die like they do. Kibble snorted and spat out his cockroach piss. He finally mustered the courage to taste. Sorry to burst your bubble, Choom, but there's something way ahead of you there. Ever heard of Bloody Bout 4 or like a million other computer games? Scop cracked a roguish smile. Is Bloody Bout 4 or these million other games designed to work on a hybrid brain system? You know, the kind I made a breakthrough on last week. Interesting. I wish V would sneak attack me, but let's make sure these cameras don't fucking see me. That's not gonna work. Wait, no, it did, yay! Sick. Turn the cameras off. Well, actually, hold on. Before we do that, take a look. There. The inside of the club seems fairly empty. Okay, not too bad. Another thing I like about this game is that there's like several different ways you can go about completing a task, and that's always fun. Now where is the net runner that is tracing me?
Looks like a normal body shop to me.
Close here. I'm telling you.
Telling me you got a hunch. Cop intuition?
Something like that.
Come on, then. By the way, ma'am, we will automatically deduct those charges from your bank account. The next facial recognition camera. Any insufficient funds will be paid in unpaid overtime next week. Cheers. Basically, yeah. That's where we're at. How are you still alive? Camera. I need a camera. There. Oopsie. Where'd I get seen from? Cyber?
Hey, everything okay?
Got spotted!
Shit's getting dicey!
Damn, that took you a minute to die.
Getting too old for this!
Alright,
Neil doesn't tend to lie.
I'm out.
Too scared. So the club's around here somewhere. The garage is my guess. Or under it.
But yeah, if you've never played this game, it's a good game. If you want to watch me play it more, I can do a run from the beginning, and we can like make a schedule for it. I am still like playing Wolfenstein, which I haven't played before. I love my smart pistol. Oh my god, it's so hard to get these dystopian jokes past the auto-sensor. Very Cyberpunk vibes just for that, mate. Ah, there's a downstairs. I've lost like 4 messages. Just switch to Twitch chat. YouTube chat just be like that. We're gonna change that to that. And this to that much good. That's also, unworked, unpaid overtime will be resolved with behavioral rehabilitation stints at our Patriot Summer Camp. There's always a solution and a pathway to being a good citizen. Our apologies for the technical communication delays. Yeah, basically. Really? Reed? Like, not Reed. Ward, you're not gonna fucking hit the button yourself? He looks like Reed from the back, honestly.
Nice. Someone really wanted to cover up whatever. should we be looking for?
Shit! Try to find something that looks like an office. Every club has one.
Fucking Sam Devastator. Pissing me off. Shit.
Find out what they're doing.
You died? Yes.
I gotta do the
I didn't
talking.
die.
You're
What's
the
going
detective.
on? There was one of the enemies
Right.
also had cybernetic
Why watching this
modifications.
dump? Nothing left to collect here.
She
We ain't
almost
watching
killed
it for fucking waiting
For what?
till they send us to scrap for a job well done. Smashed it up pretty fucking good, didn't we? We done our bit. Time for the payoff.
I'll pay you. You get half of what you were promised, I get the intel I need.
For half, I can tell you how tall he is, but that's it.
You sure? Half in your hand right now, real scratch, or the whole thing. Someday, maybe, but probably never.
Oh my fuck.
All right, scratch now.
Who told you to wreck the club?
Where's the guy?
And why?
Weldon Ho.
Lucius Ryan's right-hand bull terrier? Candidate for mayor in the upcoming election?
Right fucking for the job.
Thanks for the help.
Well, you're not getting paid, I'll tell you that much. Oh yeah, by the way, some of those brain dances can be hacked so they can be used to like kill you. Like you could just be thinking,
You
oh, I'm just
okay?
gonna, you know, watch something on television.
V, you hear me?
His brain turns into soup.
You asked me. Wasn't a heart attack that killed Ryan.
As I said from the start. But
Someone spiked his BD. That's what killed him.
fuck. I think you could be right. Come
Brain
on.
soup is high in cholesterol, that's true. Other than the guns, I have no idea what just happened. I broke into a club where there was some connection to the dead
Move.
mayor.
Let's go.
And then found a hacked piece of software. Oh, sorry, like a brain dance thing, you know, like a VR headset that had hacked software in it that killed him while investigating the murder.
Looks like an office. Sort of.
Comps are what we want. Comps above all.
Yep. Stiff as a board. You ask me, he's been dead at least an hour. No? No trauma card. Pretty sure he didn't bring it on purpose. A club like this, you don't want TT banging down the door when you're banging away and things start to heat up. Hard, probably. Must have gotten a little too heavy and messy. Okay. Yeah, let's do that. Coroner will find him at home. I'll tell him how to write it up. Died in his sleep, quiet as a baby.
Jesus Christ.
Boys are getting him out of here.
This literally sounds to me like that recording of the ICE agents going to arrest the Newark mayor. Like, yeah, alright, everyone turn your body cams off, we're gonna go do this. I just saw the vision go wonky before the firefighting got super confused. Yeah, that's the Sandow stand. Quickly, V, we need to deliver the message, a message if hope to those who choose to hear it and a warning to those who don't.
Of course, nobody will see him. No way. Yeah?
We're not going anywhere.
Yes. All right, I'll buzz you later.
That's the message. Security security protocol. The club's getting more popular and more VIPs, but it doesn't mean that we can't let our guard down. Just yesterday, an unidentified person managed to break into the club, spend upwards of 20 minutes inside before anyone noticed. Yeah, no, not a great security system there, guys. I wish I went to the protest today.
Weird. Guy looks familiar, doesn't he?
Me? I'm not in the mood for jokes. Think we've seen everything we needed to. Let's go.
Okay, let's Delta.
Think I saw
I have
another
no
way
idea
out
what you're
on the
talking
way
about, Chris DeBlante. I have no idea. Alright, let's hand this in to the Jeffersons because this conspiracy grows from here. This is an entire conspiracy about brainwashing a politician covertly without their knowledge and controlling them. Erasing their memories and everything, rewriting who they are as a person. It's fucking insane. Spoilers, but like, I don't care. Do I not have a weather mod? I would much rather it not be raining. That's what happened to Fetterman? Kinda, yeah. Mostly not
Still
covertly.
hanging around
It was
with this
mostly a
punk?
car accident.
Shut
where
it,
I ended up.
Harold. I know what you did. Not about to ask why you covered it up. Not even why you jumped into this mess to begin with. Just want to know.
It's been a while for
Who
me
gave
since I
you
watched
the
that
order?
Jet, so I...
What's the matter, River? Why do you even care? Your conscience is clear. You can sleep tight at night. You know why? Because I took all the responsibility. You got no idea how this city works. Think a goddamn inspirational, idealist bullshit actually means something? It doesn't. Never did. Hey, don't look at me that way, Merc. You know I'm right.
I know the game NC makes you play. Know the rules. All the tricks in the book.
So you ought to know when to get in line, and when you can stick your neck out.
I agree entirely.
Because you stick it out at the wrong time,
In fact,
and there'll
like, we
always
kind
be
of
some
already have
shark
done that. We
ready
just
to
haven't
bite your
applied it.
head off.
Gotta know which way the wind's blowing. Gotta know that before anyone else has realized there's a storm coming.
V. Appreciate the help. But this isn't
God, it would
your
be nice if we saved Night City.
I'll take care of it.
How you gonna do that? Am I under arrest?
Got a scroll, got a motive, got your confession. So yeah, you could be. But it wouldn't make much sense. You don't even gotta say who ordered you to go and clean up. I know anyway. So since even our brass's fingers are all over this, I gotta take it to internal.
They won't do a thing either. Not to me. They'll put you in their sights, though. Just go home.
You know, reporting
Ward.
crimes to internal police investigations actually
Find
makes
all
you
this
the
easier
criminal.
to take in the morning.
That makes sense.
I mean, that's my plan.
That makes total sense.
Fuck.
Oh yeah, no worries, Chris DeBlante. I think it's funny. Sometimes people do call me V, so... You should have shot him, mate.
Should have fed him some lead as a goodbye. Only way to be sure.
Maybe it is. But it's not my way, V. Holt murdered Rhine. Wanted his seat. Oldest, tritest motive in the book. That's why I believe it. Used the NCPD to cover his tracks.
Yeah, no shit.
Also think it was Holt. The only one who stood to gain.
Taking this to internal affairs. Got enough to get this case reopened.
Do it.
And you? Gonna report back to the paralysis?
Yep.
Okay. I'm gonna stay. Observe a little. Thanks, V.
When crime is legal, being a law-abiding citizen is actually immoral. Following the law carries a 2 to 5 year prison sentence. You're not that far off, and I hate it. Oh, I need
So, about Rhine. Got a pretty good idea what happened.
Great. Come by, please. It's a sensitive matter. I'd rather discuss it face to face. We'll be waiting.
Sure, Elizabeth. I need some food first. Do I have any? I think I do. Water. And a hot dog. And a cup of coffee. That'll do. I wish we got more about Yorinobu throughout the game. You get a lot about Yorinobu from the shards. Like, Yorinobu is actually the good guy. Like, the good ending for Arasaka is Yorinobu takes over because he destroys Arasaka. Because he fucking hates the company. Because it's evil. It's just, not the best ending for us. God, can we have, like, better weather? Do I have to go home to the sea? God, it's so foggy. Oops. There's another murder charge. There's another one. I really gotta stop texting and driving. Looking at chat while I'm driving is not a good idea. What? Auto drive did a collision and I got a fucking star for that?
All units in the area, we have an urgent situation in Westbrook.
Roger, dispatch. Don't they got corp security there?
Over there.
Ah, fine. On our way.
Stars, so there's a GTA element to this? Yep. If you get 5 stars, they send Max Tac after you, which is, essentially the SWAT team that's filled with cyber psychos.
Thanks.
That specifically exist to fight cyber psychos. But, like, I've added mods so that the police system is far more immersive. Like, you get fines for speeding, crashing, stuff like that. Oh, I can't ride the elevator until the stars go away. Almost there. It's flashing. Come on. Alright, it's flashing faster. Come on. There we go.
Just gonna tell you one thing.
I'm listening.
Don't tell him nothing. Don't get involved. This muck is deeper than you think. Suck you in if you're not careful.
Fuck that, Johnny.
Chill on the drama. My role in this ends here.
Fine, do whatever the fuck you want. Not like you listen anyway.
Goddamn right.
Hello, V. Please, come in. Make yourself at home. Jefferson will join us shortly.
Yeah, no, this looks like a politician's house. Everyone's like starving, eating food out of a fucking tube. And this is the, candidate for mayor's house.
Please, have a seat.
Thank you.
Good to see you, V. Elizabeth tells me you have answers for us. I'm all ears.
It's not 100% clear what happened.
Hardly anything.
No, no one
ever
here is elected. He's on the Night City Council.
Yeah, I got some idea.
Like, Night City Council. And, her is just civilian. This is just a candidate. These are just rich people.
Shall we?
Ryan was murdered. At a sex club. Someone gave him a virus-spiked BD.
You sure?
Same BD almost wiped me, so yeah, I'd say I'm sure.
Got any idea who did it?
Can't say for sure, but a lot of things point to Weldon Holt.
I knew it!
Who's
You
the
got any
mayor
proof?
now, by the way?
I don't. Just strong suspicions.
That's all we need to know, Jeff. We have to be careful. Keep a close eye on Holt. And up our security.
You're right. As always, you're right. Thanks for your help, V. Your fee.
The second part of this quest we'll have to do like another time, but that's the interesting part of this quest.
You two watch out for each other.
Like, you find out that there are secret rooms in this house. They are monitoring them. They're changing their brainwaves throughout like the night. They're erasing their memories. It's some insane shit.
Where did we leave off?
Can I actually move around this place before? No, not before that mission. That's sad.
Please.
Oh, a nice couch, I guess. That's true. Can I just... Oh, wait, right, I don't have the actual drive and AV mod installed because it was broken, which means I can't buy an AV. What?
Don't like that one bit.
I still have a bounty. Bribe the fucking police. Where are we? Oh, we're far as hell from my house. We go in there. I always like to exit the game when I'm in my house because there's like loading issues if you load it up outside of your residence when you have all the mods enabled. It's some weird shit. I don't know why it does that. It might not still, to be honest. Better safe than sorry. True. Also, I get to go to my Japantown apartment and sleep so that the weather's not shitty.
You stink of junk food. Provides 330% recommended daily vitamin.
Oops, I exited that bike a little quickly. Come on. The one thing about the music in this game that surprises me is how good the Grimes songs are. Because I did not know Grimes was a good singer, but like those songs slap. Guardrail driving down the road, it happens occasionally.
Fuck this country.
Fuck this country. I agree, mate. I feel that. What? Have I not paid my rent? Have I not paid my rent? This for you. Get me the Japantown apartment. Get me the Japantown. You have to pay for your rent. It's a mod. I like that, so I added it in. Like, you gotta pay for your rent, you got a landlord, all that shit. Because otherwise it doesn't feel as immersive. Again, like, you have to take a shower and hang out with your friends in this game, otherwise you lose your mind. What? I need a security deposit, one prorated rent payment, and $3,000 for the paperwork. Sure, let's give you $39,000. Why not? Or Eddie's, rather. There are mods where people have added AI into the texting system so you can text with characters, which I think is insane. Can you go and find your landlord? I'd love that in a game. Yeah, no, you can. I haven't, but, like, you can. Where is there a television in here? I wanna see the news. Is there no television in this house? There it is. Wait, that's burning incense. Sure, thank you for that one. Can we turn the TV on? WNS News. The news is depressing in this game. It actually really is. Like, even stuff that you have nothing to do with you.
I'm sorry. Did I just interrupt your favorite channel? Good, because it's time you stopped. Unglued your eyes from this mind-numbing crap and took off your capitalist-tinted optics to see the truth. Just think about what you're watching. All of its primitive, neuron-zapping entertainment, catering to humanity's basest instincts. Interviews with stars who sold their soul to the devil, cursed prophets, spreading the gospel of selfishness, commercials telling you to buy this, chip this, eat this.
Based, Chris.
It's all just muck that they're pumping into your brain, so you lose the ability to reflect.
He's not wrong.
Ask uncomfortable questions about life. Just think, why do we have to destroy our bodies to find a job? Why do we have to pay off endless debt and yet pay higher taxes than a billionaire? Why are we afraid of the police more than all of Night City's gangs put together? Turn off your TV. That's right, come on. Now go and see how many blue screens go darken your neighbor's windows. That's how many of us there are. Think about what would happen if we all got up from our knees, united as one. Believe me, that day will come.
Alex Jones energy, but with decent politics. True. That wasn't even, like, supposed to be there, I think. 70% real juicy meat. Oh, I love the ads. Okay, that's interesting. Looks about right. A little woke and gay, but you know. The Second Amendment is not only for the rich. Carnage. CRISPR. Budget arms. These are vending machines where you can buy guns from. $330% of your daily vitamin needs. God, this is a shitty planet. Burrito XXL. Oh, here's actual news.
I'm Jillian Jordan. Scientists from Biodyne Systems have announced a breakthrough in the fight against multiple sclerosis. MS is one of the few diseases that cannot be cured by replacing the affected tissue with implant technology. But the experts at Biodyne have created nanites that, when injected into the spinal cord, provide long-term uninterrupted repair to the neural tissue.
That's
the
based.
cost of this cutting-edge therapy treatment has been listed at $700,000 per month.
$700,000 per month. That's not based.
The inferno in the remnants of Atlantic City continues to rage on.
To be fair, like, let's go take a look at what health insurance looks like real quick. Because $700,000 a month for that medication is pretty insane, but... Oh god, you don't have the regular internet? Fine.
Suffered from severe burns and toxin exposure. The Swedish Academy Award for Literature.
Trauma Team International. Medical services, premium packages. Here we go. Whoa.
Grantchester, who is an AI created by Raven Microcybernetics, has been lauded for several of her works over the years.
Wow, you don't even list prices on your page?
Which was published in 70 languages simultaneously, sold over
Rude.
1 million copies.
That's a weird place for a TV. I mean, yeah. Hold on, let me look up the actual cost of a Trauma Team membership. Trauma Team membership costs. So healthcare in Night City. Hold on, let me make sure that turn the TV off. All right. So, if we look at healthcare in Night City, we got, let's see, cost, premium packages. There we go. So we got business model in the 2020s, in 2045, business model in 2077. Trauma Team services are comprised of two main components. On-the-ground services include 24/7 emergency AV dispatch with reflex booster-ready pilot, armed safety experts, military-trained paramedics. A client's health status is tracked by internal cyberware, and if a client takes a turn for the worse, the AV squad receives their GPS signal and arrives on the scene within minutes. Reaction time and additional perks are dependent on the client's insurance package. Inpatient care guarantees that every Trauma Team branch clinic is equipped with surgical nanites, specialized antibodies, and cryogenic chambers. Trauma Team also offers their own medication reanimators and has a selection of surplus implants for their suppliers. Trauma Team premium insurance packages are divided into three grades: silver, gold, and platinum. The platinum package is the most comprehensive and expensive package. It includes 24/7 monitoring, emergency health patient support, surgery, nanosurgery, post-trauma rehab, plastic surgery on demand, free checkups, up to 90% discount on prescriptions, 3-minute response time. Whereas gold and silver have less. Now, we had the prices here. In 2045, the plan for the executive coverage was €1,000 a month. That is now up, actually, significantly. Hold on. The actual numbers. It was in this page somewhere. Here we go. Trauma Team Silver is €500 per month. It will take 1 day or 10 hours for them to respond to you. You get paramedic services. You don't get ambulances. You don't get an armed escort. No cyberware repair. Surgery costs are separate. Trauma Team Gold is €1,000 a month. You get in rounds, 1d8. I don't know what that means. Trauma Team Diamond, or Platinum, rather, is €2,000 to €5,000 per month. It's actually a lot of money. And mind you, if they have to fire any bullets while, saving you, you have to pay for that. You also have to pay for any fuel costs. You gotta pay for that as well. So, Trauma Team really does fleece you, but if you are very wealthy, it is 100% worth having and kind of necessary, even. Alright. So, join the Discord if you haven't already. Go like the YouTube stream. Stay safe, guys. Actually, hold on. Let's check on the protest. I forgot. We were playing a game, and I forgot we were dealing with, like, a horrific day. What the fuck is happening now? Okay, we got mounted police. That's not a good sign. That is not a good sign. Yeah, we gonna wake up to, like, the fucking Insurrection Act. I'm sure of it now. I'm not sure of it, but decent chance. Yeah, is correct. Anyway, I'll check in if really bad shit happens. I will see you guys tomorrow. If not, I will see you guys on Monday. Stay safe. And, have a good night. I hope you all had a good day today. So, other than that, I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.